Chapter 1 Video Threatening Brother's Girlfriend. Whether he wears it or not is none of your business? Chow mo, let me tell you the truth. I was willing to be your girlfriend because I was attracted by your money. Now that your company has been robbed, you still want to be my boyfriend? Don't be naive. If Mr. Su buys me a bag casually, it will be enough for you to work for the rest of your life. Go away, and don't ever appear in front of me again in this life. His girlfriend's words were like engravings on his mind and could not be erased. It turns out that the 8-year love affair was all fake. All the vows they made were based on money. Without money, he is nothing. On the night when Skyscraper Capital completely completed the equity transfer, Chow Mo's life was forever frozen at this moment. Skyscraper Capital was his life's work, but in the end it was taken away by someone else. Chow Mo came to the rooftop with a dead heart. If I could do it again, I would never trust anyone again. A figure jumped down from the rooftop and landed heavily on the road. 1 second later, he opened his eyes and felt that the whole world was bright. You're fine. You just stayed up too late. Just go back and rest for a few days. The doctor in the white coat said to Chow Mo. Chow Mo blinked in confusion. I jumped from the 33rd floor and you told me I could just go back and rest for a few days? Is medical technology that advanced now? Lao Chow, please get up quickly. The doctor said you're fine, so why are you still lying there like an idiot? A young man with a crew cut said to Chow Mo. The moment Chow Mo saw the man with a crew cut, he jumped up from the hospital bed, and the anger in his eyes made him want to tear the man to pieces. Zheng Xing, his good brother since childhood, was the one who took away Chow Mo's company. This beast actually dared to appear in front of him. Chow Mo wanted to beat him up right away. But he realized something was wrong. Zheng Xing was too young as an 18 or 19-year-old college student. And there was something wrong with this hospital. Who would listen to the radio in this era? What's wrong with you, Lao Chow? Why do you look so fierce? Doctor, did my brother get hit by a basketball and become stupid? Zheng Xing looked at Chow Mo anxiously. The doctor also frowned. This person really didn't look like a normal person. Could it be that he was really hurt by the basketball? The doctor was about to speak when he heard Chow Mo talking. I'm fine, doctor. I'm just not feeling well. I'll be fine after some rest. Are you really okay? Zheng Xing asked again. Chow Mo patted his shoulder and said, Don't worry, brother. I'm fine. I just need to go home and rest. The doctor nodded and said nothing. Chow Mo brought Zheng Xing out of the hospital. Looking at the bumpy streets outside and the large number of bicycles everywhere, Chow Mo took a deep breath. I've really been reborn. It's 2012 now. I was still a sophomore. Skyscraper Capital hadn't been founded yet, and Zheng Xing hadn't snatched it away. I didn't have a girlfriend, and there was no such thing as betrayal. There's still time for everything. Chow Mo glanced at Zheng Xing not far away with a cold look. In this life, I will definitely not be the one to die. Come, Lao Chow, have a bottle of water. Zheng Xing handed over a bottle of mineral water that he had half drunk. Chow Mo smiled coldly. He was really stupid in his previous life. When he was in school, he always thought that Zheng Xing was stingy in order to save money for his family. Moreover, Zheng Xing said that only by drinking a bottle of water can one be a good brother. The fact is that it was always Chow Mo who drank what Zheng Xing left, and Zheng Xing threw away what Chow Mo left without even looking at it. A year later, Zheng Xing's house was demolished and he had to pay several million in compensation. All signs indicate that Zheng Xing is either stingy or looks down on Chow Mo. You drink it yourself, I don't need it. Chow Mo refused indifferently. Zheng Xing drank the water in a few big gulps without saying a word. Then he put his arm around Chow Mo's shoulders and said, What's wrong, Lao Chow? Are you still angry because I hit you with a basketball just now? You really can't blame me, Lao Chow. You know me well. I'm a very disciplined person. Your ball did hit me, and then I accidentally hit you on the head. Hearing this, Chow Mo smiled coldly. Zheng Xing still dared to say that he abided by the rules. On the court, he was the only one who couldn't play any better. Every time, he deliberately committed fouls to prevent Chow Mo from attacking and shooting. The fact of the matter just now was that Chow Mo accidentally bumped into him with his back, and then immediately apologized, but Zheng Xing refused to give in. He took advantage of Chow Mo walking right under the backboard to make a 3-step layup, but the ball didn't even touch the rim and hit Chow Mo right on the head. Otherwise, Chow Mo wouldn't have been sent to the hospital. One can imagine how much effort Zhang Xing just put in. He smiled coldly at Zhang Xing. Huh, really? Did you really hit me by accident? Zhang Xing's face froze when he saw Chow Mo's expression. For a moment, I felt guilty and couldn't speak. Seeing Zhang Xing's expression, Chow Mo couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He was really stupid in his previous life. How could he be a good brother with this bastard for so many years? It's really like raising a tiger to cause trouble. Why are you so nervous? I was just joking with you. You should go home first today. I'm a little tired too. I need to go back and have a good rest. Chow Mo patted Zhang Xing on the shoulder. Oh, well, okay then. Zhang Xing nodded and parted ways with Chow Mo. What a beast. After Zhang Xing left, Chow Mo cursed him again behind his back. He and Zhang Xing lived in the same direction, so Zhang Xing could take Chow Mo part of the way back by taxi. But he didn't even look at Chow Mo. I took a taxi home. What a bullshit good brother, only a fool like Chow Mo believed him. I opened my phone and checked the date. August 25, 2012. This timing is perfect. Zhang Xing's girlfriend is going to be in trouble tonight. Zhang Xing and his girlfriend are both from Hangzhou, while Chow Mo is from Jiangsu province and has been staying at his Aunt Su's house in Hangzhou since high school. I get angry when I mention Chow Mo. A scumbag like Zhang Xing actually has a girlfriend, and they have both met their parents. I plan to get married right after graduating from college. This was indeed the case in their previous life. They got married right after graduating from college. However, after they got married, Chow Mo learned some secrets from Zhang Xing's girlfriend Han Ruru. Han Ruru had no intention of dating Zhang Xing, let alone marrying him. The turning point of all this was my senior year of high school. The three of them were in the same high school. Zhang Xing and Chow Mo were in the same class, and Han Ruru was in the art class. When Han Ruru was in her third year of high school, her father owed 900,000 yuan in high-interest loans, and the family was overwhelmed by the high-interest loans. Han Ruru almost couldn't go to college. Fortunately, she met Zhang Xing, a bootlicker. Zhang Xing expressed his willingness to pay for Han Ruru's tuition and living expenses for 4 years of college. Only then did Han Ruru agree to date him. In her freshman year, Han Ruru learned that Zhang Xing's house was about to be demolished and he would receive 8 million yuan in demolition compensation, so her relationship with Zhang Xing quickly heated up and even reached the stage of meeting his parents. Han Ruru's idea was very clear: to use Zhang Xing's demolition compensation to help her family pay off the usurious loan. Han Ruru has kept this secret from Zhang Xing his entire life. The 900,000 yuan loan shark she owed was also swindled from Zhang Xing after she got married, using various excuses. After all, Han Ruru was afraid. She was afraid that Zhang Xing would divorce her if he found out. Han Ruru won't be able to live such a good life after the divorce, and no one will pay back the loan sharking debt for her. When Chow Mo thought of this, the corners of his mouth curled up. Zhang Xing, I have no power and influence and can't do anything to you now. I can only collect some interest from your girlfriend first. Afterwards, Chow Mo took a taxi without any further ado and came directly to the downstairs of Han Ruru's residential complex. Those loan sharks are coming to our house tonight. Chow Mo just needs to stay here. Then just wait for the opportunity to come. 5 minutes later, a group of thugs with tattoos came upstairs. They were probably loan sharks. Chow Mo also followed quietly behind. He turned on the video mode on his phone and put it in his shirt pocket, revealing the camera. It's just quietly hidden in the stairwell. When the door opened, Han Ruru and her parents' faces froze when they saw the loan sharks. The agreed date has arrived. Why haven't you paid back the money yet? The gangster shouted fiercely. Didn't I just pay you back 20,000 last month? Why are you doing it again? Han Ruru's father retorted with a glare. You owe a whole 900,000 yuan. If I hadn't seen you paying at least 10,000 yuan back every month, I would have brought my men to chop you up. Han Ruru's father was suddenly speechless. He could only look at his daughter helplessly. His monthly salary was only 4,000 yuan, and these loans were basically repaid by his daughter. Han Ruru's expression also changed. I'll call Zhang Xing. After a while. Hey, honey, I went shopping with my bestie today and she brought me a really nice new bag. You want to buy me one? No, I don't like spending your money. Even after we got married, that money is our joint property and I can't spend it carelessly. Hey, don't give it to me. Woo woo, I love you, honey. I'm so lucky to have you. I really can't wait to marry you. The phone was hung up. Hanruru's phone rang. 20,000 yuan has arrived in my Alipay account. The whole process left the loan shark at the door stunned, while Hanruru looked calm. Obviously, this wasn't the first time she had done this. How much do I have to pay back this month? Hanruru asked calmly. 10,000 is enough. The gangsters also changed their attitude quickly. To them, such people were big customers who could pay back 10,000 to 20,000 yuan every month. This way they earn more. After getting the money, these gangsters naturally went back obediently. Although they were loan sharks, who wouldn't want to make money safely? Chow Mo came out of the stairwell only after the group of people left. He glanced at his phone with satisfaction. It's all recorded. He straightened his clothes and came to Hanruru's door and knocked twice. The door was opened very quickly from inside, and the movement was very quick and seemed very anxious. Didn't I just give you money? Why are you back again? Hanruru stood in front of the door with an angry face. She was stunned when she saw the people outside. Then the anger on his face instantly melted away and a faint smile appeared on his face. Chow Mo, why are you here? Chow Mo pretended not to hear what she said when she opened the door. Instead, he smiled and asked, Is it convenient for me to come in? I have something I want to show you. Hanruru hesitated for a moment and then made way for Chow Mo to come in. At the same time, Hanruru's parents were preparing to go out to work. Due to the burden of usury, they have to go out to work night shifts so that they can get higher wages. Chapter 2 Trading. The two started talking only after Hanruru's parents left. What do you want to show me? Hanruru spoke lightly. The relationship between her and Chow Mo was not very good. They only had some interactions because Zheng Xing and Chow Mo were good brothers. And Hanruru is different from ordinary girls. When she looks for a man, she doesn't just focus on appearance like those stupid women with no vision. She values a man's financial resources and status more. These are the things she should give up her dignity to pursue. What's the point of being handsome? Money is king. She can use money to buy what she wants and use money to enjoy other people's services, while those superficial and silly women can only stare at a handsome face and live a hard life. Just like Chow Mo. So what if he's handsome? If it weren't for Zhang Xing, she wouldn't even bother with Chow Mo. Poorer than one. Chow Mo sighed heavily after hearing this. I really didn't expect that this was your purpose in contacting Zhang Xing. Chow Mo opened his mouth and used his ultimate move directly. Hanruru was stunned, and a bad premonition spread in her heart. What do you mean? Zhang Xing and I are truly in love. What nonsense are you talking about? I contacted him for a purpose. Believe it or not, I'll tell Zhang Xing about this. Hanruru pretended to be calm. He even brought up Zhang Xing to scare Chow Mo. Tell Zhang Xing? Do you dare? Chow Mo shook his head pretending to be sad, and his eyes were full of disappointment when he looked at Hanruru. Hanruru felt something was wrong but still said angrily, What do you mean by dare or not? Don't think that just because you and Zhang Xing are good brothers I won't say anything to you. Hanruru paused before she finished speaking. She saw Chow Mo take out his mobile phone and play a video, which showed the conversation she had just had with the group of people at the door. Hanruru's mind went blank. She subconsciously wanted to snatch Chow Mo's phone and delete the video. Chow Mo shook his hand away and dodged, then put away his phone and said to her calmly, It's useless. I've already backed it up. What would Zheng Xing think if he saw this video? Hanruru, I really didn't expect you to be such a person. You are so abominable for taking advantage of my good brother. Chow Mo blamed Hanruru bitterly. But what Chow Mo actually thought in his heart was that only when he forced her into a desperate situation would she be afraid, and that would be the best time for him to take action. No. We can't let Zheng Xing see this. We can't let him see this. Hanruru grabbed Chow Mo's arm tightly like crazy. She was scared, she was really scared. Although she knew that Zhang Xing loved her to death, the premise of all this was that she had not lied to him. If Zhang Xing knew about this video, he would definitely collapse. Zhang Xing is a bootlicker, but that doesn't mean he is a sucker. If he knew that the purpose of my approaching him was to repay a loan shark, he would definitely dump me. Who would be willing to take out a loan of $900,000? Besides, Hanruru hasn't had a good life yet, so she must get a share of the 8 million yuan in demolition compensation from Zhang Xing's family. With these 8 million, at least she won't have to work so hard for the rest of her life. No, Zhengxing must not be allowed to know about this. No matter what the cost. Han Rora took a deep breath and said, Xiao Mo, I know you and Zhengxing are good brothers, but you have to think about him too. Don't you know how much Zhengxing loves me? If this video gets out, there's no chance for us to be together anymore. Don't you want to see us walk down the aisle together? Xiao Mo chuckled. This Han Rora was really shameless. She could still say such words at this time. But it also indirectly proves that she is really scared now, and even her excuses are so casual. Yes, Zhengxing likes you, but you only like money. Han Rora's face changed drastically when these words were spoken. She looked at Xiao Mo with a sullen face. Then what do you want in exchange for deleting the video? I'll give you money, 10,000? 20,000? But Xiao Mo didn't even look at her. It seemed as if he was not interested in the conditions proposed by Han Rora at all. Han Rora was anxious. Xiao Mo, as long as you are willing to delete the video, I will do whatever you want. Han Rora approached Xiao Mo calmly. They were already sitting on the same sofa, and if she moved, she would be sticking to Xiao Mo. She picked up one of Xiao Mo's arms and held it tightly in the soft valley. Anything you want to do? Xiao Mo gave her a meaningful look. Feeling the two soft lumps against his arms, Xiao Mo was a little distracted. Han Rora had great capital. Han Rora hummed softly. She answered Xiao Mo with actions. She was wearing a pair of sexy black hot pants, and she stretched out her long white legs and sat astride Xiao Mo's legs. Sticking close together, the action speaks for itself. On the couch? Xiao Mo gave her a playful look. No, go to my room. Xiao Mo walked in and pulled the curtains. When he turned around, he saw that Han Rora had taken off all her clothes except for her black underwear. She walked towards Xiao Mo barefoot with sexy and enchanting steps. There was a rustling sound of someone taking off clothes, followed by the sound of aluminum foil packaging being torn open. It's too small to wear. Ah, how could that be? Zhengxing usually wears this. I don't care. Anyway, I can't let my brother suffer any injustice. I still have emergency contraceptive pills. An hour later. Han Rora lay on Xiao Mo's chest with a flushed face, and her eyes were full of pain. It turns out that it is a bit difficult to fit a size 38 shoe into a size 42 foot. It is difficult to plug in and easy to pull out. Han Rora said breathlessly, Can you delete the video this time? Xiao Mo slapped the red buttocks twice more. You want me to delete the video just this once? Your love for Zhengxing is too cheap. You. Han Rora's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Xiao Mo intently, her face filled with resentment. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Xiao Mo chuckled, What's wrong with someone like me? Are you a good person? Han Rora was so angry that she couldn't speak. She must get Zhengxing's money, or at least use Zhengxing to repay the 900,000 loan. She can endure it for the money, and the worst that can happen is that Xiao Mo will sleep with her a few more times. Xiao Mo took a shower and left Han Rora's house. Han Rora watched Xiao Mo's receding figure from the window and murmured with a hint of regret, Xiao Mo is indeed extraordinary. He is handsome and so fierce. Zhengxing and I have never had such a good time. It's a pity that he is just a poor bastard. Han Rora is a materialistic woman. In her opinion, what kind of man is the most handsome? The man who is willing to spend money on her is the most handsome. All other conditions should be put aside. And I heard Xiao Mo is still staying at his mother's friend's house. He doesn't even have a house. Only a fool would fall for him. Han Rora covered her sore butt and limped away from the window. Chapter 3 Aunt Sue, Mom's Friend. After leaving Han Rora's house, Xiao Mo went straight to a lottery shop near Qingha Internet Cafe. Boss, all this money is used to buy the number 2. Xiao Mo used all his money to buy this lottery ticket. He only remembered the winning numbers of this lottery ticket. The draw time is tonight, so there is still time to buy it now. In the past life, there was a restaurant owner who bought this lottery ticket at night when he was bored. He picked the numbers randomly and won the jackpot of 300,000 yuan. Since Xiao Mo was reborn, the 300,000 yuan naturally belonged to him. 9:15 p.m. Xiao Mo sat in front of the computer and looked at the lottery information. It worked. Go to the prize redemption center to get the money tomorrow. Xiao Mo stretched his body, stood up and went to the living room. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening, and the living room was still dark. Auntie Sue hasn't come back from overtime yet? Chow Mo turned on the lights in the living room, took a bottle of water and sat on the sofa. This is the city center of Hangzhou. Chow Mo's hometown is a small city in Su province. He has been staying at Aunt Su Muyao's house since high school. He didn't expect that he would go to university in Hangzhou. So I just stayed at Aunt Su's house. Aunt Su and his mother are good sisters. It is said that Chow Mo's mother saved Aunt Su and her daughter's lives before, so Aunt Su treats Chow Mo like her own son. During the years Chow Mo lived here, Su Muyao never treated him unfairly. Snap. The door to the living room rang, and then a beautiful woman in a professional hip skirt walked in. Chow Mo was stunned the first time he saw Aunt Su. The black skirt was stretched tight like a bag full of goods, and the round and perky but made people feel angry. The white shirt on the upper body was bulging, and the top two buttons were unbuttoned, revealing the bottomless ravine. The slender legs were wrapped in a pair of black stockings. As Aunt Su lifted her legs to take off her shoes, the obvious muscle lines on her round thighs could be clearly seen. With the memory of being reborn, Chow Mo knew how ecstatic it would be if these legs clamped someone. Why didn't I realize in my previous life that Aunt Su was such a perfect woman? Chow Mo couldn't help but think in his heart. Su Muyao also saw Chow Mo on the sofa. Chow Mo, you're back? Didn't you say you were going to the internet cafe with Zhang Xing after playing ball tonight? Why are you back again? Chow Mo made up an excuse. His mother suddenly asked him to go home, so I came back after playing ball. The original plan was indeed to go to the internet cafe with Zhang Xing for the night, but now Chow Mo has been reborn, and he is no longer the Chow Mo in his previous life who only knew how to lick others. Su Muyao nodded and said, actually, you can go out and play by yourself. If you run out of money, just tell me. School will start in 2 or 3 days. You won't have many opportunities to go out and play by yourself after school starts. Xiaoyan is spending the night at her best friend's house tonight. Jiang Yan is Aunt Su's daughter. She is the same age as Chow Mo, but she has better grades. She attends Zhejiang University, the only double first-class university in Zhejiang province. Chow Mo is just an ordinary second-tier university student. I still want to stay home and spend more time with Aunt Su. School is about to start, and I'll be sad if I don't see her for the next few months. Chow Mo spoke to Su Muyao with a smile. Su Muyao was obviously stunned for a moment, then a brilliant smile appeared on her face. Why are you so sweet and slick today, little guy? Chow Mo just stood there, chuckling and saying nothing. It might be the mature soul in his body that was causing trouble. Although he was now a 19-year-old in body, his soul was that of a 35-year-old middle-aged man. In his subconscious, mature women like Su Muyao are more attractive. Oh, Su Muyao sighed tiredly. She came and sat down on the long sofa, with her two beautiful legs in black stockings resting on the armrest of the sofa, and she lay lazily with a high pillow under her head. Looks very tired. Suddenly she glanced at Chow Mo beside her. Chow Mo, how about you help Auntie rub her legs? Ah? Me? Chow Mo was stunned for a moment. He glanced at the pair of slender and voluptuous black silk legs again and swallowed unconsciously. He nodded immediately, okay. Su Muyao didn't think much about it. Sometimes when she was tired, she would ask Jiang Yan to rub her legs and shoulders. Today, Jiang Yan went out to play, so she simply asked Chow Mo to come over. Chow Mo put his legs on his thighs. Hold your ankle and massage it gently. After pressing it for a while, Su Muyao started yawning. It seems that Chow Mo feels very comfortable with the massage. A minute later, a crisp snapping sound came from the kitchen, startling the two people on the sofa. What's going on? Su Muyao retracted her legs, put on her slippers, stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Chow Mo sat on the sofa, still recalling the details of the massage he had just given Su Muyao. Although covered by black stockings, the feel of those legs was still very good. The ankle bones are clearly defined, the calves are slender, the thighs are round, and the feet are also small and delicate. In modern terms, I can play with these legs for a year. Ah! When Chow Mo was stunned, he suddenly heard a scream coming from the kitchen. What's wrong, Aunt Su? Chow Mo also hurriedly got up from the sofa and went to the kitchen to check. As soon as he came into the kitchen, he was splashed with warm tap water. Where did the water come from? Chow Mo, the water valve is loose, please bring a wrench. Su Muyao squatted on the ground and shouted at Chow Mo, ignoring the tap water spraying on her. Good. Chow Mo went to the living room, found a wrench from the toolbox, and then took it to the kitchen and handed it to Aunt Sue. Auntie Sue, why don't I fix it? It's okay, it's just a minor problem. Just stand further away so the water won't spray you. Oh well. Chow Mo stood at the kitchen door and watched Su Muyao fix the water pipe. Su Muyao knelt on the ground with one hand supporting her body and using the other hand to turn the valve with a wrench. She stretched her lower abdomen and stuck her head out to look inside. As Chow Mo watched, he realized something was wrong. From this angle, Aunt Sue's perfect figure was clearly visible under the tap water. The white shirt became transparent and hazy after being wetted by tap water. It stuck tightly to Aunt Sue's skin, allowing one to clearly see the flesh-colored skin and the ominous purple color inside. The two purple semicircles swayed as Aunt Sue's body swayed. Like two ripe fruits that are about to fall. Chow Mo was drooling at the sight. Who could resist the temptation of such a wet body? Su Muyao finally turned off the faucet with all her strength, and she breathed a long sigh of relief. Chow Mo, come and give me a hand. I called Chow Mo once, but there was no response. Chow Mo? Su Muyao looked over in confusion and saw Chow Mo staring at her intently, his eyes scanning her fiercely. What are you looking at? Su Muyao shouted loudly and Chow Mo came back to his senses. He quickly turned his head away, still saying that he didn't look at it. Su Muyao quickly got up from the ground, covered her chest with her hands and ran to the bathroom. Standing in front of the bathroom mirror, she was dumbfounded. How can this be so transparent? This is equivalent to Chow Mo seeing my entire body, even knowing the color of my underwear. Su Muyao stood in front of the mirror with a red face. She was both embarrassed and angry. Recalling Chow Mo's burning gaze just now, she felt a little hot all over. Although she is of this age, her figure and face are well maintained. When she sent Jiang Yan to school before, some people mistook them for sisters. Chow Mo can't have any ideas about me, right? This idea suddenly popped up in Su Muyao's mind. Then she shook her head quickly again. It's impossible. How could Chow Mo, who was so young, have any feelings for me? Su Muyao threw this terrible idea out of her mind. Then she took a quick shower and came out of the bathroom wrapped in a large bath towel, which she had specially chosen. I was just afraid that it would be embarrassing if Chow Mo saw me when I came out. Then plans cannot keep up with changes. The water from the pipe was all over the living room. As soon as she went out, she stepped on the wet floor tiles, slipped and fell in front of the bathroom door. The loss of balance caused Aunt Sue to frantically grab at the doorframe with both hands. He didn't reach the doorframe, but he managed to pull open his bathrobe. Chow Mo, holding them up, was stunned again. Aunt Sue, with her graceful figure, was lying naked in front of him. But fortunately, Chow Mo reacted quickly this time and quickly turned his head away. Auntie Sue, are you okay? Get up quickly. He looked like a gentleman, but in fact he had already seen the naked body of this sexy lady. A blush quickly appeared on Su Muyao's fair face. In just 1 second, her entire face turned red, and even her fair swan neck was crimson. She was too embarrassed to speak. I wish I could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Chapter 4, Massage Until. Aunt Sue's imagination. At this moment, time seems to have stood still. Neither of them spoke for a full half-minute. Chow Mo still kept his back to Aunt Sue and didn't look at her, while Aunt Sue was still lying on the ground. But the bathrobe has been put on again. Feeling the burning pain in her legs, Su Muyao weakly supported her body. She wanted to get up, but she had no strength. My legs hurt so much. After a while, she shyly asked Chow Mo for help. Chow Mo, can you help me into the room? For some reason, her words now sounded much less natural than when she asked Chow Mo to rub her legs. 3 parts shyness, 3 parts embarrassment, and 4 parts shyness. Okay, Aunt Sue, can I turn around now? Chow Mo asked cautiously. Okay, turn around. Su Muyao felt relieved when she heard Chow Mo's cautious tone. That's right. After all, she is Chow Mo's aunt. Even if Chow Mo saw her naked just now, so what? Chow Mo must be very shy at his age. His cautious tone might be to avoid suspicion. Su Muyao finally let go of her worries. But the next second she died again. Chow Mo strode up to her, his eyes firmly scanning the bathrobe she was wearing, and finally his gaze stopped at the red and swollen area on her knee. Bend your legs, bend your waist, and pick up Su Muyao by the waist. The movements were done in one go, without any drag. Wait. Su Muyao lay on Chow Mo's chest, stunned. What I said was, please help me in. Why is this posture like this? It's too ambiguous. Auntie Sue, your leg is injured. I'll carry you in. After saying that, Chow Mo carried Aunt Sue into her bedroom and put her on the bed. Auntie Sue, is your leg okay? Chow Mo asked with concern. After taking off the stockings, these legs become even sexier. The slender calves are like a pair of straight chopsticks, reflecting a luster like mutton fat jade under the light. Moreover, Chow Mo took the opportunity to touch it several times just now. It felt delicate and smooth, making people unable to let it go. Ah. It still hurts a little. Su Muyo responded a little shyly. She felt like she was really going crazy for having such thoughts about her nephew. Chow Mo was just kind enough to help her get back to her room. Did I think of him as that kind of person? Su Muyao, what are you thinking about? Chow Mo is concerned about you now, and you miss him so much? I'm fine, Xioma, you should go back and rest too. Su Muyo spoke calmly. However, Chow Mo looked at Su Muyao's leg with a serious expression. But Aunt Su, if the wound is not treated tonight, it may become inflamed, and you may not even be able to walk tomorrow. Aunt Su just fell hard. My knees and thighs were rubbed, especially my knees, which are now red and swollen. If this isn't dealt with promptly, Aunt Su really won't be able to walk tomorrow. Su Muyo looked at her knees and felt a little scared. It really needs to be dealt with promptly, otherwise I won't be able to go to the company tomorrow. Aunt Su is such a workaholic. Chow Mo thought secretly in his heart. Then I'll go buy some medicine for bruises and injuries, and also some iodine for disinfection. Chow Mo was about to turn around and go outside to buy medicine. At this time, Su Muyo stopped him and said, "No need to go out to buy it, I have it in my room, in that cabinet, just take it." Su Muyo said, pointing to the TV cabinet opposite the bed. Medicines such as those for bruises and injuries, as well as alcohol and iodine, are always available at home. Su Muyo was used to putting them in the TV cabinet in her room. I'll get it. Chow Mo immediately turned around and looked at the TV cabinet. Okay, go get it. Wait. No, don't pull away. Su Muyo suddenly realized that something was wrong, and she jumped up from the bed, calling out to Chow Mo regardless of the pain in her legs. It's too late. As soon as Su Muyo said the first word, Chow Mo opened the TV cabinet and he immediately froze in place. The most conspicuous thing in the drawer. Chow Mo, I feel numb. Su Muyo's face looked as pale as death, but it was red to the point where blood could drip out of her face. After a brief shock, Chow Mo immediately understood Aunt Su. After all, Aunt Su had been alone for so many years, so it was normal for her to have that kind of needs. Many male college students and later generations also often bought these things. Understand, Aunt Su. Chow Mo took a deep breath, pretended not to see what was in the drawer, calmly took out the iodine and Yunnan Baiyao, and then closed the drawer. Auntie Su, why are you up? Hurry up and lie down. I'll apply the medicine on you. Don't move around or the wound will get worse. Su Muyo, who was still in a daze, immediately returned to normal. She knew that Chow Mo was giving her a way out. If neither of them mentioned the matter, it would be as if it had never happened. Auntie Su, lie down first and lie on your stomach later. Chow Mo used iodine to disinfect the wound, and then began to massage the area around the wound to speed up blood circulation in the skin. Finally, spray Yunnan Baiyao. Then it was the hind legs, still following the same steps, but Chow Mo helped Aunt Su press for a while longer. Is this strength okay, Aunt Su? Okay. Now Su Muyo could no longer look directly at Chow Mo's massage. Those hot hands seemed to be able to conduct heat. It made her body hot as well. As time passed, Chow Mo's thoughts drifted away. He thought of Aunt Su from his previous life. When they met, Chow Mo was already 28 years old. Aunt Su was married to a local entrepreneur in Hangzhou. At that time, Aunt Su gave Chow Mo a very old feeling. The skin on the face is no longer fair, but has begun to turn yellow and black. The heavy dark circles and the fatigue revealed between the eyebrows are heartbreaking. When Chow Mo asked her why she chose to remarry, Aunt Su just smiled bitterly and shook her head without saying anything. Jian Yan told Chow Mo some secret details. Aunt Su encountered an unexpected business accident on September 2nd. She was deliberately drugged and lost her innocence. The reason why Aunt Su chose to remarry was probably related to that incident. Don't worry, Aunt Su. I won't watch you get framed in this life. And that bastard Zhang Xing. I'm going to kill you guys. Chow Mo smiled coldly and clenched his hands tightly with great momentum. Ah! Xiao Mo, where are you pinching me? Let me go! Su Muyo screamed suddenly. Xiao Mo came back to his senses and found that his hand was actually pressing on a ripe peach. Juice would come out of it with a light pinch, but Xiao Mo opened his 5 fingers and grabbed it hard, sinking deep into it. If water could really be squeezed out, it would definitely flow down through Xiao Mo's fingers. Ah, auntie, do you believe me when I say I didn't mean it? Xiao Mo explained with a bit of a stutter. I really didn't mean to do that. I was just thinking about Aunt Sue's past life and was so engrossed in it that I lost my focus. You get out of here. Su Muyo stared at Xiao Mo shyly. Helpless, Xiao Mo could only leave Aunt Sue's room. After seeing Xiao Mo leave, Su Muyo buried her head tightly in the pillow and let out a scream. Fortunately, the room was well soundproofed and she was yelling into the pillow, so the sound couldn't be heard. It took a long time for Su Muyo to calm down. What to do? Xiao Mo seems to really have that kind of idea about me. What should I do? What should I do? She rolled around on the bed like a little girl. Xiao Mo has reached puberty and is developing a desire and curiosity for women. I can't go on like this. He dared to pinch me in front of me today, and he will dare to do even more tomorrow. Will he force me? Su Muyo sat up from the bed. He untied his bathrobe, stared behind him, and was stunned. How come Xioma is so strong? Su Muyo looked at the palm print with a blushing face. She wondered if Xiao Mo would break into her room at night and do something inappropriate to her. Su Muyo quickly shook her head to get rid of the idea. The more she thought about it, the hotter she felt. No, I can't just sit there and wait for death. As the saying goes, it's better to loosen things up than to block them. If it really doesn't work, I'll do it for him. Chapter 5, Rebirth and the First Pot of Gold. Xiao Mo had no idea that Aunt Su had so many inner thoughts. He returned to his room and fell into a deep sleep. Perhaps because of his rebirth, he always felt that his sleep quality was very good. It's so good that I feel full of energy after sleeping for less than 6 hours. The next morning, Xiao Mo got up from the bed and went about his daily routine of peeing. Tsk tisk, it's still good to be young. Being young means being energetic. Unlike the middle-aged people in the previous life, who had problems such as kidney yin deficiency, kidney yang deficiency, spleen deficiency, stomach deficiency, etc., this time you have to pay attention to your health, at least your kidneys must be healthy. I feel like I'd become much stronger after my rebirth. I played with Han Roru for an hour yesterday and still felt full of energy. Is this the benefit of being reborn? Whether it is a rebirth benefit will be verified later. Today he is going to the prize redemption center to exchange money. I went out to the living room but didn't see Aunt Su. She must have gone to work. Auntie Su is such a workaholic. Moreover, she works so hard but her skin is still in such good condition. This reminded him of Aunt Su whom he met in his previous life, who looked old and tired like a little old lady. Xiao Mo took a taxi to the Hangzhou Lottery Prize Redemption Center. Hello, I want to claim my prize. Here's my winning lottery ticket and my ID card. The salesperson was a young lady. When she saw the lottery winning number in Xiao Mo's hand, her heart suddenly jumped. It turned out to be the 300,000 grand prize from last night. Seeing that Xiao Mo was still so young, she was envious again. He was so lucky. Please wait a moment. Our manager will personally hand the check to you in a moment. Xiao Mo smiled and nodded. He roughly estimated that out of the 300,000 grand prize, he would still have about 240,000 left. These 240,000 yuan are his starting capital in this life. After a while, a middle-aged man in a suit came out with a red foam plaque and a man holding a camera. Xiao Mo also took out the pleasant goat headgear that he had prepared in advance. The manager and the photographer were both stunned. Start taking pictures. I won't show my face. After hearing what Xiao Mo said, the manager could only take a photo with pleasant goat. What should be hidden should be hidden. In particular, we must not let Jing Xing and Han Ruru, the couple, know that if we want to take revenge, we must do it by surprise. After taking the photo, Xiao Mo took the check to the designated bank to handle the transfer. Within half an hour, he received a message that 240,000 yuan had arrived. Then Xiao Mo was not idle either, and rushed to the Guosen Securities building in Hangzhou without stopping. The first step to becoming rich is, of course, to invest in stocks. As a financial tycoon in his previous life, how could he make his fortune without stock trading? Besides, there is a favorable stock today that must be bought. When you arrive at Guosen Securities, you must open an account first. Hello, please help me register an account. Chow Mo handed over a series of documents. Okay, wait a minute. The staff was very polite and started to operate after taking the documents. 20 minutes later. Sir, I've linked your bank card. This is your account. You can conduct transactions in the customer area next door. There are free computers there. The staff member pointed to the customer area and said. Chow Mo thanked him and walked towards there. The rows of computers felt a bit like an internet cafe. Chow Mo found a seat and sat down to log into his account. Find the stock, Filong Real Estate. It was just 9:30 in the morning and the stock market had just opened. There was a reason why Chow Mo chose this stock. This stock was a hot stock in 2012. Today is the first day of listing of this new stock. The issue price is low, but the potential is huge. Always have a full warehouse, and always have tears in my eyes. All in. He spent a total of 240,000 to buy Filong Real Estate. This was the confidence that his rebirth gave him. Log out of the account and wait to pick up the money. 2 days later, Chow Mo withdrew all his money from the stock market to his bank card, a total of 800,000 yuan. In just 2 days, a full 800,000 was accumulated. This is the confidence that rebirth gave Chow Mo. This speed is the same as when Chow Mo earned 8 million in his previous life. But the sense of accomplishment is different. After all, Chow Mo is extremely poor now, and the 800,000 yuan has a different meaning to him. Today is August 27th, and it's only a few days away from September 2nd. Chow Mo was always thinking about time. August 29th is the day he goes to school, but he definitely won't be able to go to school on time this time. He has to wait until September 2nd to make sure that Aunt Sue will not have any accidents before he can go to school with peace of mind. Bite. His cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Zhang Xing calling him. Hey, Lao Chow, I'm going to start school tomorrow. Let's have a good meal together today. We brothers won't leave until we're drunk. Chow Mo wanted to refuse but was afraid that Zhang Xing would become suspicious, so he agreed without hesitation. Okay. The address is Lao Xia Barbecue on Hongqing East Road. Please arrive on time at 6 p.m. I've ordered food in advance and am waiting for you. I'm going to treat you to a feast today. Zhang Xing seemed particularly excited. After hanging up the phone, Chow Mo started to think in his mind. In his previous life, Zhang Xing never invited him to dinner. Zhang Xing and Han Ruru both study in northern Zhejiang province. They will set off tomorrow afternoon and officially start school the day after tomorrow morning. Chow Mo was studying in Hangzhou, and school also started the day after tomorrow morning, but he still had time to leave that day. Go and have a meal with him, to avoid any more accidents. 5:45 p.m. Chow Mo arrived at the address given by Zhang Xing 15 minutes early. This is the time when the barbecue street night market begins. The barbecue stalls on the roadside are next to each other, and the key is that they are all crowded with people. I have to say that Hangzhou is indeed a big city. This kind of scene is very common on the streets in later generations, but this is not later generations, this is 2012. Chow Mo picked up his phone and called Zhang Xing. I'm already here. I didn't see you at the barbecue stall. Are we there? Zhang Xing on the other side responded immediately. Wait at the door for a moment, I'll pick you up now. After hanging up the phone, almost a minute passed. Chow Mo saw Zhang Xing running out of the barbecue restaurant, calling Chow Mo's name as he ran. Lao Chow, come in quickly, this barbecue restaurant is really good, the grilled food is really good. Zhang Xing smiled and pulled Chow Mo in. It was only after entering the house that Chow Mo discovered that there was a hidden gem inside. The decoration inside was simple and elegant, and there were many independent private rooms. How come you found such a high-end store today? Chow Mo asked casually. Zhang Xing patted his chest proudly. This is the last day of summer vacation, and we two brothers should enjoy it. This time, Zhang Xing opened a small private room for 4 people. Pushing open the door, Chow Mo saw a familiar figure. Han Ruru is here too? Chow Mo looked amused. Yes, Ruru and I went shopping all day today, so it's a good idea for the 3 of us to get together in the evening. Zhang Xing sat down next to Han Ruru. Han Ruru greeted Chow Mo, and Chow Mo looked back at her, but with a playful expression. Chow Mo noticed something was wrong as soon as he sat down. There was a large plate of greasy skewers on the table, with only a dozen or so skewers of enoki mushrooms and leeks left. Have they finished eating? Lao Chow, what are you still standing there for? Come and try the roasted leeks. Let me tell you, this stuff is really good. Zheng Xing took a bunch of leeks and placed them in front of Chow Mo. He even enthusiastically opened a can of beer for him and said, "Come on, Lao Chow, let's have a drink." Chow Mo looked at this scene and smiled coldly in his heart. You are really my good brother. You agreed to ask me to come at 6 o'clock. I arrived 15 minutes early, but you had already finished eating. What if I came at 6 o'clock? I'm afraid there won't be even a leaf left. Zhang Xing said seriously, Old Chow, why didn't you come earlier? We've been brothers for so many years, don't you understand my habits? Old Chow, why are you so late? It's all your fault. Look, now we can't even eat barbecue. But luckily, the grilled dishes in this restaurant are delicious. Ruru and I couldn't bear to eat it, so we saved it for you. Zheng Xing looked at Chow Mo with a resentful look on his face. He didn't mention that he had finished the barbecue, nor did he ask the boss to serve Chow Mo some more barbecue. Just kept blaming Chow Mo. Chow Mo's face was black with anger now. The food is delicious, but you leave it for me? You are such a human being. You just don't want to eat vegetables, but you specifically say it to disgust me. Blame me for being late? I arrived 15 minutes early and you guys had already eaten all the meat. Now you have the nerve to blame me. He touched the beer and it was completely cold. You know, there is air conditioning in the private room, which can release all the coolness of the ice beer. They have been eating here for several hours. Boss, check out. As soon as Zheng Xing finished shouting, a fat female boss walked in. Hello, the total bill is 680 yuan. Who will pay the bill? The fat boss stood at the door with a smile. This table is for big customers. In this day and age, it is very rare for a table of barbecue to cost more than 600 yuan. Zheng Xing took the bill and said, Lao Chow, since we've almost finished eating, let's each pay half. Chow Mo froze in his beer drinking motion. What did you say? He asked again. Zheng Xing raised the bill in his hand and said, I say we each pay half. You can't let Roro pay. Han Roro sat aside with an embarrassed look on her face, not daring to say a word. Zhang Xing hadn't told her that Chow Mo would be coming to today's barbecue, and they had already been eating for nearly 3 hours. Letting Chow Mo pay for it at this time. Is Zhang Xing trying to trick his brother? Chapter 6, Get Zhang Xing drunk, I'll collect some interest first. Zheng Xing also frowned at this time. What's wrong, Lao Chow, you know my rules. Even though we're good brothers, I can't just treat you to a meal. My money doesn't come from the wind. I'm still a student. We've always paid half of our meals. Don't you understand my rules after all these years? Chow Mo's eyes turned increasingly gloomy as he looked at Zheng Xing. He resisted the urge to flip the table and hit him on the head, a strange smile playing on the corner of his mouth. Don't be impatient, I haven't even had much to drink yet and you're already leaving in a hurry. Sit down and drink with me for a while. Boss, we'll settle the bill later. First, bring me 2 boxes of beer and a bottle of white wine. We'll settle the bill together after we finish drinking. The boss was overjoyed when he heard this. He happily went to get the beer and brought up a bottle of Lao Baigan. Lao Chow, we've had enough to drink today. There's no need to serve so much. Zheng Xing's heart was pounding as he looked at the 2 boxes of beer and a bottle of white wine. You've almost finished drinking, and I haven't even had a few sips yet. Chow Mo said coldly. This. Zheng Xing was choked, and seeing Chow Mo's angry face, he also looked a little embarrassed. Zheng Xing suddenly slapped his thigh, pointed at the wine, and made a bold statement. Okay, I'll accompany you until we're drunk today. Let's have a good drink together, brothers. Come. Chow Mo raised his beer, clinked it with Zheng Xing's, and then drank it in one gulp. Zheng Xing, not to be outdone, also finished the whole can in one gulp. Great, come again. Han Ruru felt inexplicably nervous watching this scene. She always felt that something was wrong with Chow Mo today. Ever since he threatened her with a video last time, Han Ruru felt that Chow Mo was not as honest as he appeared. Will he willingly swallow this loss? Are you willing to be a sucker for Zheng Xing just because you are a good brother? Han Ruru laughed at herself. She actually thought Chow Mo treated Zheng Xing as a good brother? He even slept with his brother's woman. How can he be called a good brother? As he drank beer, he found it boring. Come on, drink white wine. Chow Mo waved his hand, placed 2 cups in front of him and Zheng Xing, and then poured 2 full cups of white wine into them. Let's each have a glass, drink. Chow Mo picked it up and took a big bite without saying a word. Zheng Xing was a little timid at first, but when he saw Chow Mo drinking so freely, he also picked up the drink and took a big gulp. Just like that, with a plate of peanuts, 2 boxes of beer and a bottle of white wine, he drank for nearly 2 hours. By the end of the drinking, Zheng Xing was so drunk that he couldn't speak. Pointing at the wine on the table, he kept saying ABA ABA. Zheng Xing, you are drunk. You can't drink anymore. Han Roro looked at Zheng Xing, who was so drunk that he could no longer hold on, and spoke. She wanted to reach out and hold Zheng Xing to prevent him from falling, but the drunk man had no strength in his body and couldn't even sit still. Drink. Keep drinking. Zheng Xing suddenly blurted out this sentence. After saying this, he lay down on the table without any warning, not moving. At the same time, a deafening snoring sound came from his mouth. Zheng Xing, Zheng Xing. Wake up, don't sleep here. Han Roro shook Zheng Xing weakly. She is a little overwhelmed now. How can she take Zheng Xing back when he is so drunk? What's he like when he's drunk? Suddenly, Chow Mo asked out of the blue. Han Roro was stunned for a moment but answered honestly, when I'm drunk, I'm like a dead pig. No matter how hard you try, I can't wake up. I sleep for at least 2 hours. At the same time, she also asked, you don't have a mouth? Chow Mo curled the corners of his mouth and looked at Zheng Xing with a cold expression. He thought to himself, you really are my good brother. Everything happens for a reason. In your previous life, you robbed my company and ruined my family. All of this was a foreshadowing. Don't worry, Zheng Xing, you won't live long. Chow Mo glanced at Han Roro and then at Zheng Xing with a playful look. Of course I'm not drunk. If I get drunk, who will help you relieve stress? Han Roro was stunned for a moment, and it took her 2 seconds to react. She stared at Chow Mo in disbelief. Are you crazy? What if Zheng Xing finds out if we stay here? Chow Mo didn't care. Didn't you say he slept like a dead pig? How can I give up such a good opportunity? This. Han Roro's heart beat faster and her expression swept across Zheng Xing's face nervously. She was very conflicted now. If Zheng Xing finds out about this, she won't be able to defraud money anymore. But if she doesn't do this and Chow Mo exposes it, Zheng Xing will break up with her and she won't get the money. And, it's really exciting here. How should I choose? Chow Mo stood up and walked to Han Roro, pulling her out of her seat. As soon as Han Roro came out, Chow Mo pressed her against the wall of the box. Still hesitating, look at what has become. Chow Mo locked the door of the box with one hand while his other hand was busy. Han Roro gritted her teeth to prevent herself from making any sound. Cover his eyes with this. Chow Mo pointed at Zheng Xing while holding Han Roro's panties and ordered her. Good. In the private booth, Chow Mo leaned back on the sofa with his hands, and Han Roro was in his arms. An hour and a half later. Han Roro leaned on the sofa with a flushed face. She needs to take it slow. Chow Mo straightened his clothes and said, your boyfriend is such a good sleeper. He didn't even hear you when you were screaming so loudly just now. Han Roro rolled her eyes at Chow Mo and said, it's all your fault. You really don't know how to cherish someone else's girlfriend. After saying this, Zheng Xing at the table suddenly moved, and Han Roro immediately took off the panties covering his eyes. Hiss, my head hurts. Zheng Xing opened his eyes dazedly and saw Chow Mo the first thing he saw. Old Chow, you're not drunk, are you? Chow Mo smiled faintly, I'm drunk. I slept for an hour. Zheng Xing glanced at his phone in frustration. Sorry, Roro, I drank too much and have already slept for an hour and a half. Let me take you home first. He has to take the bus to school tomorrow, and he is worried that Han Roro won't get enough rest. Ha? Well, alright then, let's go. Han Roro smiled unhappily and moved her body while enduring the pain. Ro, why is your face so red? Oh, maybe it's too hot. Let's go home. Zheng Xing didn't forget to pay his half of the money when he reached the door. Zheng Xing supported the limping Han Roro and walked away. By the way, Roro, I bought a new bicycle a few days ago. Just buy it. What are you telling me? Han Roru was puzzled. Zheng Xing scratched his head. I'm busy cycling lately and don't have time to accompany you. I'm afraid you'll be angry. Han Roru was stunned when she heard this. She snorted coldly, then just go with your bike and don't come to me again. Han Roru thought with regret, Zheng Xing actually abandoned his girlfriend for a bicycle? Do you still ride a bicycle? Do you know that your bicycle is almost broken by others? Hey, Roru, don't be angry. At worst, I can buy you one and we can ride together. Zheng Xing hurriedly chased after him. Chapter 7 Aunt Sue's Stress Relief Tutorial. After leaving the barbecue restaurant, Chao Amo took a taxi back to Aunt Sue's house. Jian Yen had already gone to school today, so only Aunt Sue and Chao Amo were at home. At this time, Su Muyo had just returned from the company. She lay on the sofa, looking absent-minded. Jian Yen has been at home these past 2 days, and Chao Amo hasn't done anything excessive to me. But Jian Yen left today, and it's just Chao Amo and I at home. He won't force me to do anything weird, right? I read in a book that sexual repression for too long can lead to extreme behavior. In the middle of the night, they used the excuse of sleepwalking to secretly force me, and bought some obedient water from those hooligans to force me. What if they even made me use their mouth? Su Muyao didn't dare to think about it. Her mind was now filled with images of Chao Emo forcing her in various ways. Su Muyao felt very complicated. If Chao Emo really did that to her, should she resist? Or just lie there and let him do what he wants? The key point is that Chao Emo is so strong that if he really wants to do something to her, she probably won't be able to resist. No, I can't think about it. Su Muyao quickly drank 2 sips of cold water to calm herself down. The strange thoughts in her mind caused her body temperature to rise a lot, and now her face was red as if she had just run 800 meters. Snap! The door opened and Chao Emo came in from outside. Auntie Sue, did you just get off work? He changed into slippers at the door and walked towards the sofa. Su Muyao was a little embarrassed. Yes, I just got back too. Chao Emo came to the living room. He did not sit on the long sofa with Su Muyao, but sat alone on a small sofa, not far away from each other. Chao Emo picked up a glass of water and drank it, then secretly glanced at Aunt Sue. I was thinking, why is Aunt Sue acting weird today? Why is her face so red? Isn't the air conditioner on? Suddenly, Su Muyao stood up from the sofa. Chao Emo glanced at her doubtfully. Auntie Sue, have you eaten yet? Su Muyao paused. I just bought 2 dishes from outside. Let's eat together later. I'll go to the kitchen and bring them out first. Chao Emo nodded. He was so busy trying to get Zheng Xing drunk tonight that he really didn't eat anything. But why did he always feel that Aunt Sue seemed to be deliberately avoiding him? Why was this so? Kitchen. Su Muyao hurriedly closed the frosted glass door. She leaned against the stove, breathing softly. Xiao Ma just drank from my teacup, so didn't we kiss indirectly? He knew it was my cup. Did he do it on purpose? It's over. Xiao Ma seems to have been sexually repressed for too long. He dared to kiss me indirectly today and forcefully kiss me tomorrow. What about the day after tomorrow? When Su Muyao thought of this, her face suddenly turned blood red, as if blood would drip out immediately. No, I can't let Xiao Ma go on like this. We must find a way to help Xiao Ma release the pressure. Su Muyao murmured to herself, it's better to release it than to block it, it's better to release it than to block it. It's always good to let it out. After adjusting herself for a while, Su Muyao came to the living room carrying 2 plates of food. Chao Emo also stood up and walked towards the dining table. Thank you for your hard work, Auntie. Not only do you have to go to work, but you also have to buy groceries and wait for me. It's really hard for you. Chao Emo couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the 2 plates of sumptuous seafood feast on the table. He knew that his aunt came from a wealthy family. She is rich and willing to take care of him, so her character is absolutely impeccable. Su Muyao was in a daze for a moment. What nonsense are you talking about? Why are you still being polite to me? Chao Emo smiled, but in his heart he was thinking, the tragedy of the previous life will never happen again. Don't worry, Aunt Sue. Soon Chao Emo started to devour the 2 dishes. During this time, Aunt Sue suggested having a drink with Chao Emo, but Chao Emo refused. He drank a little too much tonight and didn't want to drink anymore. He just wanted to have a comfortable sleep after dinner. Dinner is over. Chao Emo went to the bathroom to take a shower, then returned to his room to rest. Su Muyao didn't show any abnormal behavior. After taking a shower, I went back to my room to rest. Until 1:30 in the morning. Su Muyao's bedroom door was secretly opened a crack, and then a little head stuck out of the door to observe secretly. She quietly opened Xiao Mo's bedroom door barefoot, and was relieved when she heard the snoring of the sleeping man in the room, and walked in quietly. Xiao Mo, you're already grown up. It's normal to be curious about women. But long-term depression is not good for your health. So, let Auntie help you release it. Su Muyao thought so. The velvet suspender nightgown slid down her smooth body to the ground, and Su Muyao slowly lay down on the bed. But when she really got the hang of it, she couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. It would be really hard for anyone to become Xiaoma's girlfriend. Su Muyao thought to herself. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Time passes. As the door was gently closed, the bedroom returned to silence. Only then did Xiao Mo dare to secretly open his eyes. He looked at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling with despair, alas. It was already a rare achievement that he was able to restrain himself from knocking Aunt Su down in that situation just now. This kind of woman is too tempting for him. Another reason to save Auntie. The next day. Xiao Mo got up early that day and happened to meet Aunt Su, who was still having breakfast in the living room. Good morning, Aunt Su. After saying hello, Xiao Mo sat opposite Aunt Su and started eating breakfast. Morning. Su Muyao replied weakly. Suddenly Xiao Mo pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to Su Muyao. Auntie Su, you eat too fast, your mouth is all covered with it. Su Muyao was stunned. She could see her face in the reflection of the phone screen. Maybe she drank too quickly, and the breakfast yogurt was stained at the corner of her mouth. Su Muyao licked it with her tongue. Suddenly, this action caused her brain to shut down immediately. The scene from last night resurfaced. For some reason, Su Muyao made a swallowing motion. Thick yogurt is like. Su Muyao's face suddenly flushed red, and it quickly spread, turning her neck and ears red. I'm done eating, I'm going to the company first. After leaving these words, Su Muyao quickly left the house, picked up her bag and ran away. Xiao Mo couldn't help but feel a little emotional when he saw Aunt Su rushing out of the door. It seems that Aunt Su really drank it yesterday. He just said it on purpose, just to see Aunt Su's reaction, but he didn't expect the reaction to be so big. Aunt Su is such a brave woman. After dinner, Xiao Mo also went out. Today is the day Zheng Xing and Han Roro go to school. As a good brother, how can Xiao Mo not send them off? Hangzhou had a high-speed rail station in 2012. High-speed rail services have also been opened to many provincial capitals in China. This time, Zheng Xing and Han Roro will take the high-speed rail. Lao Chao, let's keep in touch on the phone. We'll get together again on October 1st, when we have a holiday. Zheng Xing took Han Roro and Xiao Mo to say goodbye. Xiao Mo also smiled and waved casually. Good brother, next time we meet I will definitely give you a big gift that will definitely surprise you. As for this woman Han Roro, Xiao Mo didn't need to pay attention to her. Both she and Xiao Mo are the kind of people who are determined in their own goals and work hard towards them. Xiao Mo is working hard to make money and wants to take revenge and recreate the glory of his previous life. Han Roro just wants to be with a rich man, and she is willing to do anything as long as he has money. Moreover, Han Roro's mentality is closely related to her family. If her father had not owed a loan of 900,000 yuan, how could she be so advanced than her peers? You shouldn't think so much at this age. She is not like Xiao Mo, who has a mature soul living in a young body. Chapter 8 Chu University Campus Beauty. September 1st. Su Muyao has been hiding from Xiao Mo for 2 whole days. In the past 2 days, she and Xiao Mo only spoke to each other when they met at dinner. She basically stays in the company during the day and eats out at noon. Auntie Su is too shy to face me. Xiao Mo sighed secretly. It was obvious that he didn't do anything right. It was Aunt Su who took the initiative, but Aunt Su was still shy. Bite. 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 A series of mobile phone message reminders brought Xiao Mo back to his senses. He took out his mobile phone and took a look. It turned out that they were messages from some good boys in his dormitory. Dormitory head Zhang Hao, at what's wrong with you? You didn't even come to school when school started. Are you not planning on going? Shocked face. Lu Yuan error, at Lao Chao, that's right, what's wrong with you? It's the second day of school, why haven't you come yet? Did you get scammed while working a summer job? Seeing these two messages, Chow Mo couldn't help but smile. At the same time, two blurry figures also appeared in the memory, Zhang Hao with black framed glasses and a nerdy face, and Lu Yuan with a buzz cut and a dark spot. These are his best roommates in college sons. Chow Mo raised the corners of his mouth and typed quickly on the keyboard. Chow Mo, at everyone, don't worry, sons. Your dad is still at home, lying in the air conditioning. If nothing goes wrong, I will go to school the day after tomorrow morning. My house is nearby, you know. Chow Mo and his sons greeted him warmly. At this time, another person came out to refute him. Zhu Yuzhu, come on, I think you got entangled by a shady agency while working summer vacation. Are they saying they won't pay you if you leave early? Lu Yuan, old Chow, were you really scammed by a shady real estate agent? Dormitory head Zhang Hao, it's possible. He said last semester that he wanted to save money to buy a birthday present for Miss Chu. Lu Yuan, fuck, you really lick me, Lao Chow. The three people in the group were talking to each other, and their words were all asking Chow Mo to be more open-minded. Chow Mo was stunned for a moment, then he remembered what they meant by take it easy. In the second semester of his freshman year, Chow Mo wrote a love letter to the school beauty Chu Zihan, but not only was he rejected, but the letter was also posted on the campus website and he was ridiculed by the whole school. Although the student union blocked the post in time, the screenshots were still circulated in various QQ groups, and Chow Mo was nicknamed Chow Toad Mo. Chow Mo couldn't help but cover his face when he thought of this kind of thing. How embarrassing. Was I an idiot when I was young? But fortunately, his roommates were all clear-headed people. At this time, not only did they not mock Chow Mo, but they also comforted and enlightened him. Even Chow Mo, who has lived two lives, cherishes this kind of pure brotherhood. After all, such a relationship is rare in the workplace full of intrigue and deception. It can only be seen in a pure place like campus. Chow Mo tagged several roommates one by one in the group. At everyone. Don't worry, there's no way a mere woman could beat me. I, Chow Mo, will never hang myself on a tree, and I certainly won't let a woman control me. She's just a school beauty. Even if she takes off all her clothes and lies on top of me, I won't even look at her. After this sentence was sent, there was a brief silence in the group. In the end, it was the dormitory head Zhang Hao who responded first. Zhang Hao, old Chow, it's good that you figured it out. Honestly, we brothers have seen how much you've paid to pursue the school beauty. It's unfortunate that she rejected you. Lu Yuan, that's right, don't be so stupid as to lick her again, she has humiliated you so much. Several people were also happy that Chow Mo could say such words. They really couldn't bear to see Chow Mo being a bootlicker. You keep trying to please others but get rejected every day, and finally get humiliated online. Who wouldn't he be angry? Chow Mo, I went to school around the morning of September 3rd. I'm at my aunt's house now. I really have something to do. I'll bring you something good in a couple of days. Lu Yuan, is it true, godfather? Zhu Yuzhu, you are really my good father. Zhang Hao. After ending the QQ chat, Chow Mo couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions. By the way, what did Chu Zihan look like? I remember her breasts were a bit small, and her legs were quite white. The white moonlight of his youth also became blurred in his mind at this moment. Time is really a butcher's knife. Bite. The phone rang again. Why are you still chatting? Chow Mo thought someone in the group had sent a message again, but when he looked down, he found that it was not someone else. From Chu Zihan? Chow Mo's expression was a little strange when he saw the three words Chu Zihan. Why would she send me a message? Chu Zihan, Chow Mo, are you there? I heard that you haven't been to school for 2 days. Where are you now? Seeing this, Chow Mo's expression became a little intriguing. Chu Zihan actually took the initiative to send him a message? Also asked where he was? After all, the world was turned upside down and became something he was not familiar with. How come even Chu Zihan contacted him after his rebirth? After a minute, Chow Mo still didn't reply to the other party. Perhaps the other party was a little anxious and sent it again. Chu Zihan, Chow Mo, are you watching? Can we talk? School of Finance and Economics, female dormitory of the Department of Economics and Management. Chu Zihan's innocent and charming little face was tense and looked a little nervous. She saw a green light dot on the avatar in the chat box, which meant that the other party was online. You just don't want to reply to me? Chu Zihan gritted his teeth nervously. The chat box slides up. There were a few scattered chat records above, but they were all sent to her by Chow Mo, and she only replied to one or two occasionally. Just pick the replies that interest you. If you are not interested, just ignore it and don't care at all. It was as if no matter how many times she ignored the other party's messages, they would arrive on time the next day. Fixed good morning and good night. If it rains, I will ask if she needs an umbrella. If it is too hot, I will remind her to wear sunscreen. Today was the first time she took the initiative to send a message to Chow Mo, and it was also the first time she realized how it felt when someone didn't reply to her message. It was very uncomfortable. Bite. The phone rang. Chow Mo, just tell me what you have to say. Xu Zihan was very surprised when she saw the message, and she quickly typed a reply. Her slender fingers tapped quickly on the phone. I want to talk about the letter on the campus network. Xu Zihan just finished typing these words and felt that it was not good. She deleted the content again, thought about it and edited a new one. Xu Zihan, the photo on the campus website was not posted by me. I put it in the cabinet after receiving your letter and never showed it to anyone else. But I don't know how I lost it. Click send. Xu Zihan decided it would be better to be straightforward as she didn't want Chow Mo to misunderstand her. After a few seconds, the other party replied. Chow Mo, oh, I see. You know? That's it? Xu Zihan widened his eyes in disbelief. When she was about to explain to Chow Mo again, she found that his QQ avatar had turned dark. Offline. Chapter 9. Follow Ansu to the company. Chow Mo turned off his phone and stopped reading Xu Zihan's message. She said it wasn't her who sent it? Chow Mo sneered, it's just another trick to deceive the lickspill. How could I be a lickspill again in my rebirth? If anyone wants to lick him, let others lick him. What Chow Mo didn't know was that Xu Zihan was still in the dormitory staring at her phone with a wronged look on her face, because she was telling the truth. But for Chow Mo now, truth or lies doesn't matter anymore, he is no longer the impulsive brat. Bai Yueguang should die in memories. What Chow Mo needs to worry about now is Su Muyao's safety. In the evening, Su Muyao returned home and continued to avoid Chow Mo. This time Chow Mo will take the initiative. He came to Su Muyao's room, Aunt Su. Su Muyao, who was looking for clothes in the closet, was startled. Xiaoma, are you okay? What Su Muyao didn't realize was that she was trembling even when she spoke. The feeling Chow Mo gave her that night was really too shocking. She could hardly hold back that day. It was the madness of that day that made her ashamed to face Chow Mo now. Aunt Su, are you free tomorrow? Chow Mo pretended not to care. Tomorrow is September 2nd. According to the memory of the previous life, Aunt Su encountered an accident outside on this day, which led to the subsequent tragedy. Although Chow Mo didn't know the specific details, as long as Aunt Su didn't leave his sight, her safety would be guaranteed. Well, I still have to go to the company tomorrow. Su Muyao pretended to be calm and told the truth. So, is your company having a dinner party tomorrow or a collaborative dinner with other companies? No, Xiaoma, why are you asking? Really not? Aunt Su. Chow Mo continued to ask without giving up. Seeing Chow Mo so determined, Su Muyao chuckled. She didn't blame Chow Mo, it was because she didn't tell him her true identity. She is the general manager of Su Ming Group. If there is a dinner party or an event with other companies, she will be the first person to know. So she was sure that there was absolutely no such thing. There really wasn't a dinner party, nor was there a joint dinner with other companies. What do you want to ask, Xiaoma? Su Muyao was a little curious. Chow Mo hesitated in his place, actually. I want to treat Aunt Su to dinner tomorrow. I'm worried you won't have time, so I wanted to ask in advance. Su Muyao was stunned. Please treat me to a meal? Somehow she suddenly remembered the scene of that night again. My throat feels a little sticky for some reason. Su Muyao's face turned red instantly, like a stove with boiling water, and steam was coming out of her head. Aunt Su, what's wrong with you? No, it's okay. I'm fine. Then I'll text you tomorrow night. Okay. Su Muyao had forgotten how she could sleep. She always felt that there was something wrong with the way Chow Mo looked at her. Could it be that he discovered what happened that night? So is he planning to force himself on me tomorrow night? Su Muyao felt like she had discovered something incredible. No wonder Xiaoma was reluctant to leave even after school had started. It turns out he was waiting for this opportunity. But my jaw almost dislocated that day. Can we really do that? I'm so conflicted. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone to Shioma's room that night. Sumuya rolled around on the bed like a little girl. She was feeling very complicated, both scared and expectant. She tossed and turned all night until the early morning before falling asleep. The second day. Sumuya got up tiredly, had a quick breakfast, and drove to the company. Chao took a taxi and followed closely behind. He must be worried about Aunt Su going to the company alone. He will stay by Sumuya's side today. Let's see who dares to approach her. Su Ming Group. Sumuya was dressed in a well-fitting white suit, which was clean and neat, and had an indescribable sense of majesty. Hello, Mr. Su. Hello, Mr. Su. Everyone they met greeted Sumuya one by one. Sumuya nodded. Arriving at the office, she called her assistant over and asked, "Are there any special arrangements for the company today? Are there any activities with other companies that need to be handled today?" The assistant checked the schedule politely. "No, Mr. Su, you don't have any special arrangements today." Sumuya thought for a moment. "Have you heard which department is having a dinner party tonight?" The assistant thought about it carefully and said, "I haven't heard about it. There hasn't been any major events recently. I haven't heard about any dinner parties." Sumuya then nodded. "That's good, she has already prepared to attend Chaomo's banquet tonight. Even if there is one, she will turn it down. Group toilets. Hello, please don't spill it outside. Thank you for your cooperation." Chao Mo, wearing a mask, spoke to a young man who was using the toilet. He shook his head as he looked at her. "You're already splitting your hair at such a young age. You need to control yourself, young man." The young man immediately started cursing. "You stinky cleaning lady, are you crazy? Believe it or not, I'm going to complain to you." The man cursed, pulled up his pants and left the bathroom. He even spat on the ground before leaving. Alas, young people nowadays are really. Chao Mo shook his head and mopped the floor clean. This is his disguise today. He paid 500 yuan to have the cleaning lady clean the toilet for him. Paying to clean toilets is unheard of. But he couldn't think of any other good solution. Aunt Su seems to have a very high status. This Su Ming Group is a well-known listed company in Hangzhou, and this is the management team. Chao Mo looked around and thought, no wonder Aunt Su's house is in such a good location and the facilities are safe and advanced. Her annual salary must be over 1 million. Mentioning the Su Ming Group, Chao Mo recalled a big news in his previous life. It was said that the eldest daughter of the Su family was forced to marry into the Murong Group. Later I heard that this young lady had a miserable life. Her husband abused her every day, and her family didn't care about her. She was essentially sold to the Su family by her family. It's not that easy to get into a wealthy family. Chao Mo was a capitalist in his previous life, so he was quite familiar with the affairs among the wealthy families. Time passes by every second. Chao Mo didn't see Su Muyao come out of the office until the end of the afternoon. It was not until 5 o'clock, when it was time to get off work, that Su Muyao left the office with her bag. Did something happen on the way? Chao Mo couldn't help but think that if nothing happened at the company, then it might have happened on the road. Just when Chao Mo was about to sneak away, he found that Su Muyao was stopped again. "Mr. Su, the chairman wants you to come over." The assistant called Su Muyao. "The chairman is looking for me?" Su Muyao frowned slightly. She looked at the time and it was almost time for her appointment with Chao Mo. She sighed, "I know." Walked towards the chairman's office. Chao Mo's brows furrowed. What was going on? Why did the chairman suddenly ask Aunt Su to go back? Could this be the cause of the accident? I remember that this chairman is almost 60 years old. Chao Mo thought to himself, it is impossible for a man of this age to still hit his subordinates, right? Chairman's office. "Boss Su, you're looking for me." Su Muyao shouted without any emotion. The old man with half-white hair sitting in the main seat glanced at her and said, "It's time to get off work now, so don't call me by my title." Su Muyao frowned, not knowing what the other party was going to do, but still reluctantly called out, "Dad." "Yeah." Director Su nodded with satisfaction. He pointed to the chair opposite him and said, "Sit down, have a cup of tea, and I'll talk to you." Su Muyao looked at the time. Finally, he sighed helplessly in his heart. It seemed that he would be late for the appointment with Chao Mo. Mr. Su slowly poured Su Muyo a cup of tea. Drinking tea was one of the few hobbies of this old man. Su Muyo was in a bad mood. She drank most of the water in one gulp. What do you want from me? Director Su spoke slowly. You should know that the board meeting is coming soon, right? Su Muyo nodded. Chairman Su continued, are you confident that you can win the shareholders' votes? Su Muyo stopped talking. Whether or not she can get the support of shareholders is not just a matter of a word from her father. The key is whether he wants Su Muyo to win. Play a game of chess with me. Director Su pointed to the chessboard beside him and said to his daughter. Su Muyo couldn't refuse, so she obediently played chess with him. 5 minutes later. You're always impatient, whether it's playing chess or managing a company, you're always this impatient. Mr. Su seemed to be hinting at something. He added, go ahead. Morong Bo is waiting for you downstairs. Don't say that I, as your father, don't give you a chance. If I give you a chance, can you seize it? Su Muyo jumped up. She picked up the bag on the table and looked at her father coldly. When you say give me a chance, do you mean you want me to marry Morong Bo? Don't you know what kind of people they are? Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs, yet you, as a father, are so eager to give your own daughter away. After saying that, she slammed the door and walked out without even looking at Su Tianxiang. She didn't understand, how could there be such a father? Just to prevent her from joining the board of directors and to make way for his son, he forced her to marry someone else? The more Su Muyo thought about it, the angrier she became. She hurried to the bathroom, feeling so angry at her scumbag father Su Tianxiang that she was sweating all over her face. She washed her face with clean water. As soon as she looked up, she found a man in cleaning clothes standing behind her. The man suddenly covered her mouth with his hand and pulled her into the men's restroom. Whoa whoa! Su Muyo kicked her legs violently, her eyes full of disbelief. She was kidnapped in her own company? In the men's restroom, Chao Mo quickly took off his mask and hat. Auntie Su, don't scream, it's me, Chao Mo. Chao Mo pushed Su Muyo against the wall and whispered in her ear. Seeing the shock in Su Muyo's eyes gradually return to normal, Chao Mo slowly let go of her hand. Chao Mo? Why are you here? And why are you dressed like this? What do you want to do to me? In the small space of the toilet, Su Muyo could clearly feel Chao Mo's strong body. The two of them were pressed against each other's bodies, there was really no way around it. Sho, Aunt Su, don't talk, there are people outside. Chao Mo whispered in Su Muyo's ear. The hot air exhaled made Su Muyo feel hot all over, her body temperature rose rapidly, and she was about to lose her mind. After hearing what Chao Mo said, she also listened carefully to the noise outside. A burst of hurried footsteps sounded on the office floor. It's already time to get off work, so where do all these people come from? And the sound is very messy. Where is Su Muyo? A young man's strong voice. It's him. Su Muyo immediately recognized the owner of the voice in her mind. It was Morong Bo's voice. Morong Bo's exasperated voice followed, keep looking. I didn't see anyone going down the elevator or stairs. How could I possibly lose them? Another burst of hurried footsteps was heard. Su Muyo felt like her heart was about to jump out. What did Morong Bo mean by this? Catch me in the Su family's company? How dare he do that? Who allowed him to do that? Hold on, they seem to be coming. Chao Mo said it again in a low voice. Listening carefully, it seemed that the group of people were getting closer and closer to the toilet. Chao Mo was also a little panicked because the toilet door was the kind with an opening at the bottom. You can see people's feet from below. Auntie Su, sit on me. Chao Mo sat on the toilet and let Su Muyo sit in his arms. Put your legs back too. Hearing this, Su Muyo lifted her legs and crossed them on Chao Mo's lower back. Su Muyo's breathing became heavier. Especially in this state, she could clearly feel the strong muscles on Chao Mo's body. The situation is obviously extremely dangerous now. As long as they are exposed, they may be discovered by Morong Bo's men. Why would she have such thoughts in this situation? Su Muyo, what are you thinking about? Hot. It's so hot. Su Muyo buried her head in Chao Mo's neck, whispering softly, and her breath became hotter and heavier each time. The body is getting hotter and hotter. Even sitting in Chao Mo's arms, she couldn't help shaking her body. The footsteps outside were getting closer and closer. Although Chao Mo noticed Su Muyo's abnormality, he could do nothing at the moment. So the person who drugged me is the chairman of this group? There is only one explanation for Aunt Sue's current condition. Duh. Someone entered the men's restroom and was still walking in, getting closer and closer. Suddenly, in the stairwell, follow me. A strong voice attracted the attention of the man in the toilet. He immediately left the toilet and ran to the stairs. Call. Chow Mo sighed deeply, finally safe. I'm so hot. Su Muyo moved restlessly in his arms. Chow Mo's face froze, and he didn't seem safe either. Auntie Su, please stop moving. If you move again, something bad will happen. Chow Mo slapped Su Muyo's butt hard. A little harder. Su Muyo shouted in a daze. She had stripped off most of her clothes, and her fair and smooth skin rubbed against Chow Mo's. Auntie Su, you took the initiative, so I won't be polite. It's getting dark. Most of the people in the office building had left, and only then did two figures, a man and a woman, come out of the toilet, supported by each other. It is always difficult to wear a size 38 shoe for the first time if your size 42 foot is too big. This is what happened to Su Muyao. She can't even walk now. He could only rely on Chow Mo's support to leave. Aunt Su, who are those people today? He is one of the major shareholders of our company. Su Muyao knew that Chow Mo would definitely ask. Su Muyao's eyes flashed coldly when she thought of this. I really didn't expect that she would be plotted against by her own father. He is such a beast to do this to his own daughter. Don't worry, they won't attack me again, you have to believe me. Su Muyao spoke with a solemn vow. Su Muyao knew that the next time she would meet them would be at the shareholders' meeting. It won't be long. Chapter 10 Chaos in the Financial Circle. On September 3, Chow Mo arrived at school as he wished. Hangzhou University of Finance and Economics. As soon as Chow Mo arrived at the gate of the Finance Institute, he felt the breath of youth. The weather is hot, so the girls all change into cool clothes. Standing on the roadside and looking at their white thighs is a unique experience. This is college. This is youth. After expressing his feelings for a few moments, Chow Mo prepared to go to school. Familiar memories flooded into his mind again, and Chow Mo recalled as he walked. After a while, we arrived at the dormitory building of the finance department. The familiar second floor of the dormitory. Chow Mo kicked the dormitory door open with a bang. Dad, I'm back, sons. A familiar way of greeting. As soon as he entered the dormitory, several people in the dormitory started yelling and cursing at him. You still remember to come back? I thought you were sold by a black agent. We're struggling in school while you're comfortable at home. As soon as they entered the door, Lu Yuan and Zhu Yuzhu started to attack Chow Mo. Chow Mo smiled indifferently. Take it. He pulled out a pack of Huangdalu from his pocket and said, take it and smoke it. Your dad is in a good mood, so smoke as much as you want. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the two men's eyes lit up and they snatched the cigarettes. Thank you, foster father. You see, a pack of cigarettes can settle the score between two sons. Howsy, they're not worthy of smoking good stuff, let's get a Zhonghua. Chow Mo took out another pack of cigarettes and gave two to Zhang Hao. Two people were smoking on the balcony with smiles on their faces. You came back just in time. We were just planning to go out for dinner and were waiting for you. Zhang Hao exhaled a puff of smoke and said, Okay, I haven't eaten yet. Chow Mo agreed immediately. But he also asked, why don't you eat in the cafeteria? Zhang Hao glanced at him and said, right now, only the cafeteria is open. Is the food in the cafeteria for people to eat? Chow Mo understood as soon as he heard this. The first canteen of the School of Finance and Economics is indeed not for people to eat in. Generally, people go to the third canteen to eat. The taste of the food in the third canteen is not much different from that in restaurants outside. Then let's go to the same place? The old place. The old place they were talking about was the place where they often gathered in dormitory 205. In Hangzhou City, near a Powerlong shopping plaza. Sitting in the taxi, Chow Mo kept thinking about one thing. How to get more capital in the short term. He wants to give it a try. He needs more funds before the next stock market opens. I'm not qualified to apply leverage yet. What else can I do besides leverage? To apply leverage, one needs to open an account for more than half a year and the total account assets must reach 500,000, which is definitely not achievable with Chow Mo's current capital. Chow Mo had access to many illegal channels in his previous life, but he could not access them in his new life because he had no identity or status. Power Long Shopping Mall. Lao Chow, you just came back today, don't you want to treat us? Zhu Yuzhu looked at Chow Mo with a sly look. Chow Mo rolled his eyes speechlessly. You just finished smoking my cigarette and now you want to eat my meal? You want to eat and take it at the same time? A few of them were chatting casually. Only Lu Yuan was looking around with his eyes narrowed. What are you looking at? Zhang Hao asked. Lu Yuan's face suddenly lit up with a smile. He pointed to a table of people farther away and said, I found a beauty, a stunning beauty. He glanced at Chow Mo again and said, she's comparable to your goddess. Everyone looked in the direction of his finger. Sure enough, I saw a man and a woman sitting opposite each other not far away. She already has a boyfriend, why are you still staring at her? Zhu Yuzhu looked disdainful. Lu Yuan shook his head, definitely not boyfriend, I think it's more like a leader and a subordinate, the two have different auras. Lu Yuan looked mysterious. Chow Mo also glanced sideways and saw a man and a woman arguing there. Is it her? Chow Mo had seen this woman before. She was the general manager of Guasun Securities, and her name seemed to be Li Shirhan. Chow Mo had talked to her when he was trading stocks that time. Crash. Suddenly, the sound of a table being overturned was heard in the originally quiet restaurant. It was that man and woman. Manager Li, you really deserve to be a student in the United States. You've completely mastered the wildness and unrestrainedness of foreigners. The middle-aged man with a big belly glanced coldly at the mess on the ground. Mr. Wang, our relationship is just professional. Please don't overstep your bounds. The woman replied with forced calmness. Job related? Ha 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 ha. Li Shirhan, my patience with you is limited. If it really comes to the last resort, do you think you can fight me? Just because you're a returnee? I'm telling you, if I want you to, even if you're a cuckold, you have to curl up on the bed obediently. Mr. Wang laughed unscrupulously, and his cold and lustful eyes swept over Li Shirhan's plump figure. Especially that delicate face. He has never played with such a beautiful woman. It must be fun to play with such a sexy body. Mr. Wang's cold and harsh words reached Li Shirhan's ears, and she angrily held the bag in her hand. Li Shirhan, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Just apologize to me honestly and come with me obediently, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, you'll have to give up this manager position. Mr. Wang threatened Li Shirhan as if no one was around. This is how the financial circle is. The road to promotion is crowded with people. If you are capable, others are not bad either. In the final analysis, it is not about strength but about connections. You. Li Shirhan was also very angry when faced with such a blatant threat. You want me to do that? Even if I don't work in finance after leaving Guasun Securities, I won't sell my body, and I won't let a scum like you succeed. She picked up a glass of water from the table and poured it at Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, who was pregnant, obviously didn't expect Li Shirhan to be so strong-willed, and was hit in the face by a glass of water. He immediately became angry. Bitch! You little slut, you're so shameless. You really think I wouldn't dare do anything to you, right? Today I'll let you see if I dare. Mr. Wang jumped up, grabbed Li Shirhan's slender wrist, and then pulled her in front of him with force. Ah! Let me go, or I'll call the police. She shouted and hit Mr. Wang with her handbag. But she was a woman after all, and her strength was far inferior to that of a man. Not only did she fail to break free from the restraints, but she was also pulled into the arms of the fat man. The owner of this store is my friend. I wonder who would dare to help you. Even if you call the police, what's the use? I've been in the officialdom for decades, and if I can't even handle this little thing, then my career would be in vain. Mr. Wang stared at Li Shirhan's face with lustful eyes, ready to touch her. Snap! A bottle of mineral water hit him on the head accurately. Mr. Wang covered his head in pain, and Li Shirhan took the opportunity to escape. Who? That blind man dared to hit me? Hearing this, Chow Mo rolled his eyes speechlessly. Is this the workplace of 2012? This is too rampant, isn't it? In his previous life in the financial world, transactions like this were all conducted within the circle. Are all transactions done in public restaurants in this era? Hey, you fat pig, stop looking, it's me. Chow Mo stood behind him and spoke calmly. As Chow Mo stood up, several of his roommates also stood together. The four of them standing together looked quite intimidating. Who are you? How dare you throw mineral water at me? Mr. Wang grimaced in pain, covering his head and uttering harsh words. Li Shirhan also noticed the man standing not far away. Isn't this the college student who trades stocks? He helped me. It's good enough that I didn't hit you with the stool, but you, a fat pig, actually threatened a girl to sleep with you in broad daylight? Do you believe I'll call the police to arrest you? I also want to see how strong your background is. Chow Mo looked at Mr. Wang, who was pregnant, with disdain. He wanted to use such means to gain unspoken control? You and I were far worse than that in our previous lives. You're talking nonsense. When did I ever threaten her? Mr. Wang's face looked a little ugly. He didn't know where this young man came from. Nonsense? Fatty, your cultivation is still too shallow. Chow Mo raised the phone in his hand. I recorded it all clearly. Mr. Wang, with a big belly, was stunned for a moment. He obviously didn't expect Chow Mo to secretly record the video, but he was not scared. Do you think the police can arrest me just because of the video? How naive. Mr. Wang sneered, oh, so what even if you call the police? Do you really think I can be intimidated by you? Unexpectedly, Chow Mo also grinned, call the police? Who said I was going to call the police? Mr. Wang and Li Shirhan were both stunned. Then Chow Mo continued. I was planning to send this video to the newspaper. 2 photos, a video, and a sensational story. It's about a 50-year-old boss threatening a 20-year-old subordinate to sleep with him. TSK, TSK, TSK. I can't believe how famous you'll become once this report comes out, Mr. Wang. Chow Mo clicked to play the video with a provocative look on his face. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Mr. Wang's face suddenly turned ashen. He didn't expect that the college student in front of him would come up with such an idea. He was indeed not afraid of calling the police. Anyway, he didn't really do anything to Li Shirhan. At most it's just verbal insults, nothing can be done. But it would be a different story if this matter were reported in the news. Whether it was true or not, it would have an impact on him or Guasan Securities. Good boy, you are really good. Mr. Wang cursed inwardly. But Chow Mo stretched out a hand with 5 fingers standing in front of him. I don't want much, just 500,000 and I'll delete the video. Chapter 11, Capital Allocation and Leverage, Su Muyo has a boyfriend? 10 minutes later, Mr. Wang, with a big belly, left the restaurant with an unhappy look on his face. Not only did he fail to win over the beauty Li Shirhan today, but he was also intimidated by a college student. He was very angry. TSK TSK, I got 50,000 yuan just like that. It's faster than what I made from stock trading. Chow Mo grinned as he looked at the 50,000 yuan that had arrived in his account on his phone. 500,000 is impossible. Mr. Wang is not a fool. If he is really pushed into a corner, even posting the video online will be of no use. It is unacceptable for him to have been in the financial field for many years without any connections. Government officials, in particular, particularly like to deal with senior financial executives. After all, the speed at which money is made in the financial sector is second only to corruption and robbery. Chow Mo has a deep understanding of this. The 3 roommates looked at Chow Mo as if he were a ghost. What was going on? Not only did he help this beautiful woman out of trouble, but he also made 50,000 yuan. Awesome. The 3 of them fought silently in their hearts. Mr. Chow, thank you for what I just did. Li Shirhan bowed to Chow Mo with a serious expression. It was indeed her negligence. She didn't expect that Mr. Wang would dare to attack her in such a public place. She thought she could just endure the disgust and it would be over. After all, work still had to go on. If she really offended him, her future would be over. But she didn't expect that even this restaurant was part of Mr. Wang's plan. If it weren't for Chow Mo, she would have been in trouble today. Manager Li knows my name? I've seen your trading background before. Li Shirhan did not shy away from this. Thank you for what you did today. Li Shirhan thanked again. Please buy me a drink. Ah. She didn't react for a moment. Aren't you going to thank me? Then buy me a drink. Is it so straightforward? Although a little surprised, Li Shirhan still smiled politely. Of course, there's a bar upstairs, let's go there. Good. Just like that, Chow Mo left all his roommates behind and went upstairs to eat with Li Shirhan alone. Originally, Li Shirhan wanted to invite several of his roommates to join him, but they probably felt that they couldn't let go and refused. The second floor of Powerlong Shopping Center. In a booth in a bar called Leisure, Chow Mo and Li Shirhan sat opposite each other. There was a glass of wine in front of Chow Mo, and a glass of juice in front of Li Shirhan. How long has Manager Li worked at Guosen Securities? Chow Mo suddenly asked. Less than 2 years. Li Shirhan said after thinking for a while. And before that? I've been studying abroad. She didn't know why Chow Mo suddenly asked about her past, but it wasn't a secret, so she just told Chow Mo. They chatted on and on, from Li Shirhan's undergraduate studies at Zhejiang University to her studying abroad. After hearing this, Chow Mo couldn't help but look at Li Shirhan with a higher opinion. He hadn't expected her to be from a prestigious university and a returnee. No wonder she was promoted so quickly. Then Manager Li should have contacted a funding agency, right? Li Shirhan was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Indeed, I have come into contact with it. Then Manager Li, can you introduce me to a financing institution? You want to play with leverage? Li Shirhan suddenly thought of Chow Mo's recent stock market account. The profit was close to 60% in just a few days after the account was opened, so he wanted to play big. Not everyone can play with OTC margin trading. Once leverage is applied, there is no regret, and the losses involved are not something you can afford. Li Shirhan began to persuade. Don't worry, I understand the rules better than you do. You just need to introduce me to a funding agency, and don't worry about anything else. Do you really want to use leverage? Li Shirhan asked again. Under her burning gaze, Chow Mo nodded calmly, then responded with a serious and confident smile. Of course he knows how high the risk of over-the-counter financing is. Not only does he have to bear the risk of leverage, but he also has to pay usage fees. High risk, high reward. Chow Mo only believes in one sentence: always have a full portfolio and always have tears in his eyes. Okay, let me introduce you. Li Shirhan finally gave in. I really don't know whether this is helping him or hurting him. Saturday. The 20th floor of Su Ming Group is the core place of the entire group. The group's directors and core senior executives all work here. In an office without a name badge. Su Muyo and a charming woman sat opposite each other, with a tea table between them and 2 cups of coffee on it. Miss Su, I know you're having a hard time right now, but there's no need to give me a sour face. Su Muyo sighed, you know I'm not targeting you. The charming woman then smiled with satisfaction, and slowly picked up the coffee and took a sip. Look at you. When you first returned to the Su family, we clearly agreed that no matter how the family arranges things for you, you must learn to enjoy it. Since we can't get a penny of the family fortune, we'll just spend unlimited money in limited time. After Yi Yaoting finished speaking, she put her arm around Su Muyao's shoulders generously and gestured on her face with her hand. Come on, smile, I'll take you to have some fun. Su Muyo forced an ugly smile perfunctorily. Stop it, Ting Ting, our situations are different. What's the difference? I haven't had a good life either. Your current situation in the Su family is the same as my future situation in the Yi family. It's just that I'm a few days later than you. Su Muyao felt complicated after hearing this. After thinking for a long time, she still didn't tell Yi Yaoting that she was drugged that day. After all, the Yi family was not so cruel as to drug their own daughter, but this happened to Su Muyao. Seeing her best friend suddenly fall silent, Yi Yaoting secretly moved closer to her. You're wrong. Tell me, are you hiding something from me? She stared at her best friend with suspicion. No. No, what are you thinking? But Yi Yaoting had no intention of letting her best friend go. She moved closer to Su Muyo and put her arm around her waist. Wow, my Yao Yao has such a great figure. This small waist must fascinate thousands of boys. Let me see what's up there. Yi Yaoting played with her best friend with a wicked smile on her face. She knew that Su Muyo was in a difficult situation, and as her best friend, she couldn't help her much. This is the only way to make her feel better. No. That's not right. Yi Yaoting suddenly stopped. He asked suspiciously. Are you much bigger than before? Su Muyo didn't react for a moment. 2 seconds later, she blushed and slapped the hand off her chest, and said stubbornly. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not kidding, you're just bigger, almost half a size bigger, you're almost an E? Yi Yaoting looked at her best friend with certainty. Liar, we clearly agreed to develop together, but you are already at E and I am still at B, what a liar. Su Muya's mind went blank when her best friend said that. She looked calm on the surface, but her heartbeat was almost 180. She also discovered it the day before yesterday when her bra felt a little tight. The most important thing is that this isn't a natural development. It's because Chao Mo pushed too hard that day. Do you have a boyfriend? Tell me the truth. Chapter 12, Chao Mo and Aunt Sue's relationship exposed. School of Finance and Economics. Since the stock market is not open today, Chao Mo concentrates on exercising at school, even though the School of Finance and Economics is an ordinary second-tier university. However, the school still has a full range of leisure facilities for students, including a gym. Chao Mo spent the whole morning exercising in the gym. His physical condition is getting better and better, and the previous lack of familiarity between his brain and hands has improved a lot. I slept soundly in the afternoon. Until a phone call came. Jiang Yan? My mom asked me to pick her up tonight, but I've been working on a project report all afternoon and I don't think I'll be done until 8. Can you pick her up for me? A girl's gentle and calm voice came from the phone. She asked me to pick up Aunt Sue? Hey, Chao Mo, did you hear that? My tutor is here. I won't tell you anymore. I'll send you the address. Remember to pick up my mom. Beep, beep, beep. Jiang Yan hung up immediately after saying this, not giving Chao Mo a chance to refuse. Hello? Why did you hang up so quickly? Chao Mo looked at the hang-up notification on his phone speechlessly. He wondered where Aunt Sue had gone again and why did she need someone to pick her up. A few seconds later, he received a text message from Jiang Yan with the address of a bar. Aunt Sue, at the bar. Chao Mo felt inexplicably nervous. He remembered that Aunt Sue never went to the bar. After what happened last time, Chao Mo became wary. If it weren't for the fact that the School of Finance and Economics was not far from Aunt Sue's house, Chao Mo would have wanted to just not live in school. Downstairs of Su Ming Group. The two beautiful figures standing there were particularly eye-catching, and the eyes of all the men passing by lingered on them. When they saw that beautiful yet cold face, they all quickened their pace and left quickly. Yao, please stop putting on such a sour face every day. Your employees are scared when they see you. Yi Yaoting complained. Because she didn't get any information about the mysterious boyfriend out of Su Muya. There was a crack in the boat of friendship between best friends. Oh, I won't go. I'm too tired recently and I want to go back and rest. You can go and have fun by yourself. Yi Yaoting was unhappy when she heard this. No, what's the point of me going alone? Besides, I called Jiang Yan and she'll be here soon. I haven't seen her in such a long time. Can you bear to leave us both? Shayan is coming too? Su Muyao hesitated when she heard that Jiang Yan was coming too. Jiang Yan has been under a lot of pressure from her projects recently, so it would be nice to bring her out today to relax. So she agreed to Yi Yaoting's invitation. The two women drove to a bar called Zai Yi. Let's wait for Jiang Yan here. After getting off the car, their stunning looks once again attracted a lot of attention. As soon as the words fell. Then I heard a series of clicking sounds coming from not far away, and when I looked into the distance I could see the funny scene. I saw a handsome guy about 1.8 meters tall riding a pink electric scooter with a pink helmet on his head. He looked a little funny for some reason. The electric scooter stopped in front of the two girls. After seeing the handsome face under the helmet, Su Muya was stunned. Chao Mo? Chao Mo stopped the car and took off his helmet, then a relieved smile appeared on his face. Aunt Sue, come home with me. Yi Yaoting? Go home? Not only do they know each other, they live together. Do they live in the same house? Yi Yaoting's brain suddenly crashed. Su Muya, you're going to die. You're living with a man now. When did this happen? You two haven't already taken it to the final step, have you? Buzz. Hearing this call, Su Muya's pretty face immediately turned red, and her whole body looked like a steamed crayfish. She quickly reached out and covered her best friend's mouth. Don't scream, just listen to me first. Su Muya looked at Yi Yaoting with despair. Woo. Yi Yaoting nodded. That look seemed to be saying, let me see how you explain it. In the box on the second floor. Su Muyao first pulled Chao Mo aside and asked, "Why are you here?" "Jiang Yan asked me to pick you up. I couldn't get through to you on the phone. I thought something had happened to you again, Aunt Su." Chao Mo had an expression as if he had survived a disaster. Su Muyao took out her cell phone and took a look. Sure enough, the screen was black and the battery was out. "I'm sorry, Xiaoma. My phone was out of battery and I didn't notice. I made you come here for nothing." Su Muyao showed a look of guilt on her face. Chao Mo shook his head to show that he didn't care. "Who is that person?" "Aunt Su, are you safe with her?" Su Muyao nodded. "It's safe. She's my best friend. She was the one who invited me to the bar today." Chao Mo nodded. He felt relieved since Aunt Su was fine. "Chao Mo, since you're here, why don't we go in together? I've never been to a bar like this before, it's a bit." She didn't say the word afraid out loud, but instead changed the subject. "It's just right that you can take me home tonight." Su Muyao's face turned red when she said this. "Why send you home?" A playful smile appeared on Chao Mo's lips. He leaned close to Su Muyao's ear and whispered, "Auntie Su, are you doing what you did when you sneaked into my room that night?" Su Muyao's eyes suddenly widened. A blush quickly spread across her face and neck. You know everything?" At this moment, Su Muyao wished she could find a hole to crawl into. She thought Chao Mo was dead asleep that night, but it turned out he knew everything. "It's over. It's over. I made that sound at the time. I was so embarrassed. Is it okay, Aunt Su? Can we do it again?" Chao Mo was like a little devil, whispering and coercing Aunt Su in her ear. Su Muyao's face turned red like a ripe apple. Seeing the desire in Chao Mo's eyes, she softened her heart. "Then it depends on your performance tonight. If you don't perform well, you won't get it." "What performance?" Chao Mo was stunned. Su Muyao nodded towards the box behind her and said, "It's just to pass my best friend's test. What if I behave well? Then I'll help you again." Su Muyao blushed and agreed to the request. Soon after, Yi Yaoting sat in the middle of the sofa with her legs crossed, her arms around her chest, and looked at the two people in front of her with a serious look. Chao Mo and Su Muyao stood side by side, like a pair of children who had made mistakes, or like a couple meeting their parents. Bang! The wine glass hit the table. "You two, tell me the truth. When did you start your relationship?" Su Muyao, "We are not." Chao Mo, "Not yet." Chao Mo looked helpless. He had just asked Aunt Su how to pass the test of her best friend, and Aunt Su told him to improvise. "I feel numb. I'll just follow Aunt Su's instructions." The corners of Yi Yaoting's mouth twitched as she sneered. 3 words were written on her face, "Will I believe it?" "Tell me, when was the first time you did it?" Chao Mo glared. "I'm not your sister, how can you be so straightforward?" He chose to remain silent. What if he made things worse and got Aunt Su into trouble? "We really didn't, Ting Ting, you misunderstood." Su Muyao's face flushed, she bit her lips tightly, and tried her best to remain calm. But she and Yi Yaoting have been best friends for more than 10 years and are very familiar with each other. In Yi Yaoting's eyes, this behavior is so fake that it can't be more fake. "Miss Su, you have a bad habit of touching your ears whenever you tell a lie. This hasn't changed in more than 10 years. Chao Mo glanced sideways and saw Su Muyao awkwardly taking her hands off her ears. Her small, white ears were red and hot. Su Muyao also happened to glance sideways. The two looked at each other. After only a second, they quickly turned their heads away. It was obvious that they were both thinking of a memorable night. Yi Yaoting saw this scene. She roughly figured out the situation between the two of them. They liked each other, but they weren't officially dating yet. Maybe they had even slept together? Yi Yaoting complained in her heart, "We are not sisters, so this is what you mean by being too conservative? You're already playing with a little wolf dog and still call it conservative?" "Alas, it seems that I have to help them, my dear friend. I am really going to burn myself out for your happiness. You are so lucky to have me." "Ahem, that. Yao Yao, go out and wash your face and get some fresh air. I think you're going to suffocate to death." Su Muyao was still a little confused. But when she saw her best friend winking at her frantically, she knew that Ting Ting wanted to talk to Chao Mo alone. Su Muyao hesitated. Would it be bad to leave Chao Mo here alone? Would Tingting make things difficult for him? I'll give you 50 million to leave my best friend. You're not worthy of her. Breaking up is good for everyone. You told want to eat swan meat. These images flew through her mind in an instant. Oh, don't worry, I won't embarrass your boyfriend. Yi Yaoting sighed. Could it be that her best friend was obsessed with love? When Su Muyo heard this, her pretty face suddenly turned red, like a stove that had just boiled water. Tingting's words made her so embarrassed. Would Chao Mo mind? Her mind is already stupid now. Even at this time, the first thing she thinks about is whether Chao Mo will care. It is confirmed that she is in love. Su Muyo left with a red face. Hey, handsome boy, sit down. Yi Yaoting patted the sofa beside her. Your name is Chao Mo? Chao Mo nodded. How old are you this year? 20, a sophomore in college. College students. Yi Yaoting's eyes lit up, and she seemed to be longing for college life is good. Yi Yaoting touched Chao Mo's abdominal muscles as she spoke. Oh, 8 pieces. Not bad, not bad. Yao Yao should be very satisfied with you. Yi Yaoting looked at Chao Mo like a slave owner looking at a black person. As long as he was given a little benefit, he would work hard. Chapter 13. At worst, you can support him. Chao Mo was a little confused about what this good friend of Aunt Su was doing. Instead of asking about past relationships, ask about your health? And you say I do a good job. Ahem, let's get back to the topic. Yi Yaoting straightened her body with a serious expression. Chao Mo also looked serious. Does my Yao Yao have a good figure? Good. I can't say anything against my will, it's really good. Then is my Yao Yao pretty? Pretty. To be honest, there is basically no difference between Aunt Su and a 20-year-old college student standing together. She can even crush most girls in terms of appearance. She is at least on the same level as Luo Yue and Chu Zihan. Then my Yao Yao is in bed with you. Hey, I can't say that. Chao Mo stopped it in time and broke into a sweat. If he said this, he wouldn't be able to pass the trial. Yi Yaoting also smiled awkwardly, sorry for getting carried away. I just want to ask you one question, do you like Su Muya? Yi Yaoting stared at Chao Mo with scorching eyes as if 2 lasers were going to pierce him. Like. Chao Mo said these 2 words with great shame. It felt like you knew that orthopedic love had no future, but you still couldn't help falling in love with your sister. Young people are always full of fantasies about the opposite sex during adolescence, and Chao Mo once considered Su Muyo as his fantasy object. On the nights of my stressful senior year in high school, I imagined something unspeakable happening between me and Su Muyo. Bang! Yi Yaoting suddenly slammed the table in anger. Chao Mo, can you please be more responsible? You're still afraid to admit that the person has slept with you. Like? It's no use telling me that. You can tell whoever you sleep with. Don't make me look down on you. Chao Mo's face turned blue and white when he was scolded. He hadn't done anything wrong, but he felt guilty. Miss Su, could you please stop having such a stern face? How can I not understand you? If you really have no interest in Chao Mo, why would we still be sitting here? Su Munyao kept a straight face and said nothing. Yi Yaoting also looked at her helplessly. Her best friend was good in every way except that she was thin-skinned and couldn't bring herself to lose face. Yi Yaoting spoke earnestly. You should know that I'm doing this for your own good. Do I need to explain your current situation in the Su family? So what if you are a great contributor to the Su Ming group? So what if you work hard for the group? Who will support you in the end, and what will you gain? You can't even have a say in your own marriage, how dare you say you don't like it? In their eyes, you're just a tool to consolidate the group's position. Yi Yaoting became more and more excited as she spoke, as if she had already memorized it by heart. Because she was not only talking about Su Muyao, but also herself. Su Muyao, who was so outstanding, had to become a tool of the family, let alone her. Her abilities and experience were not as good as Su Muyao's, and even her looks were inferior to hers. Oh shit. The more Yi Yaoting thought about it, the angrier she became. She picked up a glass of wine and drank it in one gulp. Su Muyo hesitated to speak, even though the words were harsh, they were the truth. Hey, if you're really dissatisfied with Chao Mo, then I'll take action. Even though he's still relatively innocent right now, if I throw 1,000,000 at him, even a piece of iron would obey. But this is what's interesting. The most effective way to deal with these penniless college students is to spend money, regardless of gender. There is nothing that $1 million can't solve. If so, add more. Seeing her best friend still hesitating, Yi Yaoting couldn't help but sigh. Isn't that how it is in the circle? Maintaining a fake family on the surface, but playing their own games behind the scenes. Isn't that what your father and stepmother do? Yi Yaoting patted her best friend's thigh. Tell me the truth, are you satisfied with Chow Mo? How is his, ability in that area? Ah. The topic changed so quickly that Su Muyao didn't react for a moment. But she did remember that after a crazy night with Chow Mo, her lower body was swollen for 2 days. This ability should be beyond reproach, right? Seeing the blush on Su Muyao's face, she knew that Chow Mo really had the capital. Have you thought it through? At worst, you can just give him money afterwards. If he's satisfied, you can continue next time. Anyway, you have plenty of money to support him easily. Well, alright then. Although Su Muyao felt that Chow Mo was not that kind of person, giving him money was indeed a good idea. Yi Yaoting couldn't help but smile and shake her head as she looked at her best friend's back. She knew Su Muyao best, and there was only one possibility that she would agree to this proposal. She was moved. It's so rare for an iron tree to bloom. She sighed and muttered softly, it's also a good thing. The first floor booth of the bar. Chow Mo and Su Muyao sat side by side in the middle of the sofa, while Yi Yaoting sat alone on the side. She winked at Su Muyao, meaning don't let me down. Yi Yaoting leisurely opened a bottle of wine and watched the men and women dancing on the dance floor. Leaving alone this unfamiliar couple who had slept together before feeling awkward and uneasy. Su Muyao was the first to break the silence, but as soon as she opened her mouth, Yi Yaoting helplessly held her forehead. Chow Mo, what are your plans for the future? What do you want to do after graduation? If you are not sisters, who taught you to chat with men like this? Chow Mo spoke frankly without giving it much thought, I'm still interested in the financial field, especially the securities market. Oh, the stock market. Our Chinese market has been sluggish in recent years, and the situation isn't very good. Indeed, market confidence has been severely dampened since the 2008 subprime mortgage crisis. Despite the subsequent launch of the 4 trillion yuan plan, the outlook for the future remains bleak. We actually continued chatting? Yi Yaoting watched the two of them talking back and forth, and they actually seemed to be chatting very comfortably without any awkwardness at all. Not only Yi Yaoting was surprised, Su Muyao was the same. She and Chow Mo were just casually talking about finance, and it was surprising that he could answer it. What was even more surprising was that Chow Mo spoke very interestingly and his conversation was appropriate and measured. He can talk about the subprime mortgage crisis and why Mickey Mouse doesn't wear a shirt, and he can also talk about Jay Chou and internet opportunities. Su Muyao smiled and laughed, then thought seriously, completely being led by Chow Mo. Before they knew it, 2 hours had passed. A lot of wine bottles had been added to the table, and the two of them were looking at the dance floor and joking around. Until a large and powerful hand fell in front of Su Muyao. Auntie Su, can I ask you to dance with me? Chow Mo spoke like a gentleman. Su Muyao's face flushed and her heart beat faster. After a little hesitation, she handed her fair and smooth little hand to Chow Mo. On the dance floor. Handsome men and beautiful women always attract people's attention. At this moment, Chow Mo and Su Muyao are the most dazzling couple. The man's broad palm caressed the willow like slender waist, and the woman's long arms were wrapped around his neck. With the rhythm of the music, not only the air but also the bodies of the two people became hot. Half an hour later, Yi Yaoting watched with satisfaction as Chow Mo carried Su Muyao into the room. P.S. The sequel will be more exciting, please click to add a bookshelf. Chapter 14, Ansu for free. The room is mainly pink in tone and the lighting is ambiguous. As soon as he entered the room, Chow Mo couldn't wait to push Su Muyao behind the door and kiss her. The charm of a mature woman lies in the fact that she never takes the initiative to tease you, but every move she makes can hook your heartstrings. Just like Su Muyao was just grabbing Chow Mo's collar and responding to his kiss awkwardly, but it made people's hearts surge. She was wearing a professional hip skirt today, her beautiful legs were wrapped in black stockings, and her white shirt was meticulously groomed. The blurred eyes make people want to fall into them. Hiss. Chow Mo felt pain in his lips and looked down. Bad guy, where are you touching? Su Muyao hit Chow Mo coquettishly. That hand was really dishonest. She rolled her eyes again. Aunt Su, how was my performance tonight? Chow Mo smiled and looked at the beauty in his arms. Barely qualified. Su Muyo also smiled. Xiao Mo suddenly leaned close to her face and said, "Since you barely passed, Aunt Su, are you going to fulfill your promise?" Su Muyo inevitably blushed. She nodded shyly and hummed softly. Then I just casually tied my hair into a ponytail. 10 minutes later. Chao Mo suddenly picked up Su Muyao from the ground. Su Muyao screamed softly when she felt her body floating in the air. Snap! Chao Mo took off her high heels and carried her to the bed. Su Muyao lay on the soft big bed, her hands folded, and Chao Mo pressed them tightly on top of her head with one hand, and then a pair of warm lips kissed her. The man's kiss was domineering and aggressive. The two lips separated, and a crystal silk thread was pulled out. Chao Mo lowered his head, kissed it again, and ate it. Chao Mo took off his clothes, revealing his bronzed and solid muscles. Auntie Su, can I help you too? Su Muyao's eyes widened. Is this still possible? Chao Mo gave a mysterious smile. It seems that Aunt Su doesn't understand this yet, but it doesn't matter, Chao Mo will teach her. The veteran driver Chao Mo is very experienced, but Su Muyao is a little unfamiliar with it. Fortunately, she is proactive and eager to learn, and knows how to listen to teacher Chao. A few days later, Su Muyao's waist suddenly softened, and she lay in Chao Mo's arms, breathing heavily. The physical stimulation eroded her sanity. Until exhaustion. The slender swan neck was covered with blush and covered with dense beads of sweet sweat. The next morning, Chao Mo rode away on his electric scooter. It wasn't that he was heartless, but Aunt Su was shy, so she let him go first. This bar is in the city center of Hangzhou. Chao Mo planned to have breakfast before going back. He rode his electric scooter along the roadside in the city center of Hangzhou. As an eastern coastal city, Zhejiang province's overall development level is at the forefront of China. As the provincial capital, Hangzhou is naturally the economic and cultural center. In 2012, there were already many milk tea shops on the streets of Hangzhou, but most of them were still small private shops. Arriving at a breakfast street, Chao Mo first bought a cup of milk tea of this era, the most common kind on the street. It tastes like sugar water, and it's obviously mixed with milk tea powder. After drinking it, Chao Mo looked embarrassed and shook his head. Just as Chao Mo was about to walk towards Breakfast Street, he heard someone calling him. Chao Mo? A girl in a floral dress and a high ponytail walked towards him. Xu Zihan? What a coincidence, I can meet her here. Did she come to the city specifically for breakfast? Just when Chao Mo was about to say hello, he heard. I knew you couldn't forget it. Xu Zihan had a shy smile on his face. I knew you were deliberately trying to piss me off on QQ that day. Although I don't plan on dating during college, we can still be friends, right? As he spoke, Xu Zihan lowered his head, as if he had really been wronged. To be honest, she was a little scared because Chao Mo acted so decisively that day. She didn't think she had done anything wrong. She just didn't like him. If we can't be lovers, we can still be friends. But that day, Chao Mo seemed to want to cut off all ties with her and never have any contact with her again, and she didn't want that. Fortunately. Wait. Let me stroke it first. Chao Mo felt a little overwhelmed. He pointed to an institution across the street and said, Which dance institute do you practice dancing in? Xu Zihan raised his little face. Yes, didn't you come to pick me up? I was wondering why this road looked so familiar. It turns out that I was a dog licker in my previous life. Xu Zihan goes to a dance academy in the city to practice dancing every week, and her lapdog Chao Mo often comes here to pick her up. Xu Zihan practices all day on Saturday and then returns to school on Sunday morning. While she was on her way back to school, Chao Mo pursued her madly, day after day, and never tired of it. In his previous life, Chao Mo regarded this period of time as private time for him and Xu Zihan, because it was a rare opportunity for them to be alone. I really want to slap myself twice. Chao Mo raised his hands excitedly. Chao Mo, where are you going? Aren't you leaving? Go back on your own, don't follow me. Chao Mo turned around and shouted to the owner of the breakfast shop, Boss, give me a basket of Xilong Bao. After taking the buns, he ran away without giving Xu Zihan a chance to speak. School of Finance and Economics. Chao Mo rode his electric scooter all the way to the dormitory building and happened to meet the dormitory head Zhang Hao coming out. How's-y? Chao Mo stopped the car in front of Zhang Hao and called out. Thank you, Brother Hao, for lending me your car. I'll treat you to a barbecue later. Zhang Hao pushed up his glasses and said with a smile, it's not a big deal. It would be too formal to treat you. Chow Mo also grinned. The dormitory head Zhang Hao was like that. He usually had a cold and arrogant face in front of the classmates, but he was always friendly to his roommates. Chow Mo and Zhang Hao have the best relationship in the dormitory. Howsy, are you going to the library? Chow Mo saw him holding a laptop and several computer science books. Zhang Hao nodded. Not only does he have the face of a top student, he is also a top student in reality. In his previous life, Zhang Hao was the only one in the ordinary second-tier university, the School of Finance and Economics, who was admitted to graduate school, and he was admitted to graduate school in computer science. The gold content is very high. Then go study. I'll charge your electric car for you. Thanks. Fine. Watching Zhang Hao walk towards the library, Chow Mo silently charged his little pink car. By the way, this car was given to Zhang Hao by his sister. It's cherry blossom pink and very tasteful. This reminded Chow Mo of something that happened in his previous life. When Chow Mo was 30 years old, he was still in a mess. He was riding a pink electric scooter and met Zhang Hao in a restaurant. At that time, Zhang Hao had already joined the network security department of Alibaba, and his annual salary was said to be nearly 8 figures, which was at the top level in the industry. When old classmates met, there was no mockery or contempt as in novels. Zhang Hao chatted with Chow Mo for 3 hours at a roadside barbecue stall, and transferred 200,000 yuan to him when he left. When leaving, the boss couldn't believe that a man driving a Maybach would eat barbecue at his place. It was something he had never seen before. I'll take you flying with my brother Chow in this life. Chow Mo whispered something to Zhang Hao's back. On Monday. Chow Mo specifically asked for leave from his instructor Jiang Mingshu, fearing that something unexpected might happen. It was exactly 9 o'clock when I arrived at the door of Guosen Securities by taxi. There are still 15 minutes left before the call auction begins, so there is plenty of time. After entering the door, Chow Mo looked around, looking for Li Shirhan. Mr. Chow, I'm here. A cold voice sounded from behind him. Oh, Manager Li, I was looking for you. Shall we start now? Chow Mo asked impatiently. Li Shirhan sighed in her heart. She now regretted more and more that she agreed to help Chow Mo find a financing institution. Although Chow Mo's returns in the past few days are indeed impressive, stock trading is mostly a matter of luck, and people will indeed become arrogant after making some money. It's not a good thing to be so eager to use leverage. What if another rooftop tragedy happens? Chapter 15, 10 times leverage, huge wins. P.S. There won't be too much content about stock trading, it's just a way for the protagonist to make money, don't worry about not understanding it. Did something happen? Chow Mo looked at Li Shirhan with suspicion. It's impossible for a securities company manager to be unable to handle such a trivial matter, right? Then I saved you in vain. Li Shirhan shook her head. I've already made the contact for you, but... Are you sure you want to use OTC financing? I still want to remind you that if this high-risk investment fails, the consequences will be borne by you alone. Li Shirhan spoke again to persuade. She didn't know how many times she had advised Chow Mo. A new stock trader and a college student should use leverage? If this isn't arrogance, what is? Don't worry, I know the rules. I will bear all the consequences alone. You just need to help me with peace of mind. Chow Mo looked confident, giving people a sense of security that victory was within his grasp. Oh well. After trying everything she could to persuade Chow Mo, if he still insisted on doing so, Li Shirhan would have no choice but to help him, because she owed him a favor. Within a few minutes of logging into the stock market account, Li Shirhan helped Chow Mo bind the margin account. Time passes by little by little. At 9:30, the stock market opened and the securities hall became noisy for a while. Chow Mo was sitting in front of a computer in the client area, and he found the stock of Qingshan Culture. Today is the first day that Qingshan Culture resumes trading through a backdoor listing. Qingshan Culture's internal decision-making system was paralyzed 5 years ago due to a change in the group's senior management. Since then, it has been suspended and has been closed for a full 5 years until its comeback today. According to the regulations of China's A-share market, new stocks and restructured stocks are not subject to the 10% price fluctuation limit on the first day of resumption of listing. Qingshan Culture. Current price, 9.50 yuan. Current increase, plus 850%. After 5 years, Qingshan culture made a comeback. Who would have thought that the opening price would reach 9.50 yuan, and the increase reached a terrifying 850%? It has exceeded the highest increase in the history of backdoor listing resumption, and is even 200% higher than that stock. This increase is truly terrifying. Qingshan culture was shut down for 5 years and it's just reopened and it's so scary? Li Shihan was also surprised. She saw Chao Mo staring at the intraday chart. Could he be planning to buy this stock? Qingshan culture's stock price has surged dramatically today, from its opening price of 1 yuan to over 9 yuan now. Generally, stocks that resume trading after a share reform experience large price increases. If you come across one, you're lucky, but if you buy it, you're making a profit. But Li Shihan continued. This stock has already broken the record for the highest increase in Huaxia shares since resuming trading. 3 years ago, the Demon King, Yuka Machinery, only reached that level under the background of the country's announcement of the 4 trillion yuan plan and the manipulation of various forces. This level is far beyond what Qingshan culture can achieve. Qingshan culture does not have the potential and historical background of Yuka Machinery, but it has been able to reach this position. This can only mean one thing: there is something wrong with this stock. Chao Mo, do you understand? Li Shihan couldn't help but shout at him. You're right, this level is definitely not Qingshan culture. Because it's so much more than that. As they were talking, the people in the securities hall started to make noise again because the curve chart of Qingshan culture moved. Several large orders of tens of thousands of shares suddenly came out, and in the blink of an eye the price of Qingshan culture dropped from 9.5 yuan to 8.31 yuan. This hasn't stopped yet, the price is still falling, slowly falling. See, this is clearly a market maker's trick. Anyone with a little stock trading experience wouldn't choose to buy this stock today. Li Shihan spoke with a bit of pride. So far, Qingshan culture has fallen to less than 8 yuan, but the selling orders are now coming in slowly. It's almost down to 7.5 yuan, and it'll probably go to 6 soon. Wait. What are you doing? Li Shihan screamed. When the price dropped to 7 yuan, Chao Mo suddenly placed a huge buy order. 10 times leverage. You're crazy. Li Shihan seemed to have lost her soul. She used 850,000 yuan of capital to leverage 10 times and bought a total of 8.5 million yuan in Qingshan culture. Madman, he is a madman. But at this time Chao Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was quick enough to place a buy order in time. Now his buy order has been established and the transaction is successful. Your analysis is correct, but if you can make money in the stock market just by analyzing, then analysts are no longer just employees. Chao Mo smiled confidently at Li Shihan. You really can't make money just by analyzing. Making money in the stock market depends on courage and vision, not on idiots like you who only know how to buy at the bottom. Li Shihan also responded without any hesitation. Anyway, he was the one who applied the leverage, so even if he lost all the 8.5 million, it would have nothing to do with him. I want to see if you, a self-righteous guy, can still laugh in a while? In front of the big screen, everyone stared at the Qingshan culture curve chart, and the originally rapid decline rate gradually slowed down. However, judging from the trading volume, the situation is still not optimistic. The price of Qingshan culture has been hovering between 7 yuan and 7.35 yuan. A disagreement? Li Shihan murmured to herself, is there any sequel? Next second. Look, it's rising. Following this exclamation, everyone quickly turned their eyes to the big screen in the hall. I saw Qingshan culture spinning in place for a long time and then suddenly rising, with the price rising to 8.36 yuan. Not stopped yet. Suddenly, several buy orders of tens of thousands of shares appeared, pushing the price up again, breaking through 9 yuan. Stop trading? Li Shihan looked at the computer in disbelief. Qingshan culture was suspended due to its fierce increase in share price. How is this possible? She glanced sideways at Chao Mo beside her. He still looked calm and composed, as if everything that happened was within his expectations. This is impossible. No one can know what the stock market will do next unless he has inside information. Li Shihan laughed at herself. How could she think that a college student knew the inside story? 40 minutes later, Qingshan culture ended its temporary suspension, but it was suspended again just 10 minutes later, also because of the rapid increase in share price. Until today's stock market closing, Qingshan culture was at a high level, even a super high level. Qingshan culture. Current price, 20 yuan. Number of shares held, 1,214,285. Profit and loss on the day, 24.28 million yuan. At this rate of making money, the leverage fee of several $1,000s seems insignificant. This is the stock market, dangerous and fascinating. P.S. The sequel will be even more exciting, Ansu will definitely satisfy everyone's likes. Chapter 16 Li Shirhan resigns and creates a skyscraper. On the second day, Chao Mo arrived at Guosen Securities early again. With the support of leverage, capital accumulation would be much easier. Today he will first look at Qingshan Culture. Qingshan Culture still opened at the daily limit, which made many investors slap their thighs in anger. They were not given any chance to get on board. Qingshan Culture. Current increase, plus 10%. Profit and loss on the day, plus 2.7 million yuan. After hitting the daily limit today, Chao Mo placed a sell order without hesitation. There were countless buy orders waiting in line, and as soon as he placed this big order, the transaction was shown to be successful. Li Shirhan stood behind Chao Mo and once again witnessed him clearing out his Qingshan Culture holdings. But this time she was smart and didn't think much about it or tell anyone. She stared at the time-sharing interface of Qingshan Culture, waiting and confirming an idea. Look, Qingshan Culture is moving. Li Shirhan felt relieved when she heard this voice. She was already used to it. Sure enough, the curve chart of Qingshan Culture really changed, and the daily limit was opened. Looking at a group of stockholders slapping their thighs in the hall, Li Shirhan smiled indifferently. Alas! I still haven't experienced enough. After saying that, she walked towards Chao Mo. Suddenly a girl called her from behind. Managerly, the supervisor wants you to come over. Hearing this, Li Shirhan suddenly stopped in her tracks. She sighed inwardly, thinking that what was coming had finally come. Let's go. She straightened her clothes and walked into the supervisor's office. On the other hand, Chao Mo went to the front desk to open the GEM. Now that he has enough funds, he can try something else. At this time, leverage cannot be used casually. If 10 times leverage is applied to more than 1 million, it will be tens of millions. Investing tens of millions of yuan in the stock market will have a huge impact on some small cap companies, and by then Chao Mo will have become a big dealer. If you can't play at 10 times the price, then play at 2 or 3 times the price. Gree Electric Appliances, this stock is very suitable for Chao Mo to buy at the moment, and it is one of the stocks with the largest profit margin in recent times. 8 times leverage, just do it. Half an hour later, Chao Mo marked all the stocks he was planning to buy in the near future. He could make a fortune with these. Just at this moment, Li Shirhan came out from behind holding a box. Manager Li, what are you doing? Chao Mo came forward to greet him. Li Shirhan was stunned for a moment, then gave a forced smile. Mr. Chao, you haven't left yet. She spread her hands helplessly, just like what you see, I was fired. No, to be more precise, I resigned on my own initiative. When the word resignation was mentioned, Li Shirhan raised the corner of her mouth in a self-deprecating smile. Chao Mo nodded silently. He had expected this result. From the day Li Shirhan rejected Mr. Wang, her fate was determined. The financial world is like this. Anyone who goes there will get into trouble. Chao Mo patted Li Shirhan's shoulder and comforted her. Li Shirhan's mouth twitched. What's with this old-fashioned feeling? Why does it feel like you, a college student, know more than me? Let me help you get it. Just consider it as a gift to you. Chao Mo took the paper box from her hand, and Li Shirhan did not refuse. Maybe it was because she had too much contact with Chao Mo these days, so she did not dislike Chao Mo. Because Chao Mo is different from others, when he chats with her, he will not give way to her just because she is beautiful. He is different from those college students. There is a clear stupidity in their eyes, but Chao Mo only cares about interests. This guy is purely profit-oriented. Mr. Chao, my car is right here, please don't send it off. Li Shirhan pointed to a Mercedes-Benz C-Class on the side of the road and said. It has a white body, a Mercedes-Benz logo, and the price is not too expensive, making it very suitable for girls to drive. Chao Mo nodded and put the cardboard box in the car. What are your plans for the future, Miss Li? Just keep looking for a job. Is there no room for me in such a big circle? Li Shirhan responded honestly that she had no plans to change her career. After all, this was what she studied and she could only rely on this to make a living. Then add your contact information. Maybe we'll have a chance to meet again in the future. Li Shurhan thought about it, took out her mobile phone and added a QQ number, just as making a friend. After seeing Li Shurhan off, Chao Mo also took a taxi and left. In the next few days, he went back and forth between school and the securities company, almost every day. But now that I don't have the tension I had before, I don't have to skip classes or take leave every day. I can just take the bus to the city after class. The greatest pleasure every day is to see millions more in the account. Until Friday, Chao Mo's total assets successfully exceeded 30 million. It's really a dream to think about it. He made 30 million in less than 2 weeks after his rebirth. The speed of making money is like riding a rocket. Ah! Chao Mo stretched lazily in his seat. Then he took out the rice phone and dialed a number. Hello? A cold voice came from the phone. The next morning, in the center of Hangzhou, downstairs of Haotai building, Chao Mo stood below and looked at the not-too-tall building. There were no entertainment venues nearby, but the bus stop was quite close to it. There are very few restaurants around. All in all, the location of this building is extremely bad, no wonder it is priced so cheaply. Shoo! There was a sound of brakes, and a white C-Class Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of Chao Mo. A woman in a professional long skirt got out of the car. She had a pretty face and her shirt was neatly dressed. She looked at the man in front of her with complicated eyes. He spoke in a cool and respectful voice. Mr. Chao. Miss Li, you're here quite early. We agreed to meet at 9:30, and it's only just past 9. Chao Mo looked at Li Shurhan with a smile. After all, you are my boss now. I wanted to come here early to wait for you, but I didn't expect you to arrive before me. Li Shurhan smiled helplessly. That's right, I should call you Assistant Li now. Li Shurhan couldn't help but smile bitterly when she heard Chao Mo's words. It was really a dream. Just a few days later, she and Chao Mo met again in this relationship, boss and assistant. She remembered that last night, just as she was about to find a private equity firm to submit her resume, Chao Mo called her. The first thing he said was to hire her as an assistant. And he also promised her an annual salary of 1 million. Li Shurhan thought Chao Mo was joking, but he invited her to come to Haotai building to meet the company. Mr. Chao, which floor is our company on? It should be on the 12th and 13th floors. Should? Li Shurhan was puzzled. Chao Mo looked back at her and coughed seriously. Assistant Li, your first task now is to rent an office building for our company. Li Shurhan, there's 2 million on this card. I'll give you the job of renting the company and decorating the office. She didn't know what to say for a moment. So there are only 2 of us in this company? Li Shurhan, you are really crazy. You actually believe the words of a college student. But how can you escape so easily after you have boarded the pirate ship? Mr. Chao, what is the name of our company? Call Skyscraper Capital. Chapter 17 Day Live. Saturday afternoon. Chao Mo changed into a new outfit, a dark gray cotton Oxford shirt and a pair of well-cut casual trousers that perfectly covered his ankles. Paired with a pair of dexterity shoes, this type of shoes is versatile and looks mature. Finally, Chao Mo also had some surgery on his hair, mainly to expose his forehead. Once a boy tries to expose his forehead, his style will change drastically. The timing is perfect. Aunt Sue should have just arrived. As it was their first date, Chao Mo dressed up a little. As soon as I walked into the mall, I saw the figure I had been thinking about at the door. Aunt Sue! Chao Mo shouted. Su Muyao turned around and saw a tall and handsome man standing behind her. Her eyes lit up especially when she saw Chao Mo's outfit today. Chao Mo, you came at the perfect time. The man walked up to her and Su Muyao replied with a smile. Of course, how could I let Aunt Sue wait for me? Chao Mo grabbed the pair of soft and boneless little hands and held them gently. This sudden intimacy made Su Muyao a little shy, and her fair face turned red. Chao Mo, can I discuss something with you? Aunt Sue, you say. Exactly, could you please change your name? A new name? As soon as Chao Mo finished speaking, he realized the problem. He had just called Su Auntie in front of so many people, and now these people were looking at them strangely. Then I'll call you Sister Su from now on? Su Muyao's face felt a little hot when she heard this name. That night, Chao Mo called her that as he pressed on her. Yes. After saying that, Chao Mo pulled Su Muyao towards the mall. He could see that Su Muyo was a little uncomfortable, so he took the initiative to find topics to talk about along the way. Thanks to his superb speaking skills, he made Su Muyo laugh countless times along the way. In the end, Su Muyo pulled him into a clothing store. "Sister, do you want to buy clothes?" "No, I bought it for you." "Buy it for me?" In front of a floor-to-ceiling mirror, Chao Mo and Su Muyo stood hand in hand. Although his outfit today was mature and steady, it was still casual. "It doesn't match Su Muyo's dress and high heels. Come here quickly, I'll pick out a few sets for you." She pulled Chao Mo into the Givenchy store and asked Chao Mo to wait for her obediently in front of the mirror. After a while, Su Muyo came over with 2 suits. "Try this off-white set. Don't move, let me help you fix your collar." She gently helped Chao Mo adjust his collar while wearing high heels. Chao Mo secretly did something bad and took advantage of Su Muyo's small waist and buttocks. Bad guy. Su Muyo cursed softly with a red face. "Okay, take a look in the mirror. This suit has an elegant style, and paired with Chao Mo's handsome face, he looks like a thug in a suit. It turns out Sister Su likes this style." Chao Mo smiled and teased. Su Muyo blushed. "No, it's not. I just think this style suits you. You'll be more charming if you try a few more styles." "Oh come on, stop teasing me. That style is the same as this one, so there's no need to try it on. Just put it on." Su Muyo pretended to be angry and kicked him lightly with her high heels. Chao Mo chuckled and followed Su Muyo to pay. Su Muyo paid 80,000 yuan for 2 sets of clothes without blinking an eye. Seeing this scene, Chao Mo couldn't help but sigh, "Alas, why are all these women rich? This makes me feel like I don't exist." After leaving the Givenchy store, Su Muyo took him to the Apple store across the street. "Hello, I want a silver iPhone 4, the highest end one," Su Muyo said to the sales lady. Raising the iPhone 4 in her hand, she smiled and said to Chao Mo, "Stop being in a daze and come and activate your new phone." Chao Mo felt helpless and heartwarming. They had agreed to go shopping with Sister Su in the mall, so why did Sister Su always buy things for him? "Quick, Chao Mo, set up an ID and password." "I'll set it up for you." Su Muyo quickly set a password on the keyboard. Chao Mo came over and asked, "Does this have any special meaning?" "Of course I have," she said calmly. "But I won't tell you." Su Muyo smiled playfully at Chao Mo. Then she helped Chao Mo install WeChat on his mobile phone, and she and Chao Mo always communicated through WeChat. WeChat now has a video call feature. If you miss me, you can call me. Can I play at any time? Certainly. Then I want to fight you at night. Why at night? Su Muyo looked confused. Because. He leaned close to Su Muyo's ear. "I know you like to sleep naked." "Yeah. You bad guy." Su Muyo blushed and pinched Chao Mo's waist unwillingly. Chao Mo grimaced in pain, but he also enjoyed it. The clerk standing by wanted to poke his eyes out. "Is it easy for me to sell a mobile phone? What sin have I committed to have to watch you two show off your affection? You keep calling each other sister and brother, and your faces are so close that you seem to want to kiss each other on the mouth. You are so sweet that it makes me die." After leaving the mobile phone store, the two found a restaurant to eat. This time, Chao Mo insisted on treating them, so Su Muyo had no choice but to go along with him. The whole meal was covered with saliva. Chao Mo always liked her to feed him, and he would always sip some after feeding her. The euphemism is, "I'm afraid you think I'm dirty, so I'll wash it for you." Su Muyo finished the meal shyly. But she was still very happy and felt that the meal was very sweet. Outside the mall. It is already past 9 o'clock in the evening and the street lights on the roadside are already on. 2 figures, a man and a woman, stood under the street light. Elder sister. Are you happy today?" "Happy." She paused and added, "Very happy." Chao Mo smiled. "Are you satisfied with me?" "Satisfy." Su Muyo also smiled, very satisfied. "Well, since you're so satisfied, can you give me a reward?" Chao Tiao Nishi Shan Lian Mo. "Bad guy, you come again." Su Muyo kicked him lightly with her foot. Chao Mo smiled lightly and said nothing. Suddenly, he felt his hand being pulled up, and a warm little hand came into his palm, pressed against it, and interlocked their fingers. "Is this okay?" Su Muyo's blushing face revealed the ignorance and shyness of a young girl. "Anything else?" Chao increase one's advantage mo. Sumuno twisted his waist lightly in a coquettish manner. Then, lower your head. Chow Mo cooperated by lowering his head, and a small white hand pulled his collar to lower his waist. Then, a pair of warm and moist lips pressed against the side of his face and the corner of his mouth. It's not just a moment. The lips stayed on his face for nearly 20 seconds before leaving. Are you satisfied this time? Su Muyo pretended to be angry. Actually I think it's still possible. It hurts. It hurts. Before he could finish his words, a hand pinched his waist. This time it was not a gentle pinch, but a hard twist. Chow Mo grimaced in pain and begged for mercy. You're a scoundrel who's pushing his luck. Looking at Chow Mo jumping up and down beside her, Su Muyo raised a bright smile. She didn't lie. I am really happy today and really satisfied with Chow Mo. Chapter 18, Preliminary Company Planning, Passionate Woman. On Saturday night, Chow Mo dropped Su Muyo off near Su Ming Group and took a taxi back to school. Sister Su said that she also had a property in Wanlong Meiyu near Su Ming Group, so Chow Mo didn't have to worry. In fact, Chow Mo had no plans to do anything that night. After all, it was their first date, and being too eager would only make Su Muyo feel annoyed. However, before leaving, Sister Su and Chow Mo said that I could come to Bandung Meiyu to see her next Saturday. Chow Mo naturally agreed happily. In the new week, Chow Mo was not idle at all. Li Shurhan had already taken care of the new company and there was no need to redecorate it. He rented a finished floor. The office facilities are ready, all that's left is for the employees to start work. Assistantly, I need a group of traders to form the company's trading department. Do you have any recommendations? Li Shurhan thought for a moment and replied. I do have some contacts, but their level isn't up to par with the industry's best. Does Mr. Chow have any requirements in this regard? You don't need to be very skilled, as long as your trading skills are mature and sophisticated. Chow Mo's requirements in this regard are not high. As long as they can understand his instructions, it will be fine. After all, the company is in its startup phase, and the more hard work he puts in, the more he can earn. Recruiting 4 to 6 people will be enough. If you can't contact anyone on your side, you can go to a headhunting company. As for the salary level, just add 25% to their original salary level. Get this done as soon as possible. I will need it soon. Also, let's contact the securities company. We also need to open 2 new accounts. Chow Mo assigned several tasks to Li Shurhan at once. There was no other way, as there were not many people available, so Li Shurhan could only work harder. Ahem, thank you for your hard work, Assistant Li. I'll arrange some benefits for you later. Li Shurhan rolled her eyes inwardly. As the saying goes, the biggest pie a person has ever eaten in his life is the one painted by his boss. Xin Huan, do you believe that your boss will give you benefits or that I will be resurrected? Despite her complaints, Li Shurhan still acted quickly. The next afternoon, she gathered everyone and brought them to the company for an interview with Chow Mo. Haodai Building, 12th floor. This is the headquarters of Skyscraper Capital. Chow Mo said that the 13th floor is going to be opened as a company entertainment venue and cafeteria, but construction has not started yet. Inside the conference room, Li Shurhan stood in front and gave instructions to the 7 people below. At this time, Chow Mo pushed the door open from outside. Mr. Chow! Li Shurhan shouted. The other 7 people followed suit and shouted, Hello, Mr. Chow. However, they were a little bit incredulous after seeing Chow Mo's face clearly. This boss Chow seemed a little too young, at least younger than them. Chow Mo nodded slightly. Everyone, please sit outside for a while. I will call you later. Hearing the voice, 7 people walked out of the meeting room one after another. They had all participated in the work and were familiar with the process. Chow Mo picked up the personnel list prepared by Li Shurhan and started to look at it. 2 of these 7 people were recommended by Li Shurhan, and the remaining 5 were introduced by a headhunting company. The first one is Zhang Dong. 5 minutes later, Zhang Dong walked out of the meeting room cursing. What a crap company. The boss is a college student who hasn't even grown all his hair yet. What the hell do you know about investing? Have you ever made money in the stock market? You said my trading methods were stupid? I'm a top analyst, you idiot. Zhang Dong's scolding became more and more fierce, and the people at the door were stunned. They said his trading method was too stupid? But isn't this a must-have for beginner traders? Next, Wang Hai. After the interview, only 4 of the 7 people remained. Among them, one of the 2 people introduced by Li Shirhan stayed, and that was Wang Hai. Wang Hai, you will be the leader of this group from now on. You will be in charge of these 3 people for the time being. Wang Hai was shocked. Okay, Mr. Chow. The salary for this job is higher than his previous one, and Mr. Chow said that the work they need to do seems to be very simple. The work is simple and the salary is high. This is simply a working man's dream, not to mention that he just got married and wants to earn more money and spend more time with his wife. This area is assigned to you. You will start work here tomorrow morning. I will inform you of the specific stocks to be operated. This is considered the first batch of skyscraper capital. Even though there are only a few of them, it does not affect Chow Mo's growth and development. The next morning, Chow Mo arrived at Haodai building early. After arriving at the office, he found a piece of paper and began to plan for the coming week. At 8 o'clock, Li Shirhan and 4 new employees arrived at the company one after another. They were surprised to see that the lights in the chairman's office were already on. Li Shirhan pushed open the door. Mr. Chow, you're here so early? Chow Mo stretched his shoulders and greeted Li Shirhan. Good morning, Assistant Li. It's just right that you're all here, let's go to the trading department. Chow Mo led a few people to the trading department. The computers here were of the highest configuration on the market, so there was no problem in trading. Your main target today is this stock. Chow Mo placed the piece of paper filled with code names on the table. Lu TV. The 2 new accounts each have 5 million in funds. Logically speaking, this amount of money would not even create a ripple in the stock market. But who can blame Chow Mo for being such a jerk? The stocks he picked are all highly profitable. But boss, do we really need to use 10 times leverage? Wang Hai's heart beat faster when he saw the 10 times leverage written on the paper. Using 10 times leverage on a capital of 10 million, this means he's going all in. Chow Mo, however, looked calm. Don't ask why. Just buy the stocks I picked for you with confidence. Even if I lose money, it has nothing to do with you. Don't be afraid. The 4 new employees looked at each other in bewilderment. Why did they feel their boss was a bit of a bully? Is this how stock trading works? The boss gave an order, not a discussion with you. Now, everyone, start executing it. Li Shirhan said sternly in a serious tone. Everyone stopped talking and started trading online. In the afternoon, when the trading ended, Wang Hai stared at the total profits of the 2 accounts in amazement. Lu TV. Today's profit and loss, plus 10.8 million yuan. It's amazing, it's really amazing. Wang Hai stared at the screen for a long time, unable to come back to his senses, and muttered to himself over and over again. Chairman's office. Mr. Chow, this is today's profit and loss situation. When Li Shirhan received the profit statement, she was just like Chow Mo now, calm and composed. She even teased Wang Hai, what's the big deal? There was no way. She was now completely conquered by this man. Her income had increased hundreds of times in just over half a month. Is this really something a human can do? Well, that's enough for today. You can go home now, Assistant Li. Li Shirhan nodded. But then Chow Mo said, let's invite Wang Hai and the others to have a meal together at the hotel today, and treat it as a party. Are we going now? Yes, it's time to get off work. Let's go now. Upon hearing this, Li Shirhan did not dare to delay and hurried to the trading department. It happened that Wang Hai and the others had not left yet. So Li Shirhan conveyed Chow Mo's words again. The boss wants to treat us to a meal? Wang Hai couldn't help but be stunned. He is not a recent college graduate, although many companies do hold activities such as dinner and social gatherings on the first day of work. But that was organized by the company's seniors. This is the first time I have seen a dinner organized by the boss himself. Assistant Li, will the boss also have dinner with us? A young man wearing glasses asked carefully. That's what they care about. It's always uncomfortable to have leaders present at company or school dinners. Although you're eating, the feeling is different. Mr. Chow should be with us too. Li Shirhan could tell from Chow Mo's words just now that he also wanted to go to the restaurant together. Sure enough, after hearing this, everyone's mood became less optimistic. No one can relax when eating with the boss. Oh, think on the bright side. At least the boss won't treat you badly. He will definitely take you to a 5-star hotel for dinner. That's true. After a while, they met Chow Mo downstairs of the company. Hello, Mr. Chow. Wang Hai still greeted him politely. Chow Mo nodded. It's time to get off work now. Everyone, don't be so reserved. Relax a little. Several people nodded, but none of them looked relaxed. Chow Mo called 2 cars for them. Now that the company has just started, we don't have a fixed car yet, so we can only make do with taxis. Chow Mo and Li Shirhan were in a car. The destination is Xinglan Hotel, a famous 5-star hotel in Hangzhou. Chow Mo had already called the hotel staff in advance and booked a seat in advance. In the hotel box, Wang Hai, Li Shirhan, and others were chatting. As they were all workers and came out to eat, the conversation naturally included complaints about their leaders. Because it was their first day at work, the topics of conversation basically revolved around salary and work pressure. Occasionally, I would curse my leader. After all, scolding the boss is a common topic among all workers. But Chow Mo's sudden appearance made everyone shut up. Seeing this scene, Chow Mo smiled secretly. As an old veteran in the workplace, how could he not know what these people were thinking? I'll raise a glass first. I hope you can join me in witnessing the glory of skyscraper capital. After saying that, Chow Mo picked up the wine glass and drank it all. The following people also raised their glasses. Chow Mo then gave a few motivational words. In short, he hoped that his employees would work hard and not let him down. Then he left. If employees don't like to eat with their leaders, why would leaders want to eat with their employees? After leaving the box, Chow Mo first sent a message to Li Shirhan asking them to enjoy their meal, and the company would reimburse the bill in the end. Then we went to the bathroom on the 2nd floor. Is this under renovation? Chow Mo looked at the green boards inside and complained helplessly. Just as Chow Mo was hesitating, he suddenly heard someone coming in at the door, and the voice sounded like a woman. He casually opened the door of an undecorated toilet and walked in. As soon as he entered, he was dumbfounded. Why was there someone inside? Still a woman. Chow Mo was just about to say sorry for coming to the wrong door when he was dragged into the bathroom by the woman. Shut up and don't talk. The woman's cold face caught his eye, and she spoke in a cold, unquestionable tone. Chow Mo was confused. What was going on? Before he could say anything, he heard an unbearable sound coming from outside the toilet. Through the crack in the door, you can vaguely see the scene outside. It was a man and a woman kissing passionately. And the more they kissed, the less clothes she wore, and the man even untied his belt. The two of them are getting more and more passionate. Live pornography? Chow Mo's eyes widened. What a coincidence, a live broadcast of pornographic content happened right in front of him. What is even more terrifying is that the woman next to him was also watching with great interest, and she even turned on the screen recording on her phone. What are you doing? Chow Mo asked in a low voice. Could it be that he has run into a pervert? Don't worry about catching the cheating scumbag. Just stay here quietly and don't make any noise. The woman's voice was still flat. It seemed as if he wasn't embarrassed at all about being in the same room with Chow Mo. She pushed Chow Mo and said, "Move aside, I'm taking the photos from the front." Chow Mo rolled his eyes helplessly, but still moved silently away from the wall. The woman stood in front and filmed the video through the crack of the door. Chow Mo stood behind her. Because of the gap in the door, the woman had to bend her body and push her butt backwards, and as luck would have it, she hit Chow Mo. The woman was horrified and was about to scream, but fortunately Chow Mo quickly covered her mouth. You moved it yourself, it has nothing to do with me. Chow Mo blared at her coldly. After 7 or 8 minutes, the noise outside finally stopped. Through the crack in the door, I could see that there was no one outside the toilet. Chow Mo also came outside with the woman. Abnormal. The woman cursed Chow Mo with a cold expression. There was a strong look of contempt in his eyes. Hey, you were the one who approached me first, and you're calling me a pervert? A woman secretly hiding in the men's restroom and filming that kind of video, you are the pervert. Chow Mo fought back without giving in. Unexpectedly, the cold-looking woman opposite suddenly sneered, so? Are you still a pervert with lustful thoughts but no guts? You're a virgin. Chow Mo was caught off guard by the scolding. Is she mocking me for not forcing myself on her? Is this woman crazy? She has such a cool demeanor and speaks so coldly, yet she plays so wildly? I don't dare. Chow Mo was so angry that he pressed the tip of his tongue against his cheek. Try and see if I dare. After saying that, he was about to reach out and pull the woman's waist. As a result, the other party dodged it by turning around slightly. You brainless thing, if you can find my sister, I will do whatever you want with me. After saying that, the other party left here leisurely with a mocking expression. People were coming and going in the corridor outside, and soon her figure disappeared. Damn, I was molested by a woman while using the restroom? Chow Mo cursed inwardly and left. That woman looked cold, but who would have thought she was so open-minded? She was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, which was quite a contrast. Chapter 19, Outrageous Woman, College Student Entrepreneurship Competition. The second day. After waking up from the dormitory, Chow Mo still went to the playground to exercise. He first warmed up with a 2-kilometer run, and after running 2 kilometers he didn't feel tired at all. My current physical strength is indeed not comparable to that of an ordinary person. Chow Mo glanced at the time on his phone. Less than 5 minutes had passed. Although many fitness enthusiasts and athletes can achieve this result, Chow Mo is different. His breathing is now very steady. He wasn't out of breath at all, and there wasn't even a sweat on his forehead. Young Tomato didn't lie to me. Rebirth really does bring benefits. Chow Mo sighed with a smile. Then I continued running. After the first koan period, Chow Mo wiped the sweat from his forehead, and today's training ended. We need to add some fitness equipment later. We can't just focus on running. We need to develop a balanced diet. We could build a gym upstairs in the office, and a company cafeteria. These must be covered. After all, the company environment is also one of the employee benefits, and a leisure area is essential. When Chow Mo walked to the entrance of the playground, he met a woman in a sports suit. It's you! Too! They both exclaimed at the same time. Chow Mo was stunned. Isn't this the woman who teased him last night? You're following me? Luo Yue frowned. I'm also a student at the School of Finance. Chow Mo smiled and spread his hands. Then he looked at the woman with a playful expression. What a fate! Do you remember what you said last night? Luo Yue frowned. But she didn't avoid Chow Mo's gaze, just stared at him. Luo Yue said indifferently, what if I don't want to? Do you still want to force me? Chow Mo smiled and shook his head. That's not the case. I just wanted to say, you're just like me, you're just a coward. He had wanted to say this to Luo Yue a long time ago, but she actually called him a pervert and said that he only dared to think but not to do it. She said the same thing as she dared. Seeing Chow Mo's smug look, Luo Yue suddenly smiled. Her smile was charming and attractive, yet also revealed a hint of morbidity. Then come with me. What? Chow Mo looked at Luo Yue, who turned around, confused. Go with her? What was she planning to do? Was she really planning to? I want to see what other tricks you can come up with. Let's go. Chow Mo followed him without believing it. Comprehensive building. In an empty classroom that Chow Mo had never been to. Chow Mo looked around. What is this place? Luo Yue responded calmly, Student Union. Chow Mo nodded. So this was the Student Union. It was his first time here. I had no interest in these things before, so I never had any contact with the Student Union. Suddenly, he saw a photo. Luo Yue, 3rd year, Student Union President. Are you the president? Chow Mo glanced at Luo Yue fiercely. As a result, I saw something extraordinary. Luo Yue took off her sports suit, leaving only her white underwear. She pushed Chow Mo to the ground, stepping on him with bare feet. What are you shocked about, Junior? Don't you just want to do this with me? Come on, let's see who's the coward. Luo Yue raised a sickly smile at the corner of her mouth. An hour later, Luo Yue left the Student Union classroom with an unnatural blush on her face, and her legs moved unnaturally as she walked. Chow Mo lit a cigarette and left. Gone, I was suppressed? Recalling what happened just now, Chow Mo felt a little embarrassed. Luo Yue was a strong-willed woman. She was on top from the beginning to the end. Chow Mo tried to turn the tables and become the landlord several times, but was ruthlessly pushed back by her. The most important thing is that this is the woman's first time. Calling me a virgin, isn't it your first time too? Chow Mo could only sigh that city people really knew how to have fun. He lived two lives but still couldn't keep up with the development of the times and was completely off track. The third canteen is the closest to Chow Mo's dormitory and has the most abundant dishes. It is usually quite lively here when there are no classes. One banh mian, thank you. Chow Mo walked to the dining area carrying a bowl of flat noodles. But I saw an acquaintance here. Teacher Jiang? Chow Mo. Jiang Mengshu was also stunned. She didn't expect to meet her student while eating at this time. Why are you eating so late? Don't you have classes today? Jiang Mengshu teaches two classes, Finance Class 1 and Class 2. Chow Mo was not stage shy either, and he sat down opposite Teacher Jiang with his noodles in hand. However, he couldn't help but gasp when he saw Jiang Mengshu's bowl of spicy hot pot, which was redder than a lantern. Can eat spicy food so well. Teacher Jiang likes spicy food? Jiang Mengshu quickly swallowed the mouthful of noodles he had just taken. Oh, yes, I am from Shu. She answered vaguely, mainly because she didn't expect Chow Mo to take the initiative to talk to her. Most students would avoid her when they saw her. Oh, you are from Shu, no wonder. Teacher Jiang is so beautiful, does she have a boyfriend? Jiang Mengshu immediately swallowed the mouthful of noodles she had just taken. She frowned slightly. This person was so annoying. He always asked her questions while she was eating. No. Jiang Mengshu responded coldly. Oh. Chow Mo said oh, then lowered his head and took a bite of the noodles. It was very chewy and the spiciness was just right, and the aroma of the chili was brought out. Teacher, you. Bang! Before Chow Mo could finish his words, he was interrupted by the sound of slamming the table. Student Chow Mo, can you please eat quietly and not make any noise? Chow Mo's face froze, and then he nodded awkwardly, but he still said the last sentence. Teacher, your sanitary napkin fell off. After the meal, Jiang Mengshu was a little embarrassed, but Chow Mo was thick-skinned and not embarrassed at all. After eating, neither of them moved. After all, it is not advisable to exercise after a meal. In the end, it was Chow Mo who spoke first. He pointed at the cowhide bag on the table and asked, are there any activities at school recently? Jiang Mengshu glanced at the file, thought for a moment, and then responded, it's not a big deal. It's okay to tell you in advance. The school is preparing to participate in this year's college student entrepreneurship competition and asked the entire school to find a way to put together a team. College student entrepreneurship competition? Isn't this competition voluntary? Why do we have to force a team together? Jiang Mengshu shook her head, this year's is different. This university student entrepreneurship competition is directly approved and guided by the central government. It's open to all undergraduate colleges and universities nationwide. As long as you're bold and innovative, you can participate. And the most crucial point. The central government has led several internet giants, including Penguin Group, Ali Group, and Baidu Group, to provide project support for this entrepreneurship competition, so the school attaches great importance to this event. Chapter 20 Su Muyo is trapped. Chow Mo was slightly surprised to hear this. In later generations, internet giants such as Penguin Ali would indeed select some potential projects from the college student entrepreneurship competition for investment, but I had never heard of it in 2012. It's no wonder that the school attaches great importance to it. This is a good opportunity for both the school and the students to become famous. Chow Mo, I'm leaving first. You should go back and rest early. After saying that, Jiang Mengshu stood up and left the cafeteria. It was only then that Chow Mo discovered that the female teacher was also wearing Givenchy brand clothes. He saw it in the store last time and it didn't look cheap. Tisk, there are still more rich women. Chow Mo also stood up and left the cafeteria. It was almost 8 o'clock, and there were still many people eating in the cafeteria. Walking along the main road towards the boys' dormitory, the breath of youth hits you in the face. The girls' white thighs in the night sky are a beautiful landscape of the School of Finance and Economics. Many young couples walked hand in hand on campus. The bolder ones hugged and kissed each other downstairs of the dormitory building, causing envy from many single people. Chow Mo was not envious because he was chatting on his phone. It was sent to him by Sister Sue. Ask him if he is in the dormitory. Su Muyao, did you sleep in the dorm today because you didn't have classes? Curious face? Chow Mo, no, I went to the city and just finished eating in the cafeteria. I'm on my way back to the dormitory. Su Muyao, angry face. Su Muyao, why didn't you look for me when you came to the city? Don't you want me to accompany you? Chow Mo, I'm just going to buy something. I'll be back in an hour. Besides, don't you have to go to work? I don't want to disturb you. Su Muyao, alright, I forgive you. Sundara kitten. When Xiao Mo saw this expression, he could imagine Sister Su's cute and proud face in his mind. Sure enough, falling in love can make people lose their minds, and it has nothing to do with age. Su Muyao, I just finished my meal too. I had some Japanese food near the office. Su Muyao, I went there with Ting Ting, no one else. Chow Mo, greedy dog wants to eat. Chow Mo, I want to eat too. Su Muyao, next time I'll take you there. I told you the salmon and salad at this restaurant are delicious. Next time I'll take you to eat this, but they're steak. Su Muyao chattered endlessly with Chow Mo about what happened during the meal. She would praise the food she liked and also complain about the food she didn't like. You see, a woman who truly loves you will even share a meal with you. These are trivial things that she usually doesn't even want to mention, but she is so willing to share them with you, as if you are also a part of her life. Every day, but important. The journey to the dormitory, which originally took less than 10 minutes, took Chow Mo 20 minutes. Chow Mo read carefully everything Sister Su shared and answered every question seriously. She also said she has been under a lot of pressure recently. Chow Mo used his eloquence to comfort her in various ways, but the core of the matter was to divert her attention. The pressure was still there, but comfort was of no use. It would be better to say something happy to make Sister Su laugh. Chow Mo, I was under a lot of pressure before I went to college. I'd never been in a relationship, and my mom thought I liked guys. She said as long as I found someone who looked like a woman, there was no need to be so strict about gender. When I returned to the dormitory, my 3 roommates were all there. Lu Yuan and Zhu Yuzhu were playing CF, and Zhang Hao was watching a video on Bilibili about running code. Su Muyao, you have to behave well in school. Don't let the other girls fool you. They're all very scheming. Chow Mo, then how can I tell if they are bad people? Su Muyao, just think of them as all bad women. Su Muyao, remember to tell me if you run out of money. Don't spend money lavishly at school. It's not good to develop bad habits. Su Muyao, forget it, I'll transfer less money to you. Don't spend it recklessly. 5 seconds passed. Byte. China Merchants Bank reminds you that the number ending in has transferred 100,000 yuan. Chow Mo covered his face, damn. I hate rich women. After a few more jokes with Su Muyao, the two ended their chat for today. They chatted for more than an hour almost every day. Lao Chow, you're back? Why are you smiling so happily? Are you dating a girl? Zhu Yuzhu finished a CF and turned to look at Chow Mo. No. Chow Mo shook his head. I knew it. Although you look good, you're a bit of a taciturn person. Girls like guys with a sense of humor like me. Chow Mo smiled playfully, I was chatting with my sister. You have a sister? Zhu Yuzhu asked in confusion. At this time, Zhang Hao turned around and said something insulting to Zhu Yuzhu. You really have a pig brain. What Lao Chao said was that he didn't talk to the girl, but to his sister. The gaming duo simultaneously placed their headphones on the table, then jumped in front of Chow Mo and asked. You're dating your senior. 2. Chow Mo smiled without saying a word, spreading his hands and waving them left and right, looking calm. Calm down, calm down. Are you surprised that I can date you since I'm so handsome? Seeing Chow Mo's smug look, Zhu Yuzhu and Lu Yuan looked unhappy and envious. Finally, Lu Yuan said sourly. What's so good about a senior? She's not as good as a cute junior. Exactly. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't look for a senior. Doesn't a freshman look like one? She's naive and inexperienced, that's what makes her interesting. Zhu Yuzhu also agreed stubbornly. Chow Mo chuckled, a typical case of sour grapes. It had been so long since the start of freshman year and he still hadn't seen them get to know the 2 underclassmen. As someone with memories of his past life, Chow Mo knew that the 2 had been single for 4 years in college. You guys don't know shit. How can a little brat be as good as a sister? After all, my sister is caring. Su Ming Group. It is already 9 o'clock in the evening but the building is still brightly lit. Even Chow Mo in his previous life would shake his head at this overtime system. How can it be rolled like this? In the office on the 20th floor without a name badge. Hey, You just finished chatting with your boyfriend and you're already missing him? Su Muyao, how could I not have seen before that you were still a love brain person? Good friend Yi Yaoting said sarcastically from the side. Su Muyao rolled her eyes at her best friend. Didn't you bring me and Chao Mo together? Now that we're together you're not happy about it. Yi Yaoting choked. Su Muyao knew that she had never been in a relationship. Although she liked to go to entertainment venues, they were all owned by the Yi family, so she couldn't have fun there. Well, I went to great lengths to match you and Chao Mo up, and now you're mocking me? Yi Yaoting was so angry that she laughed. But after she smiled, her expression suddenly turned serious, and she said to Su Muyao seriously, Miss Su, I'm clearly talking about you maintaining a financial relationship with him. I'm asking you to support him. Do you understand? I didn't let you get yourself into this. Look at you now. You even have to take a picture of your meal to show him. I'm afraid you will have to remain a virgin for him in the future. Sure enough, Su Muyao's expression suddenly became serious when she heard this. Chapter 21 Su Muyao's Self-Rescue, The Key Will. Yi Yaoting's words touched her sore spot. She is indeed in a difficult situation now. Even if her father didn't say it, she could guess that the Su family is already prepared to use her as a tool for marriage. Even though the Su Ming group is thriving now, given her father's temper, she will not be able to escape her fate this time. So, when are you going to confess to Chao Mo? You can't wait until you marry Morong Bo to tell him, right? Will he accept your relationship? Questions echoed in Su Muyao's mind. Like iron chains, they stopped this once intelligent brain from functioning. I don't know. Finally, Su Muyao uttered these words weakly. The shareholders' meeting is imminent, yet Chairman Su Tianxiang has disappeared at this crucial moment. His meaning is obvious. They're going to force me to marry Morong Bo at the next shareholders' meeting, and he, my father and the creator of this drama, chose not to show up. How insidious and despicable. Su Muyao said, gritting her teeth. Yi Yaoting didn't know how to comfort her in this matter. She now has some doubts about whether she was sick at that time, why she had to match Su Muyao and Chao Mo. Now, Su Muyao not only has to deal with those old foxes in the Su family, but also has to try her best not to hurt Chao Mo. Damn it, I seem to have done more harm than good again. Yi Yaoting cursed herself and left the office, letting Su Muyao make her own decision. That night, the lights in the Su Ming Group's office without a name card were on until 4 in the morning. The next morning, a white Audi coupe stopped in the underground parking lot of Su Ming Group. A woman got out of the car. Her beautiful legs were wrapped in black stockings and her white shirt was meticulously groomed. The neat ponytail is full of energy and spirit. Ms. Su. An employee greeted the woman hurriedly when he saw her. Hello, Mr. Su. Mr. Su. All the employees who met Su Muyao greeted her one by one. Everyone knew that the chairman's eldest daughter was always decisive and efficient in her work. The respect for her is not only because of her status. Su Muyao is very popular among ordinary employees. This is the respect she has earned with her strength. 20 floors. Su Muyao sat in the office chair and let out a long sigh. She opened the desk cabinet and found a handwritten paper inside. Xiao Lu. She instructed her assistant. Help me make appointments with the people on this list. Call them one by one, and remember to be nice. The girl named Xiao Lu responded. Then he took the handwritten paper that Su Muyao brought him, and was about to go out when he was stopped again. Just play in my office. When you have the results, just send them to me on WeChat and I'll go meet them. That was the list she wrote until 4 in the morning yesterday. No matter what the outcome is, Su Muyao will not accept her fate. She will at least try once, even if the chances are slim. After arranging this matter, Su Muyao did not dare to stop. She walked outside because there was an important call that he needed to make in person. Houting Noble. This is a manor, far away from the city, with a good surrounding environment. The huge manor includes a winery, a golf course, and a series of other entertainment facilities. The word Su written in gold-plated font at the entrance of the manor is very eye-catching. Under a pavilion in the back garden, a middle-aged woman and a gray-haired old man in a suit sat opposite each other. Next to the lady stood a young man with a handsome face and an upright figure. Director Chen, it's no big deal to invite you here today. Don't be so reserved. Have some tea. The lady glanced at the young man lazily. The young man poured a cup of tea and placed it in front of Director Chen. Thank you, Mr. Su. Director Chen, with gray hair, expressed his gratitude. This noble lady is Su Tianxiang's current wife, He Wanqing, and the young man is her son, Su Wenchuan. Old Chen, you've been working with my old Su on his career for almost 40 years now. The noble lady He Wanqing seemed to sigh. Yes, we've been working together since the Su Ming Group was just a small factory. So many years have passed and we've grown old. My hair is so white now that it's unrecognizable. Director Chen looked dazed, as if his memory was pulled back to the night they started their business 20 years ago. He Wanqing took a sip of tea. He glanced at the gray-haired Director Chen lightly, then his tone suddenly became serious, and then he said, either deliberately or inadvertently, "It was the three of you at that time." Director Chen's face froze. And that woman Jiang Xiuxiu. When mentioning Jiang Xiuxiu, He Wanqing's tone suddenly turned cold, and the malice and envy in her eyes were like a volcano about to erupt. Su Wenchuan beside her also had a look of disdain on his face. After all, Madame Jiang has been dead for so many years. Why are you mentioning her? Director Chen realized that something was wrong and quickly tried to skip the topic. Unexpectedly, Su Wenchuan suddenly said, "Director Chen, if I remember correctly, Madame Jiang made a will before she passed away. Is that true?" This. Director Chen was obviously a little embarrassed. He Wanqing suddenly spoke at this time. "Old Chen, you must have heard a lot of news recently. Even if the board of directors doesn't notify you now, with your means, it shouldn't be difficult to find out what they discussed." As soon as she opened her mouth, she revealed Chen Jingbin's embarrassing situation. Many years after Jiang Xiuxiu's death, the group's senior management, including the board of directors, underwent a major purge, with only one special person, Chen Jingbin, remaining unpurged. Although he is called a director, in fact Chen Jingbin has long been marginalized and the group does not need to be consulted about decision-making. Chen Jingbin sighed, "This will shouldn't be a secret to the woman, right?" He Wanqing sneered. "Chen Jingbin, the Su Ming Group will be handed over to my son, not me. Do I need to tell you who you should please?" Chen Jingbin's face froze. His eyes swept across Su Wenchuan's sinister face, and he finally spoke helplessly. "Mr. Su, Mrs. Zhang's will is actually related to Miss Su Muyao, and Miss Su is the only designated person. The will states that as long as Su Muyao works hard to join the group's board of directors, Chairman Su Tianxiang will have to hand over 15% of his shares. The group will also do its utmost to train Su Muyao as the group's successor, and the hotel business will be fully handed over to her for management." Bang! As soon as Chen Jingbin finished speaking, he heard the sound of a cup breaking. P.S. Add a bookshelf and urge the update, the exciting part is coming. Chapter 22, No Way for Su Muyao to Survive. Su Wenchuan's eyes were bloodshot, and he almost knocked over the tea on the table with his hands. Why? Why is Su Muyao, a woman, qualified to inherit the Su Ming Group? My last name is Su, and I'm the only male in the Su family. I should be the heir to the Su Ming Group. 15% of the shares plus the entire hotel business of the group were handed over to Su Muyao. What a concept! Chairman Su Tianxiang only holds a 30% stake. After distributing 15%, Su Muyao will have the capital to gamble, not to mention that the group's hotel sector is its core income. Why should it be handed over to a woman? Unlike Su Wenchuan's emotional breakdown, his mother He Wanqing remained calm. He Wanqing cursed dissatisfiedly. "What a mess you are! Mom!" Su Wenchuan shouted. "I am the only heir to the group. Su Muyao, a woman, cannot be in charge." When Su Wenchuan said this, a cruel look appeared on his face. She must not be allowed to join the board of directors, no matter what means are used. Su Wenchuan and He Wanqing, mother and son, looked at each other. After all, Su Wenchuan has too little experience and lacks the scheming and tactics, but these happen to be what He Wanqing is good at. "Old Chen, I remember you still have 8% of the shares, right?" He Wanqing stared at Chen Jingbin with vicious eyes. Chen Jingbin's heart skipped a beat. "Madam, please stop staring at my 8% stake. I won't give it up, no matter who comes. What's more, my 8% stake was given to me by Chairman Su. Although I was marginalized on the board, Chairman Su never treated me unfairly in terms of money. This is also a guaranteed stake for our group. Madam, please don't think about this." Chen Jingbin was very firm in his attitude and he would never give up his shares. "You." Su Wenchuan pointed at him, extremely angry. He Wanqing smiled calmly, looking confident of victory. She clapped her hands, and a servant came over with a tablet. She held the tablet facing Chen Zhangbin and clicked the play button. Looking at the dark and silent room on the tablet, Chen Zhangbin's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Then a young man knelt on the ground with one hand pressed on the chair. Two people, one covering his mouth and the other holding a shiny machete. The light suddenly turned on and the young man's face appeared on the screen. Son! Chen Zhangbin suddenly shouted at the tablet. MMM. Dad! Save me! They're going to chop off my hands. I don't want to die. I don't want to be crippled. Save me! Please save me! In the video, Chen Zhangbin's son was crying miserably. Suddenly, the tablet screen went off and the video call ended. But Chen Zhangbin seemed to have lost his soul, and he pounced on He Wanqing like a madman. Let my son go. Let him go now. I'm going to call the police. Chen Zhangbin was stopped by two servants. He continued to yell and even threatened to call the police. Call the police? He Wanqing sneered. Old Chen, your son is in Macau. What does calling the police have to do with me? And do you know how much money he owes? 200 million. He owes a full 200 million. Do you think the Macau casinos will let him go? Upon hearing this, Chen Zhangbin fell to the ground, muttering to himself. 200 million. How could he not understand until now that all this was done by this vicious woman, and how could the casino lend 200 million? So you were waiting for me here today. Chen Zhangbin gritted his teeth. It's very simple. Hand over the shares and your son will return home safely, and no one will pursue the debt. Okay, I'll give it to you. Morong Group. This is a large real estate enterprise in Hangzhou. Thanks to the national infrastructure plan after the subprime mortgage crisis, the real estate industry has also been booming. Morong Group is a powerful new force that has emerged in recent years. You were too hasty last time. If Su Muyo is determined to fight you to the death, we will suffer a great loss. Chairman Morong Fu said to his son with an unhappy look on his face. Who knew that Su Muyo would be so stubborn and could run so fast even after I drugged her? She disappeared as soon as I left the house. Morong Bo had a lustful look on his face. He now feels excited when he thinks of Su Muyao's face and her figure. It must feel great to reach out and pinch her. Push your thoughts away. There will be a big move within the company sooner or later. Su Muyo will be yours, but if you affect the plan, humph. I'll make sure you don't get away with it. Morong Bo was not angry even when being scolded by his father. He knew his position clearly and knew that he would have a good life only if he followed his father. But Dad, there's no point in us threatening Su Muyo with our voting rights on the board of directors. Besides, hasn't that old dog Su Tianxiang already acquiesced to this? Just because I said I like Su Muyo? That's impossible. Can you make such a big sacrifice for me? Morong Bo is very self-aware. In his father's mind, interests are definitely more important than family. He always feels that this matter is not that simple. Morong Fu showed a meaningful smile. This time, your father and I have invited a master to help us. Son, after this deal is completed, you will be able to walk freely in Hangzhou. Haotai Building. Ever since Wang Hai witnessed Qiao Mo's crazy stock buying method last week, he has been restless for a long time. However, he later found out that it was just the beginning, because from that day on, Qiao Mo asked them to use 10 times leverage every day. And basically they buy on dips and sell on highs. In just 1 week, the accumulated funds reached tens of millions. In Wang Hai's words, this was faster than making money by robbing a bank. Office of the Chairman of Skyscraper Capital. Qiao Mo and his wife sat on separate sofas, but both of them stared at the laptop screen on the coffee table. Assistant Li, have you noticed anything unusual recently? Qiao Mo pointed at the stock trend chart on the computer and asked. Have. Li Shirhan nodded solemnly. Boss, look here. Li Shirhan pointed to a transaction that took place at 2 o'clock yesterday on the screen. There's something clearly wrong with this massive deal. Qiao Mo came closer to take a look, but he didn't say anything and asked Li Shirhan to continue. And here. Li Shirhan found a transaction record from half a month ago, and then found a transaction record from a month ago. All three have a subtle loophole. Really? Qiao Mo sneered in his heart. This group of people clearly didn't take the Su Ming Group seriously. After all, it's just a small company with a market capitalization of 2 billion. I guess they didn't expect anyone to pay attention to this stock. Such an obvious mistake could even be said to be a complete disdain for Su Ming Group and arrogance. Assistantly, it's time for us to get to work. Notify Wang Hai and have them build a position in Su Ming Group. P.S. The school beauty will write it, don't worry, I believe in the author's ability, the exciting part is coming. Chapter 23, Su Muyao's identity is exposed and she confronts a contemporary stock market legend. In the office, Chow Mo stared at the information on the table, which contained detailed information about Xingmong Entertainment. Xingmong Entertainment is a family-owned business and a well-known listed company in Hangzhou. Chow Mo saw from the document that the column regarding the children of the chairman of Xingmong Entertainment had the name of an acquaintance written on it. Yi Yaoting, a senior executive of Xingmong Entertainment and the eldest daughter of Chairman Yi Nantian. Being able to be best friends with the eldest daughter of the Yi family. Aunt Su, you hid it from me so badly. Recalling the tragic end of the daughter of the Su family in his previous life, Chow Mo's body temperature suddenly dropped and his face turned as cold as ice. Skyscraper Capital Trading Department. The four people in the room received instructions from Li Shirhan, and both accounts began to build positions. Su Ming Group. Assistantly, is it too expensive to buy into Su Ming Group now? And did Mr. Chow tell us how much he wanted us to buy? Wang Hai couldn't help but feel a headache when he saw the curve on the time-sharing interface chart that was sometimes high and sometimes low. I don't know if there is any news about this company. Why is the market fluctuating so much, and it has lasted for almost a month? Market sentiment is volatile, and panic buying may result in losses, or even trapping you. At this time, the door of the trading department was opened. Transfer all the money in the company's account to the two accounts you operate. Chow Mo came towards him. All? Li Shirhan was a little confused when she met Chow Mo's firm eyes. Although Chow Mo asked her to pay attention to this stock early, the overall cost effectiveness of this stock was too low. It's not worth buying at this time. I'll transfer the money to your account now, and I'll direct you later. Chow Mo didn't care about Li Shirhan and gave orders directly to Wang Hai. After saying that, Chow Mo sat opposite Wang Hai with his laptop. This action stunned everyone in the room. The four people in the trading department looked at each other, not sure what Chow Mo meant for a moment. Finally, Wang Hai asked in an incredulous tone. Boss, are you planning to go on stage yourself? 3 accounts acting together? Li Shirhan also turned her gaze to Chow Mo. She had known Chow Mo for a long time, and although she had seen him make moves, they were all small purchases. She was looking forward to Chow Mo personally manipulating tens of millions of dollars of capital into the stock market. Li Shirhan has witnessed many ace traders abroad entering the stock market and making great strides, but those people are actually very ordinary. They also analyze intelligence and weigh the pros and cons like ordinary traders. But Chow Mo is different. He is so mysterious. The next instruction he gave was completely unexpected to you, but also within his expectations. This kind of confidence, certainty, and reassuring quality is something she has never seen in any ace trader. I'll transfer the money. Li Shirhan took action immediately. She can't wait. A total of 64 million. Your 2 accounts each hold 32 million. Remain highly alert at all times and follow my instructions. Wang Hai swallowed nervously. It was his first time operating funds worth tens of millions, and the cursor was stuck on buy and he didn't dare move. Li Shirhan stood behind Chow Mo. When he saw the information on Chow Mo's computer, he was stunned. Su Ming Group, shareholding amount, 15 million yuan. Mr. Chow actually holds shares of Su Ming Group worth 15 million. When did this happen? Chow Mo supported himself with his hands and stared at the computer. In fact, the operation method behind this stock was very simple. It was to use the advantage of large size to forcibly create panic trading and force those retail investors with bad mentality to sell their stocks. Then they enter the market again, relying on sufficient funds to buy in large quantities, and do not give retail investors any chance to follow suit. All I can say is that leaks are resistant to being cut. Now the stocks of Su Ming Group are relatively stable, and it is possible that the mysterious private equity institution is ready to take action. Here I come. Speak of the devil, he will appear. The stock curve chart of Su Ming Group began to fluctuate. The stock trend chart, which was originally on an upward trend, was suddenly brought down by a large order. The Su Ming Group, which originally only had about 4 points on the water, suddenly became green again. Pulled offline again. The stock price is low at this time. If Chow Mo buys now, he can buy a lot of stocks at a low price, but doing so is also very risky. As long as Chow Mo uses funds to buy stocks, he will definitely be discovered by the other party. Once the purpose is discovered at this time, the other party will definitely buy in large quantities and may even directly push the stock to the daily limit. If that happens, Chow Mo will have no chance. Then wait. It was not until more than 10 minutes later that the stock chart rose again and returned to normal. Now is the time. Chow Mo immediately clicked sell, and half of the stocks worth 15 million were sold. Once the 7.5 million was dropped, the originally relatively stable curve graph was instantly pulled into a vertical downward line. A cliff-like drop. Sold it? Why sell it now? Li Shirhan shouted in confusion. Wang Hai and the other three also looked over here. Mr. Chow was selling his shares now? What was this operation? So what were they going to do now? Buy the bottom of their own stocks? Don't move, just follow my instructions. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression tensed. About 50 seconds later, Chow Mo suddenly shouted. Start grabbing chips. 4 people controlled 2 accounts and started frantically buying shares in the stock market as soon as they received the order. Shenzhen Stock Exchange. On the 16th floor of a high-end office building, the famous Linhai private equity of Huaxia State is located. Big money to spend, small money to buy? Are you trying to imitate us? Someone in the office laughed, and then everyone in the room started laughing. You really ran into someone who's not afraid of death and wants to show off his muscles in front of us? I'll make you bankrupt. A young man spoke arrogantly. Whatever he says, when it comes to the final decision-making stage, it still depends on their boss. The young man shifted his gaze to the square-faced middle-aged man sitting in the main seat behind him, the top trader in China's financial world. The chief leader of Linhai private equity, Lin Gaojie. Boss, should we tease them a bit, or just trap them in there? While chatting and laughing, Xiaomo's Sky Capital was treated as a big leak by them. It seemed as if dealing with him was easier than crushing an ant. They started planning Su Ming Group 2 months ago, and now the shares held by several accounts account for 6% of the total share capital. What he and Morong Fu agreed on was that he would only need to get 4% of the total share capital, which is now in excess. Go ahead, show off your muscles and scare them. There really hasn't been any challenge for you in the past 2 months, so just treat it as practice. Hearing this, the young man chuckled. The boss said that there was no need to lock up all of them, so it shouldn't be too much to lock up 70 to 80% of them. After receiving Lin Gaojie's instructions, the people in the office smiled at each other. First, throw some money at him and test his courage. They have sufficient capital, it just depends on whether the other party dares to take it. A sell order for 10,000 lots was placed but was completely eaten up in less than 2 seconds. Follow immediately? Quite interesting. Everyone in Linhai's private equity suddenly became interested. The other party must be brave enough to want to continue playing. No, they also placed a sell order. At this time, someone noticed the changes in the disk. The other party actually also placed a sell order. Linhai private equity just placed a sell order for 10,000 lots, but they placed a sell order for 20,000 lots this time? Alright, are you blatantly provoking us? This time Lin Gaojie also became interested. I just wanted them to scare each other, but the other party jumped in my face and mocked me? I want to see what kind of capital you have. You dare to test my Linhai private equity? Hehe, you don't know how to live or die. Hangzhou, skyscraper capital. Looking at the large sell order that suddenly appeared on the market, Chow Mo raised the corner of his mouth. Bait. Prepare to buy in advance. He instructed Wang Hai and the other 3. Wang Hai, buy 20% first. Don't take any other actions after that. Okay, boss. Wang Hai operated on the computer quickly. He did whatever Chow Mo said. Wait a minute, then buy 50% in 2 minutes. In this way, Chow Mo's buying speed became slower and slower. Although he was still buying, the 2 transactions might be 2 to 3 minutes apart. Buy all the rest. The last stroke was also eaten up slowly, giving the other party a feeling of powerlessness. Next second, the market suddenly experienced violent fluctuations, and the stocks that had been gradually recovering were smashed down again, this time even hitting the limit down. The opportunity has come. Now, go all out to grab the chips. By the time the other party reacted, it was too late. Chow Mo had already snatched a big piece of meat from the retail investors and them. You want to treat me like a leak? Practice for another 20 years. After leaving these words, Chow Mo turned and left the trading department. But when he reached the door, he called out to Li Shirhan, who was still in a daze. Assistantly, notify Su Ming Group that I will attend tomorrow's shareholders meeting. Chapter 24 Gathering at the shareholders meeting. Saturday morning. Inside the office floor of Su Ming Group. Su Muyao took the public notice that was just issued this morning and looked at it for a long time. Today was the day of the board meeting, and suddenly a new shareholder was about to join. This is not good news for her. She also noticed the fluctuations in Su Ming Group's stock price yesterday, but what was unexpected was that there were two new shareholders today. Skyscraper Capital, Shanghai Capital. She had a hunch that this was not just a simple capital speculation, but was most likely directed at her. Hey, isn't this my smart and capable sister? Why does she look so grim? Did she run into something troublesome? A cynical male voice came from behind her. Su Wenchuan? What are you doing here? Su Wenchuan usually doesn't even look at the company, let alone come here on his own initiative. There must be something wrong when something is abnormal. Hey, of course I'm here to see you, my dear sister. Su Wenchuan grinned. Then he took 2 steps closer to Su Muyao and whispered in her ear with a cold, vicious tone mixed with contempt and mockery, after all, today is your big day. It's your honor to marry into the Morong family and become Morong Bo's wife. Besides, I'll tell you a secret about Morong Bo. That guy's hobby, ha 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 ha. Su Wenchuan whispered something in Su Muyao's ear and then laughed out loud. He learned about Morong Bo's habit by chance. Why did Su Muyao, a woman, have to fight with him for the family property? Wouldn't it be better for her to just be a vase in the Su family? At least the Su family would protect her on the surface. Must fight for the family property. Only men are worthy of inheriting the family. He is the only male in the family, and the Su family business can only be handed over to him. Su Muyao was lost in thought as she stared at Su Wenchuan's departing back. With Su Wenchuan's brain, he would never dare to show up at this shareholders meeting rashly. He must be completely confident if he dares to come. There is only one possibility, that her vicious stepmother took action. Alas! Su Muyao sighed helplessly, the invisible pressure making her breathless. Su Muyao, Chow Mo, are you free now? Come chat with me. Su Muyao, video call missed. Su Muyao, video call missed. Finally, she sighed heavily again. He put his phone back into his pocket helplessly, took another serious look at the conference room in front of him, and walked in with heavy steps. Inside the conference room, Chairman Su Tianxiang was not present. His personal assistant, a gray-haired old man, attended the meeting in his place. It is said that he has followed Su Tianxiang since he was 30 years old. He is the person in charge of the group and he is present at many important meetings. Special Assistant Zhang. Su Muyao greeted the old man. Mississippi. Special Assistant Zhang stood up and walked to Su Muyao respectfully. He glanced at Su Wenchuan behind him again, without saying a word, neither greeting him nor inviting him in. Su Wenchuan glared at Special Assistant Zhang fiercely, but in the end he said nothing. He went in dejectedly and found a place to sit down. Su Muyao nodded and went in to sit down. Not long after Su Muyao sat down, someone else entered the meeting room. Boss Morong, welcome to our Su Ming Group. Since Special Assistant Zhang is presiding over the meeting on behalf of President Su, he must fulfill his duties as a good host and not omit all necessary etiquette. Assistant Zhang, long time no see. You're old enough and it's time for you to retire and enjoy your life. Look at your gray hair, it's all from working so hard. Morong Fu seemed to be very familiar with Special Assistant Zhang and started chatting with him as soon as they met. Who is this? Special Assistant Zhang asked, pointing at the young man behind Morong Fu. Oh, this is my son. He's not too old anymore. I plan to bring him out to train him and let him see the big scene. Morong Fu pulled his son out. Xiaobo, you should call Special Assistant Zhang uncle. Morong Bo nodded obediently, hello, Uncle Zhang. Special Assistant Zhang smiled meaningfully and said, please take a seat. There are 2 new faces today. Let's get to know each other later. As soon as Morong father and son sat down, Morong Bo stared at Su Muyao opposite him. He felt that Su Muyao looked particularly elegant in her professional uniform, and he really wanted to pin her to the ground and beat her hard. That must be a very pleasant feeling. Su Muyao simply ignored him without even looking at him. The door of the conference room opened again, and this time two people walked in, a young man in a suit and a middle-aged man with a square face. The young man in the suit introduced himself. I am attending the meeting on behalf of Shanghai Capital. Special Assistant Zhang nodded and motioned for him to sit down. The middle-aged man with a square face is called Su Tianhao. He is Mr. Su's younger brother and Su Muyo's uncle. After a while, Special Assistant Zhang looked at his watch. Mr. Chow from Sky Capital is still missing. Both Sky Capital and Shanghai Capital acquired 5% of Su Ming Group's shares through the secondary market. They are also one of the company's major shareholders. When the young man from Shanghai Capital heard about Matian Capital, he knew who the other party was. It was the guy who set a trap for them yesterday. He just flew here from Shenzhen this morning. I didn't expect to meet this unruly boss of a financial institution. Humph, actually eating the goods at the limit down price, how shameless. Yesterday, because of Chowmo's outrageous operation, Lin Hai Private Equity spent tens of millions of dollars in vain and suffered another loss in the stock market. He now wished he could question Chow Mo in person. Do you understand the rules? I suggest that these small shareholders don't need to wait and just get straight to the point of the meeting. At worst, we can wait for him to arrive and ask for his opinion. Morong Fu said he was asking for opinions, but he was very disdainful in his heart. Such a small shareholder could not influence the situation at all. How could a small shareholder like him control such an overwhelming advantage? Okay, let's start with the first proposal of today. The first proposal is about Su Muyao's proposal to digitally empower hotel life and launch online hotel selection. Please raise your hands if you agree. Everyone present raised their hands except the young man from Shanghai Capital, including Su Wenchuan. Young Master Su was quite resourceful and actually managed to get 8% of the shares. Morong Fu said something in a bad tone. Special Assistant Zhang also took another look at Su Wenchuan. He knew that this must be the work of He Wanqing. The second proposal. Except for Chow Mo and the young man from Jinhai Capital who abstained from voting, the other two proposals were passed unanimously. Ironically, both proposals were put forward by Su Muyao. Next is the third motion, regarding Ms. Su Muyao joining the board of directors. Who is for and who is against? As soon as this resolution was made, everyone in the meeting room turned their eyes to Su Muyao. Without exception, these people looked at Su Muyao as if she were a clown. So what if she was young and promising? So what if she had outstanding abilities? Everyone here voted against you. Even your biological father, the largest shareholder of the group, voted against it. How pitiful. Feeling everyone's gaze, Su Muyao didn't look up, but lowered her head and sent a message. Su Muyao, Chow Mo, can you come pick me up? I miss you a little. The message was sent, but unfortunately it fell on deaf ears. Chow Mo didn't even reply to the message from this morning, as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth. Su Muyao couldn't hold it in any longer at this moment. The corners of her eyes turned bloodshot and crystal tears fell on the phone screen like rain. Chapter 25 General Assembly Vote, Another Incident. Miss Su, you and my son are about the same age and we are both of marriageable age. Why don't we get engaged today? As long as you become the daughter-in-law of my Morong family, I will naturally agree to this resolution. Here he comes. Morong Fu really brought up this matter. Su Wenchuan and Morong Bo both stared at Su Muyao with a playful look on their faces. They both wanted to see what expression this good employee who worked so hard for the group had at the moment. Unfortunately, Su Muyao was not as desperate as they imagined, and her expression remained calm. She hid her emotions very well. Hee, just keep pretending, you bitch. Su Wenchuan snorted lightly, then shouted to Special Assistant Zhang, then let's vote by raising our hands. After saying this, Su Wenchuan couldn't wait to raise his hand. He was about to shout I object when an old voice covered his words. I agree. Special Assistant Zhang slowly raised his right hand. What? Su Wenchuan's brain suddenly froze, and he asked again as if he didn't hear clearly. I said, on behalf of Director Su, I agree that Miss Su Muyao join the board of directors. Special Assistant Zhang repeated what he had just said calmly. For a moment, the expressions on everyone's faces in the room were wonderful. Su Wenchuan looked as ugly as if he had eaten shit, and Morong Bo was in disbelief and kept muttering things like liar, untrustworthy. Morong Fu's expression was gloomy, and no one knew what he was thinking. And Su Muyao, she also seemed not to have heard clearly, looking at Assistant Zhang in shock like a student repeatedly confirming the answer. Special Assistant Zhang smiled slightly. Miss, I'm just responsible for delivering the message to Director Su. It turned out to be him. This was really arranged by her father, but why? Why did he agree to let her join the board of directors? What happened? Impossible, you must be talking nonsense. How could my father agree to let her join the board of directors? How could he hand over the Su family to this woman? Why? Su Wenchuan was the first one to get angry. He was obviously the legitimate son of the Su family, so why did Su Muyao, a woman, have the right to do so? He is the only heir of the Su family. The Su family belongs to me, Su Wenchuan. Be quiet. This is a board meeting, not a market. Look at what you look like now. Special Assistant Zhang slammed the table and scolded Su Wenchuan. Su Wenchuan glanced at everyone on the board of directors unwillingly, and looked at Morong and his son for a few more seconds, but finally sat down obediently. Special Assistant Zhang looked at the people below calmly. Let's start voting, who's in favor and who's against. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at each other in surprise. I abstain. Su Wenchuan said in a humming voice. I will also abstain. Jinhai Capital followed closely. I also abstain. The final voting result was that everyone except Mr. Su abstained from voting. Mr. Su was the largest shareholder of the entire group, holding 30% of the shares, so this resolution was naturally passed smoothly. Special Assistant Zhang glanced at the shareholders below calmly, then looked at Su Muyao with a congratulatory tone. Congratulations to Ms. Su Muyao on becoming the new director of the group, and also the youngest director. Pa pa pa. Special Assistant Zhang took the lead in applauding, and his eyes were full of admiration when he looked at Su Muyao. He was also a veteran of the group and had put aside family grudges. Not to mention, the person he was most optimistic about was Su Muyao. The group should prosper under the leadership of someone like Su Muyao. Pa pa pa. With Special Assistant Zhang taking the lead, all the major shareholders in the conference room stood up and applauded in congratulations. Congratulations, Director Su. Congratulations. The future development of the group still depends on Director Su. Mr. Su is a tiger father and he has no dog daughter. The shareholders all followed the situation, and when they saw that the plan against Su Muyao didn't work, they came forward with a smile on their faces to congratulate. As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. Since these people gave Su Muyao face, she naturally wouldn't make things difficult for them here. After a round, this board meeting is coming to an end. Special Assistant Zhang stood at the main seat and announced loudly. Today's shareholders meeting ends here. Shareholders may leave. Wait. An untimely voice came. Special Assistant Zhang narrowed his eyes and looked at Morong Fu, who stood up. Who said today's resolution is over? Morong Fu glanced coldly at Special Assistant Zhang. Does Chairman Morong have any other proposals to make? Yes, of course I do. A cruel smile appeared on Morong Fu's face. If Su Tianxiang is not sincere, don't blame me, the Morong Group, for turning against you. As the second largest shareholder of the group, I am proposing to the board of directors the removal of Chairman Su Tianxiang for abusing his power and appointing people based on personal connections. There was an uproar when they heard this. Special Assistant Zhang's face darkened, and it was obvious that he realized something. Su Muyao's face looked extremely ugly. No wonder she felt that this meeting went too smoothly. It turned out that Morong Fu was waiting for her here. Morong Fu continued. The case is that Su Muyao, as the chairman's daughter, doesn't have the age or qualifications to be on the board of directors. There are many people in the group who are more experienced than her, and there are also some who are more capable than her. Therefore, I believe that Chairman Su Tianxiang is abusing his power and appointing people based on personal connections in this matter. So I propose to remove Su Tianxiang from the position of chairman and have him hand over the group's shares to the board of directors for joint custody. After saying that, Morong Fu didn't care about Assistant Zhang's expression and simply ignored what he said. Instead, he looked at the major shareholders present. It just so happens that all the shareholders are here this time, so we don't have to hold a second meeting. This resolution is up to everyone, who is for it and who is against it. As soon as he finished speaking, Morong Fu raised his hand and said, I agree. There are undercurrents in the field. Su Muyao quickly analyzed in her mind that the Shanghai capital, where Morong Fu holds a 15% stake, might be the foreign aid he invited, but it only holds a 5% stake. The two of them hold a total of 20% of the shares. According to the company law of China, resolutions of shareholders' meetings must be passed by more than half of the shareholders present, so this time Morongfu was just deliberately shouting? Immediately after Morongfu voted, the young man from Shanghai capital stood up and said, "I agree. These two are indeed in the same group, but that's not enough." Next second, Su Wenchuan smiled smugly and stood up as well, "I agree." This scene shocked Su Muyao. She immediately stood up and scolded, "Su Wenchuan, do you know what you are doing?" However, Su Wenchuan smiled calmly, "Of course I know. I'm using my own way to take back the company that belongs to me. My dear sister, Su Ming Group is mine." His dark pupils revealed a sick smile and an extreme desire for power. Su Wenchuan sat down with a confident look. However, the next person who stood up shocked Su Muyao and Special Assistant Zhang so much that they were speechless. "I agree." Su Tianhao, as Su Tianxiang's younger brother, also voted in favor. Chapter 26 Morong Bo is arrested and Morong Group is expelled. Su Tianhao, what are you doing again? This time, it was Special Assistant Zhang who asked the question first. Obviously, this sudden accident made Special Assistant Zhang, who was at the top of the group, a little overwhelmed. Things are developing in an uncontrollable direction. Old Zhang, my eldest brother, has been acting tyrannically these past few years. The group is clearly a family creation, but he relies on his position as chairman to exercise arbitrary power. Not only did he cut off the other children of the Su family's opportunities to contact the group, but he even sent my son and his nephew to the marketing department. If you don't want other members of the Su family to get in touch with the core of the group, then I can't let him have an easy time either. This was the first time the taciturn Su Tianhao spoke today. He, Su Tianxiang, and Zhang Tezu have gone through so many ups and downs together to make Su Ming Group what it is today. However, Su Tianxiang was autocratic and even his own nephew could not enter the core of the group, while his own daughter was doing very well in the group. Su Tianhao was unwilling to accept this. He also wanted to fight for a good position for his son. Assistant Zhang was so angry that he couldn't speak. Su Tianhao's son is a loser. He got a waitress pregnant right after joining the hotel department. He has no ability at all. How dare Su Tianhao bring up such a person? Su Tianhao, have you really thought it through? What you're doing today is tantamount to handing the company over to someone else, just to get revenge on your eldest brother. Is it worth it? And you? Special Assistant Zhang looked at Su Wenchuan with resentment. This is your father's company. What you're doing is tantamount to pushing him into a fire pit. It's not too late to cancel the vote now. Special Assistant Zhang really didn't understand what Su Wenchuan or He Wanqing behind him were thinking. How could Su Wenchuan possibly think of such a thing? He must have received instructions from He Wanqing to do this. This vicious woman. Even Special Assistant Zhang couldn't help but curse. Su Muyao also frowned at this moment. The situation was not right. She didn't expect Su Wenchuan and Su Tianhao to suddenly turn against her. In addition, the current situation of Shanghai Capital's shares was very unfavorable to Su Tianxiang. Although Su Muyao also had no good feelings towards this father. But things are different now. If Su Tianxiang falls, it will be useless even if she joins the board of directors. People like Morongfu will definitely hold Su Tianxiang's shares in the name of supervision. By then, the will left by her mother would become a constraint for her. Ha 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 ha. Now the situation is very clear. I hold 15% of the shares, my nephew Su holds 8%, brother Tianhao holds 5%, and Shanghai Capital holds 5%. Together, we hold a 33% stake, while Su Tianxiang only holds 30%. Even if we add in Su Muyao's 0.85%, that's still a far cry from ours. Speaking of this, Morongfu could no longer suppress his inner excitement and joy. He had been planning for this day for so long. As long as this plan succeeds, he will be able to take over the hotel giant Su Ming Group, and then cooperate with his real estate company. He is a giant in the entire Hangzhou city and even in the entire Zhejiang province. Ha ha ha! Morongfu laughed more and more loudly. Morong Bo also looked excited. He now understood why his father told him that after this success he would be able to rule Hangzhou. You are worthy of being my good father. Morong Bo thought he was about to lose Su Muyao, the best of the best, but he didn't expect that his father still had such a crucial trick. Su Muyao, you still can't escape from my palm. The situation is already very clear. More than half of the shareholders think my resolution is reasonable. Special Assistant Zhang, you should hurry up and inform Su Tianxiang. It's pointless to be a coward at this time. Morong Fu said calmly. The plan has been made, the outcome has been determined, even if the king comes, it will be of no use. At this moment, the door of the conference room, which was originally closed, was suddenly kicked open. Bang! No need to invite me, I'm already here. I'd like to ask Chairman Morong, is it me that you called me a coward? At the door of the conference room, a middle-aged man in a suit walked into the conference room with vigorous steps, followed by a handsome young man. When he saw the middle-aged man Morong Fu, his expression suddenly froze. Su Wenchuan's eyes widened, and he spoke in a trembling voice, Dad. Impossible, how come you are here? Didn't you go to France for vacation? Su Wenchuan's whole body was trembling at this moment. This was the suppression from his blood. Su Muyo was not looking at her father Su Tianxiang, but the young man behind Su Tianxiang. After seeing that familiar face, her eyes showed shock, joy, and bewilderment. How could it be him? Su Muyo was in a daze. Su Tianxiang walked to the main seat of the meeting and said, If I don't come back soon, the group will be handed over to you useless people. He glanced at Su Wenchuan and Su Tianhao with a bad look. Finally, his gaze fell on Morong Fu. The Morong group is truly capable, and you, Morong Fu, are even more amazing. He had bribed the majority of shareholders without them noticing. This Morong Fu was indeed a man with evil ambitions. You didn't leave? Morong Fu's eyes were cold. Of course not. So what if you didn't leave? The outcome is already decided. The entire shareholders meeting agrees with me. What's the point of you coming back? It's just a matter of dying sooner or later. Morong Fu remained calm and composed. He couldn't lose this round, even if Su Tianxiang didn't leave. However, Su Tianxiang smiled without saying anything. The look he gave Morong Fu also changed, a mixture of pity and ridicule. Who said the ending is predetermined? As the fifth largest shareholder of the group, I haven't even voted yet, and the outcome has already been decided? The young man behind Su Tianxiang walked to the podium with a bright smile on his face. He picked up the microphone and introduced himself. My name is Chao Mo. I'm the founder and CEO of Sky Capital, and the fifth largest shareholder of the group. I oppose the resolution proposed by Director Morong Fu. Chao Mo's eyes swept over the people in the audience, ignoring their expressions. He just stared at Su Muyo blankly, and a faint tear mark ran across her beautiful face. Chao Mo's mind moved, I will help you even if I lose money. I won't be happy if you, Su Muyao, don't give me two big fat boys in this life. Su Tianxiang stood up and looked at Morong Fu with a cold gaze. I declare that the total number of dissenting votes accounts for 35.85%. Morong Fu's resolution is rejected. The farce finally came to an end when Special Assistant Zhang announced the results. Su Wenchuan and Su Tianhao looked like they were dumbfounded, their whole bodies exhausted, slumped in their chairs as if they had no bones. Su Wenchuan kept calling him dad, trying to evoke a trace of fatherly love. Good trick. Morong Fu blurted out these three words in anger. What a great trick. Su Tianxiang, let's wait and see. After saying that, Morong Fu called out to Morong Bo, who was still in a daze and was about to leave Su Ming Group. Su Tianxiang raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, let's go? Let's see who can leave today. Do you really think Su Tianxiang is a soft persimmon? Can you come and go as you please in Su Ming Group? What? You still want to find someone to stop me, Su Tianxiang, stop talking nonsense. Morong Fu looked disdainful. The failure of the plan was his mistake, but that didn't mean he had no way to deal with Su Tianxiang. Su Tianxiang didn't say anything, but gestured for him to look outside the door. Outside the door, a group of 7 people in police uniforms strode into the conference room. After the police walked in, Morong Bo, who had been standing behind Morong Fu calmly, suddenly felt his heart skip a beat and a bad premonition enveloped him. Sudden. 7 policemen entered the meeting room and surrounded Morong Fu and his son. What are you going to do? Morong Fu was stunned. We are attending the shareholders' meeting legally. Since when did even the police want to interfere with the group's development? Morong Fu's words were ignored. The leading police officer looked behind him and said to Morong Bo in a majestic and unquestionable tone. Morong Bo from Morong Group, you are suspected of multiple cases of raping minors. Come with us now. He waved his hand and 2 policemen put handcuffs on Morong Bo. Morong Bo suddenly trembled and yelled, No, it's not me. You caught the wrong person, it's not me, I didn't do this. As Morong Bo was shouting, he suddenly started crying again. He knelt on the ground and hugged Morong Fu's thighs. Dad. You have to save me, you can't let them take me away, I can't go to jail. You have to save me, Dad, save me. Buzz. Even though Morong Fu had seen a lot of things, his mind went blank at this moment. As Morong Bo's father, how could he not know his son's temperament? He almost vomited blood. I knew my son loved to play, but I didn't know he had this habit. And judging from Su Tianxiang's attitude, his son probably won't be able to get out in this lifetime. Snap. Morong Fu slapped his son hard in the face, causing Morong Bo to lie on the ground in pain and unable to get up. You useless bastard, I'm going to be killed by you sooner or later. Morong Fu was so angry that he punched and kicked his son. Director Morong, please don't be angry. Su Tianxiang suddenly stood up and stared at Morong Fu with a smile. Your son's problem has been solved, now it's your turn. After that, Su Tianxiang picked up the microphone and said loudly to the audience. As one of our group's major shareholders, Morong Group has now suffered irreversible losses due to negative news reports. I propose that Morong Group be expelled from the board of directors. Please vote. Boom. Morong Fu felt a rush of blood to his head, thinking that although he had been in the business world for decades and his competitive methods were ruthless, no one had ever caught him. Unexpectedly, he was defeated by his own son. Chapter 27, Aftermath, Su Muyo begs for forgiveness. Vote? What the hell is this decision? As soon as Su Tianxiang came back, Su Wenchuan and Su Tianhao both became targets. Moreover, the combined shareholding of Su Tianxiang and his daughter, plus Chao Mo from Skyscraper Capital, is enough to control the situation. Defeated. He was completely defeated. Where did this guy Chao Mo come from? If it weren't for him, Su Ming Group would have been taken over by me long ago. I failed miserably today. Morong Fu laughed at himself. That's right. Not only did he lose his shares, but he also lost his son. This business tycoon was completely humiliated. After saying this, Morong Fu turned around and was about to leave. At this moment, a figure stumbled out of the conference room and came to the door in a panic. Boss Morong, you can't leave. The conditions you promised me haven't been fulfilled yet. What will I do if you leave? What will happen to our family? Su Tianhao's face turned pale and he spoke in a panic. What happens to your family has nothing to do with me. Morong Fu glanced at him indifferently. No, you clearly said that my son would hold shares in your family and that you would arrange a senior position for him. Su Tianhao refused to give in. Idiot. Morong Fu cursed and continued, no wonder Su Tianxiang doesn't let you get in touch with the core of the group. You and your son are both useless, both idiots. After saying that, Morong Fu, who was about to leave, turned around and looked at the conference room. He glanced at Su Tianxiang with a playful expression. Su Tianxiang, even though you called the police and sent my son to jail, you're not much better off. Oomph, let's wait and see. You are right. Although Morong Fu's son is in jail, at least the relationship between father and son is still there. Su Wenchuan is the real ruthless one. He teamed up with outsiders to seize his father's company. He had no ability but was eager for power. He ended up making things worse and almost made things difficult for others. Also, your wife is not a good person either. Ha 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 ha. Morong Fu laughed loudly and left Su Ming Group. Even if he lost miserably, he would not let Su Tianxiang have an easy time. He would make their family a mess and make him sick to death. Really? After Morong Fu left, Su Tianhao and Su Wenchuan's faces changed drastically, and Su Wenchuan almost fell off his chair. He saw Su Tianxiang with a dark face and not saying a word, and now he even wanted to die. The next second, Su Tianxiang walked to the podium. Don't think I'll let you go just because I've dealt with the outsiders. Su Wenchuan, Su Tianhao, you're really great. It's not a pleasant feeling to be betrayed by your own people. What Su Tianxiang hated most in his life was being backstabbed by his own people. Once he found out, he would show no mercy even if it was his own son. 20 floors. It was still the office without the name badge, and just like the conference room where the shareholders' meeting was held, the office was bustling with activity. Be gentle, Behind the office door, Su Muyo was picked up by Chao Mo, her legs crossed at his lower back, her back against the door, her plump and seductive red lips pressed tightly against Chao Mo's hot lips. Chao Mo's kiss was domineering and powerful, and he wanted to suck Su Muyo's soft lips in completely and wrap them tightly. Feeling a slight pain on her lips, Su Muyao couldn't help but groan. Hmm. After a long time, the two lips separated, and Su Muyao's plump red lips were sucked as if blood was about to drip out, and they were as bright and tempting as ripe fruit. Bad guy, why are you in such a hurry? Put me down now. Su Muyao said coquettishly as if complaining, and her high-heeled foot gently bumped into Chao Mo's lower back. It's a complaint, but it's more of a coquettish act. At this point, Chao Mo pinched her but hard, then glared at Su Muyao. Not in a hurry yet? My wife is about to get engaged to someone else, how can I not be anxious? Su Muyao was stunned at first, then she lowered her head guiltily and didn't dare to look at Chao Mo. It seemed, he already knew everything. Chao Mo put Su Muyao down, walked to the sofa angrily as if he had suffered a great injustice, sat down, picked up a glass of water and drank it in one gulp. How could he not be angry? Who can bear to see his woman almost getting engaged to someone else? Thinking of the tragic ending of Su Muyao in his previous life, Chao Mo felt a pang of fear. Fortunately, he developed skyscraper capital early on. Otherwise, if this trend continues, Su Muyao may very likely end up like in her previous life again. The wife you just got is going to jump off the building? Don't even think about it in this life. Su Muyao crossed her hands and hung them in front of her belly, like a student who had made a mistake entering the teacher's office, with her hands nervously clasped together and hanging naturally in front of her belly. He secretly raised his head and looked at Chao Mo with a guilty conscience. You know everything? Chao Mo rolled his eyes, his expression as if to say what else. Alas, Su Muyao sighed in her heart. If she had known earlier, she would have listened to her best friend and told Chao Mo earlier. Now he is like a little nagging woman, how can I coax him? Su Muyao sat next to Chao Mo, gently shook his arm, and said in a half coquettish and half angry tone. I was wrong. I didn't mean to hide it from you. She didn't expect Chao Mo to have such achievements at such a young age. Although Chao Mo had been staying at her house since his freshman year, they had many opportunities to meet. Why have I never heard him mention it? You're still blaming me. You've been hiding things from me, haven't you? You own such a big company, yet you still lied to me like I was just an ordinary college student. Su Muyao pouted and hugged her chest, looking like she was angry too, and asked someone to comfort her. But Chao Mo didn't buy it, he pinched Su Muyao's butt again. You're blaming me. If I didn't run a company, you'd be in trouble today. Could it be that you're still attracted to Morong Bo? Chao Mo said this deliberately. He knew that Su Muyao wanted him to coax her. Woman, you want me to give in? Every door. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly fall for that Morong Bo? It makes me sick just thinking about it. He's not any better than you. Sure enough, Su Muyao hit Chao Mo unwillingly, and then hugged one of his hands tightly. She said softly in a voice that only she and Chao Mo could hear, I only like you, always have, and always will. Chao Mo then stroked her hair gently with satisfaction, but his expression was fierce. Then remember this, if you don't give me two big fat boys in this life, I will not let you go. Su Muyao turned into a whimpering monster, and kept burrowing into Chao Mo's arms to express her protest and act coquettishly. You bad guy. Although she called Chao Mo a bad guy, she knew in her heart that he had calmed down and forgiven her. She just lay in Chao Mo's arms, listening to the strong heartbeat which made her feel particularly at ease. All right, Su Muyao looked at Chao Mo with bright eyes, and suddenly thought of something. How did you convince Su Tianxiang to agree to let me join the board of directors? She was still very curious about this. After all, today's shareholders' meeting was full of twists and turns, which was beyond her expectations. Hey, you're talking about this. Chao Mo had a smug smile on his face. Last night at 8 o'clock. Chao Mo drove Li Shirhan's Mercedes-Benz all the way to Hangzhou International Airport, where he was waiting for Su Tianxiang. After obtaining 5% of the shares of Su Ming Group, he took the initiative to contact Su Ming Group and obtain Su Tianxiang's itinerary from Special Assistant Zhang on the grounds that there was important news. As one of the group's major shareholders, it was easy for Chao Mo to get his boss's itinerary. Chapter 28 Memories, Repayment. Hello, Mr. Su. Although Chao Mo had a lot of opinions about Lao Dang, who forced Su Muyao to marry someone else in her previous life, there was nothing he could do now as the situation forced him to do so. You can only keep your head down and be a good person. Hello, are you the new shareholder of the group? Su Tianxiang looked at Chao Mo's young and tender face and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Is this shareholder so young? You said you had important news to tell me? Well, let me remind you, my plane is about to take off, and you don't have a few minutes. Chow Mo nodded to show that he understood. Don't worry, Mr. Su, if you listen to me, you will definitely not want to get on the plane again. Although Su Tianxiang was disdainful, he still listened attentively. First, let me introduce myself. I made my fortune in the stock market. I know all this, let's get to the point. Su Tianxiang interrupted him. That's the point. I know you're anxious, but don't worry. Since I've chosen to buy your group's stock, I need to understand your operating rules. My way of understanding them may be different from others. I like to look at stock market charts. Look at the stock market trend chart to understand? Su Tianxiang looked disdainful. To put it bluntly, wasn't it just a guess? I've noticed something very important in your stock market. About 2 weeks ago, a specialized institution was secretly acquiring your company's shares. They did it very covertly. Speaking of this, Su Tianxiang's expression changed slightly. He started buying stocks half a month ago, which means he was planning ahead for big moves. After my meticulous investigation, I discovered that this is a small local organization in Hangzhou. After a deeper understanding, I found that this organization is not simple, very simple. Because the capital behind him is Linhai Private Equity. Linhai Private Equity? Su Tianxiang was stunned. Is it Lin Gaojie's Linhai Private Equity? His expression changed drastically. He knew Lin Gaojie as a legend in China's financial field, but how could such a big shot absorb the stocks of their group? He had a bad feeling. Chow Mo knew from his expression that Su Tianxiang had finally realized the seriousness of the problem. Mr. Su, do you know which company has the closest contact with that small organization in Hangzhou recently? Which one? Su Tianxiang asked impatiently. Morong Group. It's him. Su Tianxiang suddenly felt a chill. His second largest shareholder was secretly increasing his holdings. Was this buying stocks? It was the right to speak for the board of directors. You can name your price and sell me all your stocks. Su Tianxiang immediately said to Chow Mo. This was his first reaction, to increase the chips in his hand so that he could take the initiative. Chow Mo shook his head. Of course I will sell it, but not now. As long as Chairman Su agrees to one of my requests, I will sell the shares to you after the meeting tomorrow. You say. That is? Chow Mo spoke softly beside him in case anyone else heard. After hearing this, Su Tianxiang frowned and looked at Chow Mo in disbelief. Are you hers? Chow Mo spread out his hands and said, to be precise, she is mine. Okay, I'll vote in favor tomorrow, and I hope you'll keep your promise. Su Tianxiang can still distinguish between outsiders and family members. Even if he gives part of the shares to Su Muyao, he will still be the largest shareholder. But if it falls into the hands of other people, he will be in trouble. He really misjudged this daughter. Wow! Chow Mo, how can you be so powerful? Su Muyao's eyes were full of stars when she heard this. This man is so amazing. He can deduce the equity distribution of the entire group just from clues in the stock market. This is simply business genius. No wonder you can start your own business at such a young age. You are worthy of being my pick. That's amazing. Su Muyao excitedly hugged Chow Mo's face and kissed him again and again, wishing she could kiss his entire face. Stop trying to get close to me. Chow Mo pinched Su Muyao's mouth seriously. What's wrong? You're not angry anymore, are you? Who said I'm not angry anymore? Tell me, are you hiding something from me? Tell me the truth. Doesn't this sound like the classic statement made by women in later generations questioning their boyfriends? But sorry, to Chow Mo, he is the classic. I don't have it. Su Muyao looked confused. No? Then tell me how old you are and what is your relationship with Jiang Yan? Chow Mo sneered. Su Muyao was stunned for a moment and then asked, you don't know? Chow Mo was stunned. What do I know? Wait, what are you looking at? Su Muyao rolled her eyes speechlessly. Didn't your mother tell you that Jiang Yan and I are sisters? Chow Mo shook his head. Sister? Then why does she call you mom? Su Muyao was a little dazed when she mentioned this. I raised her since she was a child. I was the one who went to the parent-teacher conferences. There's nothing wrong with her calling me mom. Is this okay? It's obviously a big problem. She's in college now and still calls you that. This is the biggest problem. Su Muyao suddenly smiled and gave Chow Mo a meaningful look. Why? Are you disappointed that I can't be your aunt? Nonsense, auntie is not as fragrant as sister. Chow Mo curled his lips, accepting Su Muyao's statement. This made him feel relieved. He and Jian Yan were classmates for 3 years in high school and went to college in the same city. But I slept with her mother. How would Jian Yan look at me? It almost became a Korean movie, Mom's Friend and My Boarding House Diary. Are you still angry now? Su Muyao lay on Xiao Mo's shoulder and blinked her big eyes at him. Xiao Mo gave a cocky expression. It depends on your performance. Su Muyao didn't know what she was thinking about, but her fair face turned red as fire. She stood up, took off her high heels, walked towards Xiao Mo barefoot on the floor, spread her legs, sat astride Xiao Mo's thighs, and arched forward, pressing tightly against Xiao Mo's lower abdomen. She put her arms around his neck, put her face next to his ear, and whispered softly. You pinched me just now and it hurts. Can you rub it for me, dear brother? Not bad, this performance is quite satisfactory. Su Muyao's warm breath hit his face, making his heart itch. Snap. Xiao Mo suddenly slapped her hard, shaking Su Muyao's delicate body. Is this what Sister Su is doing? Is the strength okay? Xiao Mo kissed her on the mouth. Su Muyao hummed softly, as soft as a mosquito's hum. It's still not enough. The clothes are too thick. Can you help me? Take it off? Su Muyao nodded shyly with a red face. In a few seconds, all the important clothes on Su Muyao were stripped off, and she began to reach out to untie Xiao Mo's clothes. Xiao Mo sneered, Sister Su, are you going to help me rub it too? Su Muyao's pretty face turned red again. Xiao Mo chuckled, his face full of satisfaction. Su Muyao's body was suspended in the air, and was held up by him. In the sunlight, the man's bronze muscles and the woman's snow-white body formed a strong contrast. There is a long marble table in the office. It is what Su Muyao usually uses when holding small meetings. The fleshy thighs were pressed against the edge of the marble table, the upper body was bent forward, the bronze skin was tightly attached, and a pair of big hands tightly grasped the willow-like slender waist. The ruffled skirt perfectly covers the important parts. Just by looking at the terrifying degree to which the skirt sways, one can imagine the thrilling scene inside. The bronze muscles and fair skin almost merged together, and under the sunlight, the floor shimmered like the sea surface. The lascivious music echoed in the office. The face beneath the long hair was full of pain. But it wasn't pain. It was an expression of being unable to bear the extreme pleasure that appeared only after the pleasure of both the mind and the body was satisfied at the same time, even to the point of being full and about to overflow. Chapter 29, Aftermath, Funds Turn Over Again. I don't know how long it took, but night fell and most of the employees of Su Ming Group went home to rest after get-off work. There was still one office on the 20th floor with the lights on. They knew that this was the hard-working President Su who was still planning the future development path for the company. The digital hotel model proposed by Su Muyao was unanimously recognized by the group's senior management as a bold innovation. This may be the first time that the group has stood at the forefront of the development of the times and enjoyed the dividends brought by the internet era. Make the hotel chains under Su Ming Group public and transparent on the online platform. All room information is made public on the online platform, and users can see the photos and information of the room they choose by simply placing an order online. This is a bold innovation. Once successful, Su Ming Group will leave a deep mark in the history of hotel development. Su Muyao instinctively stuck out her sweet little tongue in response to Xiao Mo's request for a kiss. The hip muscles contract and the perfect arc becomes concave. This is just to reduce the vibration caused by the spasm reaction to the body. Xiao Mo patted her on the back gently, trying to bring her back to normal. Can you still walk? Su Muyao raised her flushed face and shook her head. She replied weakly, I want to rest for a while. Good. Xiao Mo gently picked her up and let Su Muyao lean in his arms in a comfortable position. After resting for nearly 10 minutes, Xiao Mo helped her put on her clothes. He helped her, who was a little exhausted, to walk out the door. The corridor outside was pitch black, and Xiao Mo had to turn on the flashlight on his cell phone to barely see the road. Fortunately, the elevator was not closed. He pressed the button and the elevator door opened soon. Xiao Mo, Su Muyao leaned on him and spoke weakly. What's wrong? Well, that is. Su Muyao was a little hesitant. She was afraid that Xiao Mo would be unhappy if she told him. After all, he had helped her so much, it didn't seem right to say such things now. After hesitating for a long time, Su Muyao finally decided to speak. It's just that we may not see each other for a while. As she spoke, she secretly observed Chao Mo's expression. Chao Mo happened to turn his head to look at her. Su Muyao took a deep breath and told the story. After taking back the group's shares, Su Tianxiang will definitely carry out a major purge. He and I have never gotten along, and he is likely to use this opportunity to secretly transfer or fire some of my employees. You should know my situation. Although I'm the eldest daughter in name only, I have very few people in the group I can use, and even fewer who I can trust. Although I now have equity and management rights over the hotel department, Su Tianxiang is still the chairman after all. After a little thought, Chao Mo understood Su Muyao's current situation. Although the digital hotel was proposed by her and she would be the one to lead the implementation, Su Tianxiang, as the chairman, might not necessarily exercise the right to transfer personnel. At that time, all of Su Muyao's capable subordinates will be transferred away, making it difficult for Su Muyao to move forward in forcing her to hand over the digital hotel project. Su Tianxiang is indeed a seasoned veteran. He is unwilling to give up his shares and even schemes against his own daughter. I understand. Chao Mo nodded to show that he understood Su Muyao's situation. Su Muyao twisted her body and found a comfortable position in Chao Mo's arms. She spoke lazily. Then I might not be able to accompany you these days. You won't be angry, right? Chao Mo shook his head and laughed. No, you have your own pursuits, how could I possibly restrict what you want to do? Su Muyao's face was filled with a happy smile. Chao Mo, you were so nice. This is a laugh from the heart, a laugh of joy. Chao Mo also smiled. While laughing, Su Muyao suddenly turned around and stared at Chao Mo with a suspicious and sharp look. Why are you looking at me? Su Muyao thought for a moment and said, you can't just flirt with other girls at school, and you can't just spend your money on others. Su Muyao gently adjusted Chao Mo's tie. As he sorted things out, he said, the girls might be attracted by your money. They all have bad intentions. You must remember this. Su Muyao got angry when she saw Chao Mo's indifferent look. Do you remember? She kicked him hard with the heel of her high heels. Okay, I'll remember that. Chao Mo felt pain and quickly agreed. He thought to himself, my sister is nice, but she likes to control people too much. Oh, right, Su Muyao suddenly thought of something and asked quickly, what are you going to do with the stocks you have? She knew that the stock price was very volatile right now. Although it had no impact on the group, it had a huge impact on financial institutions like Chao Mo. Don't worry, I've already thought about it. I can make a move tomorrow and it's a sure win. Is this true? Su Muyao stared at Chao Mo suspiciously. She didn't want Chao Mo's company's performance to plummet because of this incident, and she didn't have the ability to buy these stocks. Buying them at a low price would be too unfair to Chao Mo, and she couldn't do that. Besides, now that the group's stock price has plummeted, who would be willing to take over? Etc. Su Muyao's eyes suddenly lit up as if she had thought of something. If anyone needed stocks at this time, no one needed it more than the person in the group. She and Chao Mo looked at each other and smiled. Chao Mo sent Su Muyao back to her house near the company. Before leaving, Su Muyao gave Chao Mo a key to her house and told him to come whenever he wanted in the future. The next morning, Chao Mo came to Skyscraper Capital in high spirits. He has been exercising non-stop these days. The strange aftereffects of rebirth have disappeared, and he is now exercising purely for his health. The elevator stopped on the 12th floor of Haotai building, and as soon as I walked out, I saw the scene in front of me. Li Shihan and a group of employees were waiting for him in the company lobby. It was already past the trading department's working hours, but Wang Hai and the other three were not there. Instead, sit in the lobby leisure area. Why are you all sitting here? Is it already working time and the trading for today is over? Chao Mo shouted, and everyone stood up. However, they all seemed to be hesitant to speak, and no one dared to be the first to speak. Chao Mo glanced at everyone and asked Li Shihan, assistant Li seems to be free today too. Have you finished your tasks for today? No. Li Shihan quickly shook her head, then quickly stood up and quickly returned to her stern secretary posture. He yelled at them, what are you all still standing there for? Get back to work. Everyone looked at each other, and finally had no choice but to return to their trading department. However, Wang Hai winked at Li Shihan frantically before leaving. Li Shihan made an okay gesture with her hand. Assistant Li, come with me. Leaving this sentence, Chao Mo walked towards his office. Li Shirhan took a deep breath and followed. In the office. As soon as Chow Mo entered, he was busy rummaging through the thick stack of documents in the safe, leaving Li Shirhan alone. Li Shirhan looked at the clock on the wall. Time passed by minute by minute. She finally couldn't help but shouted at Chow Mo's back. Boss! Coincidentally, Chow Mo also took out a document and put it on the table. He looked up at Li Shirhan and asked, "What's wrong?" Li Shirhan hesitated and said, "The company has no money left in the account. Not a cent left. It's not that everyone doesn't want to work, but the company doesn't have a penny in its account. How can we trade?" "I know. But you." "I know there is not a penny left in the company's account." Chow Mo emphasized again. Then let's. Li Shirhan stuttered and didn't say the word break up. Chow Mo still looked calm. "Assistantly, come here and take this document with you." "Okay, Mr. Chow, where are we going?" Li Shirhan still subconsciously agreed out of her own manners. Su Ming Group. Su Ming Group? Li Shirhan was puzzled. Going to Su Ming Group when you have no money? Assistantly, Chow Mo suddenly turned around and looked at her seriously. "It's true that you're a top student in finance, but being an assistant requires more than just studying finance. Human intrigue is the fastest way to make money in the workplace. Come with me." Today he is going to teach Li Shirhan, a returned overseas student, a lesson. So what if she went to a top-tier prestigious university? She has a long way to go. Trading Department. Wang Hai and his group of 4 sat in office chairs doing nothing, especially when they saw the 14,000 yuan written on the account balance. They couldn't help but sigh. Such a big company only has this little money left now, which is even less than the balance in his bank card. How can I trade for 14,000? I usually spend more money on stock trading than this. Xiao Du, the man with glasses, complained. Yeah, I thought I'd found a good job this time. With such a high salary and low workload, it's a paradise for workers. As a result, it went bankrupt in less than 2 weeks. Another short-haired girl also said a few words. At the beginning, she was really optimistic about skyscraper capital and even more optimistic about Chow Mo. I thought a rising star in the financial world was rising here, but I didn't expect that this rising star would fall so quickly and was no longer the same in just half a month. Ah, the short-haired girl sighed deeply. She stood up from the table and looked at the man opposite her. Hey, Xiao Zhang, what are you doing? Xiao Zhang looked up at her and said calmly, Oh, I'm submitting my resume. Bang! The short-haired girl stood up angrily. You're so good, Xiao Zhang, you're planning to find another employer so soon. Do you really not trust our President Chow? That's right. At least we can wait a few more days in case there is a chance of a turnaround. The man with glasses also agreed. It's not that I don't trust Mr. Chow, but I'm just living under pressure. Without a salary, I can barely afford next month's rent. Besides, the price limit is locked in tightly. How can we possibly get out if we're stuck inside? Even if we sell at a loss, no one will buy. Xiao Zhang pointed at a green field of stocks and made a rational analysis. Everyone was silent because Xiao Zhang was right. Well, I'll make some backup plans, too. The short-haired girl said sullenly. She looked at Wang Hai again. What about you, team leader Wang? Wang Hai looked up and sighed when he heard this. He couldn't understand why Mr. Chow wanted to go all in on Su Ming Group even though his stock trading style was indeed radical. But every time he made a transaction, he left a generous deposit, but that day he went all in. Oh, let's get ready to find another job. Wang Hai sighed and prepared to open the talent website to take a look. But when he refreshed his stock market account again, he discovered something incredible. The originally small balance suddenly changed and became a very large number. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million. A full 60 million. Wang Hai's breath hitched and he was about to share it with others, but he heard Xiao Zhang, who was operating another account, exclaim. Money! I'm rich! 60 million! A full 60 million! Xiao Zhang jumped up from his seat excitedly. What? The other two also hurried over to take a look, and saw that the account that was originally 0 had a string of dense zeros. They both leaned over the screen and counted carefully. It really was 60 million. Mr. Chow really did it? This is also 60 million for me. Wang Hai suddenly interrupted the 3 people when they were shocked. The 4 people in the office were all stunned, and then looked at Wang Hai in amazement. Also 60 million. Both accounts have 60 million each, totaling 120 million. The four of them stared blankly at the long string of numbers on the two computers. Wang Hai spoke again. I remember we only spent 70 million on buying stocks. 4 people. It only took 1 day to turn 70 million into 120 million. At this moment, they just wanted to shout, Boss Chow, you are my god. Li Shirhan was still a little dazed when she left Su Ming Group. She couldn't believe what she saw and heard. Originally, Chow Mo was discussing the contract with the group's chairman Su Tianxiang. Li Shirhan felt bored, so she chatted with Mr. Su's personal assistant Zhang. She originally planned to learn from this old senior, but she didn't expect to learn a shocking secret from him. It turns out that Mr. Chow had quietly done such a big thing yesterday. A major event that determines the future of Su Ming Group. What discovered the conspiracy of Morong Group? What about inferring from the stock market that someone has preemptively laid out plans for the Susuming Group? What about reaching a contract with the chairman? Li Shirhan was stunned by the series of topics. She wondered what kind of monster this college student in front of her was. At the age of less than 25, he can stand on equal footing with the bosses of large listed companies such as Su Ming Group and Morong Group, and can even negotiate contracts with them calmly. How can such a person be so terrible? Does it make sense? I was just wondering when we would break up. How could we possibly break up with this attitude? She had made up her mind. She would cling to Chow Mo's thighs and wait for her life to take off. Assistantly, there's a total of 140 million here. Please transfer 120 million back to the company account so that Wang Hai and his team can continue to operate in the stock market. Please transfer the remaining 20 million to my personal bank account. I will need it later. After arranging these things, Chow Mo asked Li Shirhan to go back to work in the company while he went to do some things on his own. The 140 million was a contract he and Su Tianxiang had agreed upon in advance, which included 5% of Chow Mo's shares and a private scandal of Morong Bo. It is already a good deal to get a total of 140 million from Su Tianxiang. If it is more, Mr. Su may feel pressured. This price is just right. Chow Mo looked up at the sky. In the blink of an eye, his funds doubled again. I haven't brought shame to the reborn army, right? Chapter 30. Back to school. Su Ming Group is located in the center of Hangzhou, with an excellent geographical location and convenient transportation. After walking along the main road downstairs of the group for about 5 minutes, Chow Mo arrived at a 4S store. He plans to buy a car today. Now that I have enough money, it's time to consider buying a car. I can't always drive Li Shirhan's car. I had planned to buy one a few days ago but was delayed by Su Muyao's matter. He went straight to a Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Since he wanted to buy a car, he would definitely choose from BBA. Among these 3 brands, Chow Mo liked Mercedes-Benz the most. 2012 is not the same as the future. In this era, the only domestic car that can compete is Liberation, and for luxury coupes, you have to look to BBA. Moreover, Chow Mo did not plan to buy a G-Class or SUV this time. He did not like these models and would just buy a coupe. Hello. As soon as Chow Mo came in, a young female salesperson came to greet him. He had a faint smile on his face, and his figure and appearance were pretty good. He was worthy of being a luxury car salesman, and his appearance made people feel comfortable at first sight. Hello. Chow Mo also nodded in response. Are you here to look at cars? Or do you have anything else to ask? The female salesperson walked beside Chow Mo with a smile on her face. The tone was neither humble nor arrogant, and there was no hint of disdain in it. Take me to see the coupe in your store. After hearing what Chow Mo said, the female salesperson replied okay and led the way obediently, stopping at an area with coupe models. Chow Mo entered the area and looked at the models carefully. Finally, he stopped in front of a silver car and a sapphire blue car. How much are these two? The saleswoman thought for a moment before telling Chow Mo the specific configuration of the vehicle. This silver one is our newest model, it's equipped with a 3.0T engine. Chow Mo interrupted her, I'm asking how much it costs. The female salesperson was stunned. The commotion here also attracted the attention of other salespeople. They felt sorry for the female salesperson, as she had encountered another difficult customer. The silver one is 698,000 yuan, and the sapphire blue one is 1.655 million yuan. The smile on the female salesperson's face disappeared and she answered the bad-tempered customer with a stiff upper lip. She was also unlucky. She didn't expect to meet such a bad-tempered person on her first order today. Well, the blue one uses a credit card. Okay, sir, if you, what? The saleswoman was planning to take him to another cheaper area to have a look, but she didn't expect what she heard. Please swipe the card for the blue one. I'm in a hurry to drive. This time Chow Mo handed the card over directly. The saleswoman was stunned for a moment, and then a bright smile appeared on her face again. Okay, sir, I'll do it for you right away. She took the card excitedly. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly turned back and asked, Sir, this car is currently on sale, the highest price is. Need not. What? The saleswoman was stunned again. I said I don't need the discount, just pay by card. He interrupted the saleswoman again, leaving her speechless, but this time she didn't get angry at all. She even wanted to hug Chow Mo's legs and call him daddy loudly. If Chow Mo doesn't need the discount activity, wouldn't it be a bargain for her? This car can get at least 80,000 yuan off, plus the commission from the sale will be at least 10,000 yuan, which means she can make 90,000 yuan today. The saleswoman thought to herself, even my dad hasn't given me so much, you really are my dad. 5 minutes later. Under the envious gazes of the other salespeople, the young female salesperson took the car keys and walked them over to Chow Mo, with an even bigger smile on her face than before. Hello, Mr. Chow. Please keep your car keys. The license plate you selected has been installed for you. Okay. Chow Mo took the bank card and was about to leave, but was stopped by the female salesperson. Wait a minute, Mr. Chow, because for the follow-up vehicle service, I still need to add your WeChat account, please see. The saleswoman's big watery eyes gave a wink, and only then did Chow Mo realize that she seemed to have secretly put on makeup. No, I don't need any follow-up services. Chow Mo declined. But I have to say that it is worthy of being a BBA salesperson. This sales method is very advanced. It not only sells the car but also sells itself. Moreover, this trick really works. Okay then. The saleswoman's delicate face suddenly fell and she could only sigh helplessly as she watched Chow Mo leave. She's rich and pretty, and even if she's just being played with by him, she can still make a lot of money. What a pity. On the main road in Hangzhou, a sapphire blue sports car sped past, leaving a streak of blue lightning. Hangzhou University of Finance and Economics. After parking the car at the door, the first thing Chow Mo did when he entered was to pay the tuition. He still hasn't paid the 5,000 yuan tuition fee. The School of Finance and Economics didn't say anything about expelling him. That's good. I give a thumbs up to the School of Finance and Economics. In front of the teacher's office, Chow Mo knocked on the door and shouted, "Report." Then he pushed the door open and walked in without caring whether there was anyone responding inside. Teacher Jiang? As soon as Chow Mo entered the room, he saw Jiang Mingshu sitting in the innermost room. Chow Mo? Jiang Mingshu was stunned. She swallowed the word "come in" before she could even shout it out, and then looked at Chow Mo in confusion. I always feel that this student is different from others, she thought to herself. Chow Mo entered the office. There were 3 teachers in the office, and Jiang Mingshu was the most special one. It's not just her looks that are important, her temperament is more important. Jiang Mingshu gives him the feeling of a workplace elite or a strict secretary. But it is still far behind Li Shirhan. Teacher Jiang, I'm here to pay the tuition. Chow Mo took out the bank card he had prepared in advance, which only had 5,000 yuan on it. Oh, tuition. I paid it for you. You paid for me? Chow Mo's face was full of question marks. No wonder it's been almost a month and no teacher has urged him, and no school leaders have contacted him. Well, thank you, Teacher Jiang. Chow Mo spoke awkwardly. It's okay. Jiang Mingshu smiled. I'll transfer the money to you later. Thank you, Teacher Jiang. Chow Mo thanked him again and prepared to leave the office. Wait. Jiang Mingshu called Chow Mo again. Teacher Jiang, is there anything else? Chow Mo, what's happening on the campus internet can't be true, right? Jiang Mingshu asked hesitantly and curiously. Campus network? Chow Mo was stunned for a moment and thought, don't you already know everything about that? Why are you still asking? Yeah, that's it. Before Chow Mo could finish his words, he heard an angry voice. Go out. Jiang Mingshu shouted angrily at Chow Mo. Chow Mo was confused. He realized that the situation was not right. The teachers in the office looked at him in a strange way, as if they were looking at trash, scum, and beasts. No, what's going on? Under the gaze of several teachers, Chow Mo walked out of the office with a puzzled look on his face. What campus network? Hasn't it been a month since I confessed my feelings? Why are people still paying attention? Driven by curiosity, Chow Mo opened the campus network again to try to find the answer. He found the answer because he was the one on the top news. A scumbag is out there, all girls, beware. Chow, a 2011 finance department student, was seen as a three-timing gambler, using his appearance and financial advantages to deceive women. There are about 10 photos below. There are ambiguous photos of him and Luo Yuwei in the cafeteria. The photo of him and Su Muyo holding hands in the mall. He and Chu Zihan were having breakfast at a breakfast shop, and there was a photo of Chu Zihan crying. Chapter 31 Rumors spread and made things worse. Moreover, these dozen or so photos made Chow Mo look particularly ugly, like one of those rich but pot-bellied, shabby guys. There are also many fake chat record screenshots below. Why are you crying about being pregnant? Just think of it as my birthday present to you. Don't like it? Then get an abortion. Stop bothering me. Beauty, don't go home tonight, come to the hotel with me. How you perform in bed tonight determines what gift you receive tomorrow. Name your price. If you want to follow me, you can get as much money as you want. These photos are accompanied by a video. It is said that the owner of a breakfast shop in Hangzhou witnessed Chow insulting a girl. An anonymous reporter, Uncle, have you seen the boy and girl in the photo? Breakfast master, oh, I've seen it. An anonymous reporter, can you tell me what happened to them that day? Breakfast master, this boy is a beast. The girl loves him so much but he still scolds her, 1,000 words omitted here. Let me tell you, there is an even more serious matter. This boy didn't pay for his breakfast. An anonymous reporter, what? He's so wicked. Breakfast master, yes, he eats breakfast. The video ends here. Chow Mo watched the entire video with a gloomy face. I can tolerate those photos and WeChat chat records, but I really can't stand this video. Because this is true, Chow Mo really didn't pay for breakfast. Who the hell is this guy? He's following me. The time and place spans between Chow Mo's meetings with these three girls were very long, so he was definitely being followed since he was able to take these intimate photos. Chow Mo felt a pang of pain in his balls when he thought of the way the teachers in the office looked at him as if he were trash. The key is that I admitted it. Those intimate photos with girls are accompanied by these fake chat records. Chow Mo was perfectly portrayed as an unforgivable devil who was rich but liked to play with girls. If you look at the comments below, you can almost write a melodramatic novel. You think I'm disgusting, right? Just wait and see if I don't disgust you to death. Chow Mo cursed harshly. Then he walked quickly towards the dormitory. Walking turned into jogging, and finally into running. I can't stand it at all. Men and women alike are pointing fingers at me along the way. It makes me look like a rapist, Chow Mo cursed in his heart. Fortunately, everything will be fine once we get to the dormitory. Thinking so, Chow Mo pushed open the dormitory door. As soon as we entered the door, we were warmly greeted by the gaming duo Zhu Yuzhu and Lu Yuan. Fuck you, you dare to come back. Lao Chow, you are such a jerk. Chow Mo immediately took out his magic weapon, soft Zhenghua, take it and inhale it. Suddenly, the eyes of the gaming duo lit up. Zhu Yuzhu immediately took the soft Zhenghua cigarette and opened it. A full box. There was light in the eyes of both of them. They looked at each other and immediately changed their tone, like eunuchs with duck voices, Dad please. Chow Mo calmly closed the door, basic operation error 6. Old Zhu, let me use your computer. He shouted to Zhu Yuzhu. Computer? Don't you have one too? Zhu Yuzhu paused while lighting a cigarette. Chow Mo simply said. I still have a pack of yellow crane tower in my closet. Zhu Yuzhu's face showed a familiar smile again, and Lu Yuan immediately opened Chow Mo's cabinet to check. Then he also showed the same exaggerated smile as Zhu Yuzhu. There was another droopy scream, Dad please use. Back off. Chow Mo waved his hand. Okay, brother. The two of them left the dormitory happily, holding a pack of Zhenghua and a pack of Huangalo, and went to the large terrace outside to smoke. Chao Mo used Zhu Yuzhu's computer to open the campus network. Then he changed his online name to I am Chao Mo. I clicked on the post again, and the discussion below was still heated, mostly cursing Chao Mo. Chao Mo stretched his fingers and gently placed them on the keyboard, his fingers flying quickly. I'm a scumbag, you dead lickers, come and bite me if you dare. You guys say sour grapes because you can't eat them. You don't know how much fun it is for me to be a scumbag. My kidneys hurt from having sex with a beautiful woman in the middle of the night, and you guys can only braise them yourself. A bunch of idiots who only dare to remain anonymous, hurry back to the dorms and start fantasizing. You like to expose secrets and make up stories? From now on, I'll flirt with beautiful women every day and piss you lickers off to death. Let me apologize? They're all willing to apologize to me. What the hell, just go back to Gotham. Also, I just ate breakfast without paying, so what? This long string of replies immediately caused an uproar on the forum. Regardless of whether the person named I am Chao Mo is real or fake, what he said has aroused public anger. You still don't repent for doing such a thing? How dare you jump out and provoke us? So, everyone rushed into Chao Mo's comments section, and the overwhelming abuse flooded the comments section. Chao Mo, get out of the School of Finance and Economics immediately. You don't deserve to be studying here. Fuck. I can't stand it anymore. If anyone knows where this guy's dorm is, I'm going to beat him up. I support you. Let's stop him together. It's really hard to vent our anger without a good beating. You're insulting women and you think you're right? Believe it or not, we'll call the police. I've already notified the school administration. This guy won't be able to keep his arrogance for long. Chao Mo lives in Building A, room 220. As the discussion about this matter on campus intensified, Chao Mo raised the corner of his mouth. They're just a bunch of impulsive, angry kids. Do you really think the internet is a lawless place? You thought you could get away with just talking nonsense online. If you really want to make a big deal out of this, I have 100 ways to deal with you. Now the matter has become a big deal, and it's good that it's a big deal. Chao Mo muttered to himself in his heart. But now there is an important question. Who took the photo of me secretly? Ding dong. The QQ notification sounded. Chao Mo took out his phone and took a look. It was from Chu Zihan. Chu Zihan, can you come out and meet me? I want to talk to you about something on campus. Chao Mo thought about it and finally replied, okay. To be honest, this matter affected Chu Zihan. He and Su Muya or he and Luo Yue had relationships, so it is not a rumor to say that there is a problem between them on the internet. But Luo Yue didn't he? He really has nothing to do with me. Let's go. What happened at the restaurant last time was really embarrassing. Having said this, Chao Mo prepared to get up and leave the dormitory. As soon as I opened the door, I saw a group of people standing in the corridor outside, some of them holding mops and brooms. You are Chao Mo. A man in a white vest stepped forward first, his huge muscles exposed, and it was obvious that he had trained specially. Chapter 32 Conflict. Chao Mo frowned. There really is someone who dares to come. And looking at the ferocious expressions on their faces, it was as if Chao Mo owed them 3,000 yuan. Chao Mo, was it you who posted the message on the campus website just now? The muscular man in the lead was the first to speak up. What post? Chao Mo asked deliberately. This question stunned everyone in front of the door, and they were wondering if it wasn't him who sent it? After all, no one really uses their real name to go online. You're the one who posted online about being a scumbag and threatening to scumbag a beautiful woman every day. The other man wearing glasses answered. So? Chao Mo's eyes were sharp, and the student wearing glasses looked away. You're planning to block me here just because of 2 sentences on the campus internet? Looks like you're going to beat me up again? Chao Mo folded his arms across his chest and sneered, speaking calmly in an incredulous tone. Everyone in the corridor looked at each other with a guilty look on their faces. They didn't know why they always lowered their heads unconsciously when facing Chao Mo. Like a group of punished kids. In his previous life, Chao Mo had been working in the workplace for many years, and the temperament of a professional elite had long been integrated into his bones. The majesty he exuded in his every move was intimidating. During the most glorious period of skyscraper capital in his previous life, he once scolded his subordinates at a meeting of thousands of people. In his eyes, these naive college students were just a bunch of little brats. Just when everyone thought that this punitive meeting would end abruptly in this way, another person bravely spoke up. Then let us in to check your computer. As long as the post on the campus website is confirmed not to be from you, we'll leave. Yeah, let's check out the computer. That's right, you'll get the result after you look at it. Yes, let's go in together. Everyone was chattering as if they had found their backbone, and they frantically asked Chow Mo to open the door and let them in to check. Breaking into someone's house is illegal, and that includes entering my dormitory without my permission. Chow Mo explained on the side. After hearing this, everyone at the door was stunned. They obviously did not expect Chow Mo to escalate this matter to a violation of law and discipline. Oh. Do you really think I was brought up by fear? The muscular man in a vest who was leading the group snorted disdainfully. If trespassing into a dormitory is considered illegal, then who would dare to visit other dormitories and communicate without permission? In his opinion, Chow Mo was deliberately trying to scare them, including the powerful aura he displayed earlier, which was all fake. This was a manifestation of his guilty conscience. The muscular man thought so. Besides, he believed that Chow Mo would never dare to call the police. It's not that he didn't dare, but there was no need to. How could he escalate this small issue between classmates to the point of calling the police? He doesn't believe it, even if he is beaten to death. Everyone, don't be scared by him. Come with me in. We're just going in to check out his campus forum. Don't touch other people's things. The man in the vest also gave everyone a special warning, and then he looked at Chow Mo with disdain. We won't touch anything after we go in and see what you have to say. Student Chow Mo, please unlock the computer password. The man in the vest pointed at Chow Mo's computer and said. Chow Mo shook his head and smiled, without refusing, and just unlocked the computer. He said to the crowd, take your time to watch. I'm going to go smoke a cigarette. After that, he walked into the bathroom with his cell phone. 2 minutes later, the small 4-person room was packed with people. If you counted carefully, there were probably about 15 or 16 of them. At this time, all these people were standing in front of a computer, their faces looking extremely ugly, especially the man in a vest who was in charge of checking the forum. That face looked like it had eaten shit. Chow Mo walked out of the bathroom. Oh, are you done? He plopped down on the stool by the door. How's it going? Hey, great detectives, have you found anything? Everyone in the room looked embarrassed. He looked away, not daring to look at Chow Mo, let alone take the initiative to speak, because they didn't find out anything. Chow Mo's forum only has one post from last year's enrollment. If you have purchased a campus card, please contact me. The internet speed is super fast, and you can read articles without lag. Add me on QQ. Apart from this, no other posts can be found, not even in the recycling records. Student Chow Mo, I was wrong today. I apologize to you for this. The man in the vest bowed and apologized, and asked other students to apologize as well. Everyone, please apologize to Chow. We misunderstood him. Sorry. Sorry. Apologies were heard one after another in the dormitory. If someone who doesn't know the situation thinks that the students in this school are of high quality, at least they can admit their mistakes and correct them. If Chow Mo hadn't seen the well-hidden sarcasm on the vest man's face, he would have believed it. Chapter 33 Call the police. Show your strength. Although the man in the vest apologized, he was very proud in his heart. So what if it wasn't he sent by you? He was forced by more than a dozen of us to open his computer, and he even voluntarily showed us the computer information. The moment you turn on your computer, you lose. You're nothing but a weakling who only bullies the weak and fears the strong. And you still want to act cool in front of me? Are you worthy enough? The man in the vest thought so in his heart. So what if he apologized? A simple I'm sorry could make Chow Mo lose face. This apology was definitely worth it. Besides, I'm not the only one apologizing, so who would care? Then we won't bother classmate Chow Mo anymore. We'll leave first. The man in the vest said to Chow Mo with a playful smile on his face, and walked out the door as he spoke. The classmates who followed him also wanted to leave together. Bang! Chow Mo kicked the dormitory door shut and moved a chair to sit behind the door. Walk? Did I let you go? Chow Mo looked at the dozen or so people in the room with a sly smile on his face. He really wanted to shout now, all of you dozen people are surrounded by me. Everyone was visibly stunned. The man in the vest also froze in his smile, but he quickly reacted and laughed again. Student Chow Mo, you're joking. It's illegal to detain others without permission. You were just educating me about the law. How come you're making a mistake now? Open the camera close to your face. The man in the vest deliberately mocked Chow Mo's previous legal education behavior, calling him a fight between his left and right brain. Shoo. Illegal detention? Oh no. This is called protecting the crime scene. None of you can leave until the police arrive. Chow Mo sneered. How dare these little bastards jump on my face? Well, today I will teach you the sinister nature of society. What? The man in the vest seemed not to hear clearly. The other people in the room were also stunned. Chow Mo called the police? No way. Call the police for such a small matter? Student Chow, stop joking. What reason do you have to call the police? The man in the vest still didn't believe it. He felt that Chow Mo was still pretending. We didn't touch anything, and you opened the computer yourself. What reason do you have to call the police? Who said I was joking? Look out the window. As soon as he finished speaking, a shrill siren sounded outside, followed by a group of police officers coming to the second floor. Open the door, I'm a police officer. At this time, everyone in the room was panicked. After all, they were all students, and when they saw the police, they were like scarecrows under a spell. I dared not even breathe. At this time, they had long lost the high spirits they had when they first entered the door. Don't panic. The police rely on evidence when handling cases. We haven't done anything, so what's there to be afraid of? The man in the vest spoke with courage. In fact, he was so panicked that his hands were shaking. Who would have thought that Chow Mo would call the police for such a small matter? He really couldn't afford to joke around. Who called the police? It's me, police officer. Chow Mo raised his hand. Are you reporting that someone broke into your dormitory and stole things? The policeman took notes in a small notebook. What did you steal? Tell me. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the dozen or so people in the room changed drastically. Chow Mo smiled brightly. Not only did they threaten me with weapons, they also broke into my dormitory. As soon as I came back from the bathroom, I realized I had lost the gold necklace my mom gave me. It was my 18th birthday present. My mother hired a world-famous craftsman to make it, and it cost nearly 3 million RMB. Uncle police officer, you must find it back for me. Chow Mo pleaded with tears in his eyes, and he looked as if he had been beaten up by a dozen people. After hearing this, the man in the vest almost jumped up in anger and pointed at Chow Mo's nose and cursed. You're talking nonsense. He cursed Chow Mo angrily. Then he immediately looked at the policeman and said, Uncle policeman, he is lying. We didn't steal anything from him. We haven't touched a hair since we entered the house. Look, do you admit that you brought people to break into my dormitory? The man in the vest choked, his face flushed red, and finally 3 words came out of his mouth, you fart. Suppressing his anger, the man in the vest said to the police. Uncle police, the people behind me can all testify that we didn't steal anything from him. The police turned their gaze to the huge crowd behind them. At this time, Chow Mo said again, you are accomplices, how can you believe their words? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room became nervous. They all understood that Chow Mo was simply holding a grudge and deliberately throwing dirty water on them. He just wanted to make a big deal out of this matter and embarrass them. At this time, the corridor outside was already filled with students, all of whom had rushed over to watch the police enter the dormitory. Dude, man, what's going on in there? I don't know. It seems like someone reported the theft to the police. I also heard that these 20 or so people were armed and were going to beat Chow Mo to death. I heard that Chow Mo cheated on their girlfriends. I heard that Chow Mo got someone else's girlfriend pregnant, and then the woman wanted her boyfriend to be responsible. So explosive? Gossip is a quality ingrained in the Chinese people, and rumors are the product of gossip. In particular, the presence of the police can exacerbate the spread of rumors. If you just post a text and add a photo of the police at the scene, then in the eyes of ordinary people, this text is almost the same as the fact. The director and secretary are here. Suddenly someone shouted. Immediately, a path was made clear in the crowd, and Director Lu and Secretary Wang walked out of the crowd, followed by Jiang Mingxiu. Hello, police officer. What happened to these students? Director Lu asked the police first. We received a call from this classmate saying that someone broke into his dormitory and stole his necklace. The police recognized Director Wang and nodded to him. Chow Mo? Jiang Mingshu exclaimed. Secretary Wang's eyes flashed. Teacher Jiang, is this your student? Jiang Mingshu nodded. Secretary Wang then looked at Chow Mo and asked, You're going to call the police and arrest these students just because they lost a necklace? Seeing Secretary Wang asking Chow Mo questions with an unhappy look on his face, hope ignited in the eyes of the students below. Secretary Wang, we are being wronged. We didn't steal his necklace at all. He just wants to cheat us out of our money. There's no necklace worth 3 million. The man in the vest cried with a group of students. Upon hearing this, Secretary Wang and Director Lu were stunned, and even Jiang Mingshu's expression froze. The three of them had only one thought in their minds: Chow Mo was deliberately looking for trouble. Who would come to school wearing a necklace worth 3 million? Even the police suspected that they were being entertained by this kid. A necklace worth 3 million was lost? This statement was a little hard to believe for a student. Classmate, did you really lose the necklace worth 3 million? The police asked again. Uncle Police, ask him to take out the invoice. Such an expensive item wouldn't be without an invoice, right? The man in the vest is still adding fuel to the fire. So everyone looked at Chow Mo again. He just shook his head slightly and said, I don't have the invoice. Seeing this scene, the men in vests and their group all had happy expressions on their faces. Chow Mo then spoke up, Then you can't prove that what I said is a lie. If you don't believe what I said, can you believe what they said? How can they prove they didn't steal? At this point, the best method they could think of was to search them first. Once they were searched, even if there was no evidence to arrest them, they would still be suspects. After losing face, I became famous in school. The man in the vest blushed furiously and blurted out, Do you have the money to buy a $3 million necklace? You're trying to rip me off, but you couldn't even name a low price. You look so poor, I'm afraid you can't even afford a $300 necklace. He asked about Chow Mo, who was just a child from an ordinary family. He usually took the bus when going out and couldn't even afford a taxi. This kind of person definitely can't afford a 3 million necklace. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Chow Mo's mouth corner slowly raised a curve, which was what he was waiting for you to say. I can't afford it? So, as long as I can prove I can afford a $3 million necklace, they'll be taken back to the police station? Chow Mo's last words were addressed to the police. The police officer thought for a moment and said, That's right. We will take them back for questioning. Of course, you have to cooperate in recording your statement. The decision cannot be made so hastily. As police officers, they cannot just believe one side of the story. Okay, let me show you my spending records for today. After saying that, Chow Mo took out his mobile phone and opened the mobile banking app. The police officers and 3 teachers present all noticed a detail: Chow Mo was using the latest model of Apple mobile phone, which meant that his family situation was relatively good. Look! Chow Mo found the bank spending records for buying a car today. Several policemen and 3 teachers gathered around. At the same time, the expressions on several people's faces became extremely complicated. 1.8 million. Jiang Mingshu muttered to herself, covering her mouth. Director Lu couldn't help but squint his eyes and glance at Chow Mo and the 20 or so students behind him. The financial resources Chow Mo displayed were indeed astonishing. Secretary Wang also widened his eyes. The balance on a student's bank card was as high as more than 10 million. Whose family is this young master from? The policeman couldn't help but sigh, and he instructed the team members behind him. Take these people back to the police station for interrogation first, and seal off this dormitory. Contact the rest of the team to come over and check it out carefully. Then he looked at Director Wang and said, Take me to your school's surveillance room. I need to copy the surveillance footage and take it back to the bureau for careful study. The stolen amount was as high as 3 million, so they had to take it seriously. Only the men in vests and their group were still in shock. How high-spirited you are when you come, how miserable you are when you leave. The scene of 20 people being locked up in a police car was truly shocking. Chapter 34: The Impact of Posts. Chapter 33 has been rewritten. It is 3,000 words long. I will make up for this chapter tomorrow. The author is a bit tired from working during the day and typing at night, so I'm going to be lazy today and make up for it tomorrow. After the crowd dispersed, only Jiang Mingshu remained. Instructor, do you have anything else to say? Chow Mo asked. Jiang Mingshu obviously hasn't recovered from the bank card balance yet. She doesn't understand. How could a student with a bank card balance of over 10 million be unable to pay tuition? How come I have to rely on public transportation to go out? Is this how rich people experience life? I really don't understand. However, Jiang Mingshu did not bring up this topic again. As a counselor, she could not interfere too much in students' private lives and family situations. Actually, it's because of the campus online incident. Jiang Mingshu explained the reason. The matter between you and those 3 girls has become a hot topic now. Not only did people in my school know about it, but even major forums and video websites outside of the school reported on it. The news has spread widely and had a huge impact. The school's top management has noticed you and will most likely interview you soon. From what I've heard, you might be at risk of being expelled from the school, and the school will issue a special notice reporting this online. Having said this, Jiang Mingshu looked at Chao Mo meaningfully and added one more sentence. I know you have a good family and are rich, so it doesn't matter if you are fired. But have you ever thought about what will happen to Chu Zihan and Luo Yue? Jiang Mingshu was a little angry when she said this. As a girl, she felt sorry for Chu Zihan and Luo Yue. Chao Moi's expulsion was equivalent to a disguised admission that he was the one who did what happened on the campus network. Once he leaves, one can imagine the situation Chu Zihan and Luo Yue will be in. Those rumors will definitely break the hearts of the 2 little girls and even force them into a desperate situation. Oh, Jiang Mingshu sighed and left. No matter how much I say, it will be useless unless Chao Mo can refute the posts and news circulating online. After Jiang Mingshu left, Chao Mo stood alone on the balcony looking at the scenery. Damn it, I actually have such a day? Just because he's about to be fired as a scumbag? Do you want to drag 2 girls into being despised as well? This was the first time he encountered such a troublesome thing after his rebirth. How could Chao Mo, who was so powerful in the workplace, end up in this day? He took out his cell phone and made a call. Assistantly, please contact a private detective agency for me. I want the best one. Money is not a problem. Li Shirhan replied okay and Chao Mo ended the call. He is going to see Chu Zihan now. After making the appointment on the phone, I was delayed by those idiots for a lot of time. I don't know whether Chu Zihan left or not. Is the location a restaurant outside the school? In just a moment, Chao Mo figured out the reason. There were so many people paying attention to them now that they might be recognized if they met at school. 10 minutes later, Chao Mo drove to the restaurant. This place is far from the school, and Chu Zihan booked a very secure private room. I don't know if she left or not. Chao Mo walked to the door of the box and gently pushed it open. On the table for 4 people sitting opposite each other was a plate of cakes and a pot of tea. Chu Zihan was wearing a short-sleeved off-shoulder shirt and black shorts, just sitting there quietly. Sorry, something happened at school and I'm late. Chao Mo first apologized and then sat opposite Chu Zihan and poured himself a glass of water. Just as he was about to drink the tea, he heard Chu Zihan say, "It's okay, this isn't the first time you've done this." Although her tone was flat, one could still hear the resentment in it. It was obvious that she had been waiting here for quite a long time. Chu Zihan sighed deeply. When did things turn out like this? Why did she and Chao Mo end up like this? His attitude towards me now is really strange. Is it because you still don't believe me? So how should I explain to him that the love letter was not posted on the campus website by me? Chu Zihan felt aggrieved when she thought about this. She was also a victim, so why did Chao Mo treat her like this? Chao Mo also felt embarrassed after hearing what Chu Zihan said. I was really delayed by something, I didn't mean to be late. Okay, you don't have to say anything. Well, alright then. Chao Mo shut his mouth awkwardly. Chu Zihan looked up at him and asked, is the campus website real? Of course not. Chao Mo immediately retorted, then looked at Chu Zihan, you are also one of the parties involved. Those photos were obviously taken secretly from a special angle, and the chat records are fake and have not been changed. Chu Zihan actually thought so in his heart. It also contained forged chat records between her and Chao Mo, all of which were completely fabricated, and the photo of her and Luo Yue in the cafeteria was obviously a problem of angle. Because she was there that day, how could she not know if Luo Yue and Chao Mo were really being so ambiguous? So Chu Zihan basically concluded that the post was fake, but now that it had become a big deal, no one believed her. In fact, what she didn't know was that the photo of Chao Mo and Luo Yue was not really a problem of angle. They had something more ambiguous the day that was not captured. So what are you going to do about it? Chu Zihan asked again. Chow Mo didn't answer this question, but instead asked Chu Zihan, where have you been living these days? Hotel. Chu Zihan answered truthfully. As expected. Chow Mo sighed in his heart. This incident had a huge impact on her and Luo Yue. Chu Zihan has moved out to live on his own, which has obviously led to ridicule from his classmates. I'm sorry. After a long silence, Chow Mo said sorry again. Chu Zihan didn't say anything, but he actually felt uncomfortable. It's quite polite of her to not jump up and curse at Chow Mo yet. Next, Chow Mo took the initiative to take over the topic. I already have a rough solution, but I still need you to cooperate with me. How do we cooperate? I need you to dance for me. Abnormal. Chu Zihan wanted to throw a glass of water on Chow Mo's face. At this time, you still want me to dance for him? Chow Mo quickly explained, don't get excited, I mean. In the end, Chu Zihan agreed to this strange request with some doubts. Chow Mo exhaled, Chu Zihan is dealt with, and only Luo Yue is left. Damn it, this woman is not a good person. But it won't work without her. Alas, I have no choice but to go ahead with it. Chow Mo took out his cell phone and made a call. Hello, Teacher Jiang. I'm Chow Mo, and I want to sign up for the college student entrepreneurship competition. The next day, Chow Mo was awakened by a ringing phone in the hotel. Because their dormitory was sealed by the police, the school paid for the 4 people to stay in a hotel. I have to say that the School of Finance and Economics is still humane. Hello, Director, I'm Chow Mo. Hurry up and come to the 9th floor of the school office building. Several teachers and I are waiting for you here. Good. Chow Mo took a deep breath and hung up the phone. What was coming would come. Chow Mo had been to the 9th floor of the office building that was the principal's office. Today should be the day the school gives him an ultimatum. Before that, I still need to contact Luo Yue. The phone was dialed and a woman's cold voice came from the other end. Let's meet, right now. Okay. The person on the other end of the phone hung up first. Huxenting Park. Chow Mo drove to the shore of the familiar long bridge, and Luo Yue asked him to wait for her there. There's not even a single person here this early in the morning. Where did that bitch Luo Yue go? Chow Mo looked around but couldn't see anyone. He couldn't help but wonder, could it be that this woman is deliberately playing tricks on me? With her personality, she might really do such a thing. I usually like to tease Chow Mo, and maybe today is the same. Tap, tap, tap. Chow Mo heard the sound of light running footsteps. When I turned my head, I found that Luo Yue was wearing a gray sports vest. There was a thin layer of sweat on her white chest, which reflected white light under the sunlight. She wore a pair of black yoga pants, with 2 faint lines on her lower abdomen, still showing off her bold style and figure. Are you exercising here this morning? Chow Mo asked in confusion. Luo Yue nodded, stopped in front of Chow Mo and wiped the sweat from her forehead. A faint fragrance penetrated Chow Mo's nostrils. It was Luo Yue's body fragrance, which he had smelled before when they had close contact. Tell me, what do you want from me? Chow Mo scratched his head. Do you know about what happened on the campus network? Hearing this, Luo Yue turned around and faced him with a cold smile on her face. I didn't expect that my junior brother is really capable. He managed to handle 3 women by himself. It's really surprising. Even I'm impressed by your money. Chow Mo's face darkened. Stop being so sarcastic. Who's being sarcastic? Isn't that what's being spread all over the campus internet? And there are pictures and the truth. Everyone says I'm being kept by you. Luo Yue stared at Chow Mo with a cold face and an unhappy expression. Chow Mo covered his face in embarrassment. As expected, even Luo Yue was gossiped about. It was all his fault. But the rumors about Luo Yue are really outrageous. Saying that she was impressed by Chow Mo's money? Chow Mo laughed. What a rebellion. This woman is the one who supports me. I came here today just to ask you to do me a favor. Want to clarify that the post is a rumor? Right. Luo Yue thought for a moment and said, okay, tell me how to help. I want some photos of you. Chow Mo said seriously. When Luo Yue heard this, she narrowed her eyes and stared at Chow Mo with a strange look. You want photos? A sickly smile appeared on her lips. What's the point of the photo? Isn't the woods behind private enough to do it there? Isn't this more convenient than developing your own photos using my photos? Chow Mo frowned and didn't want to talk. I knew that Luo Yue's smile was not good. He gritted his teeth and said, I have something important to do. Who wants to fight with you in the wild? I know you are brave, but this is too big. Luo Yue smiled and said, it's really funny. You're quite cute when you get angry. Chow Mo even wants to die now. Is this how cuteness is used? Okay, I can help you, but you have to agree to one condition first. I promise. Chow Mo agreed without a second thought. At worst, I'll just be beaten up by you. See if I don't kill you this time. School of Finance and Economics Office Building. Chow Mo stood in front of the principal's office holding a stack of documents. He had asked Li Shirhan to deliver this document urgently. It contained the information and certificates he needed to participate in the college student entrepreneurship competition. Push the door open and enter. Report. This report attracted the attention of everyone in the office. They were looking at Chow Mo, and Chow Mo was also looking at them. He knew Secretary Wang Ruihu and Station Director Lu. Jiang Mengxiu was also here. The only one left was the old man sitting in the middle of the sofa whom he had seen on the admission letter. President of the School of Finance and Economics, Qin Haichuan. Come in. Secretary Wang shouted. Chow Mo walked into the office obediently and closed the door. He stood in front of several school leaders. Chow Mo, right? Qin Haichuan asked. The old principal exuded an indescribable sense of majesty as soon as he opened his mouth. Hello, principal. Chow Mo greeted obediently. He didn't have a particularly deep impression of this principal in his previous life, but he could still show him the minimum respect. How do you explain the online incident? Principal Qin got straight to the point without beating around the bush. This incident has had a very negative impact on our school's reputation. If you don't give us a satisfactory explanation, then the consequences, you should be clear about it, right? The old principal's tone was calm, but it gave people an invisible sense of oppression, worthy of being someone who had worked hard in officialdom. Chow Mo also looked calm. I understand. Principal Qin nodded and said, go ahead. Chow Mo took a deep breath and slowly shook his head. There's nothing to say. I can't explain it. What do you mean it can't be explained? Secretary Wang frowned unhappily. Chow Mo calmly spoke to the group, because this matter itself is a rumor. Rumors don't need explanations, they need refutations. At this time, if Chow Mo jumped out and said that it was not him who did it, no one would believe it. Instead of giving a weak explanation, it is better to dispel the rumor openly. Let Chow Mo himself clarify the rumors? No, that's not a deterrent. Let the school's top management clarify the rumors? No, that would label the school as a cover-up. So who is the most suitable person to dispel the rumors? Of course it's the central government. Principal, leaders, these are the materials for the competition that I have carefully prepared for a month. Chow Mo handed over the materials that Li Shirhan had written overnight. Entry materials? Several leaders were stunned. Chow Mo showed a confident smile and began to explain to several leaders. Yes, this is the application material I used to register for the entrepreneurship competition. Currently, only Teacher Jiang knows about this. As early as a month ago, I privately contacted Teacher Jiang to sign up for this entrepreneurship competition. It wasn't that I intentionally concealed it from the leaders, but I knew that the central government's attitude towards this competition was unprecedentedly severe. The benefits are naturally unprecedentedly generous. So I've been meticulously preparing for this competition for the past month, and the reason I've been in frequent contact with the 3 girls mentioned in the post is because they are my collaborators for this competition. The photos of me and the 3 of them are all real, but none of the chat records below are real. Chow Mo finished speaking all this in one breath. Chapter 35, Entries, Shared Bicycles. Several leaders listened to Chow Mo's story while flipping through his competition materials. However, their expressions were strange, and it was clear they didn't believe what he said. Finally, Director Lu asked, you said they were all helping you? Do you have any proof? Chow Mo took out his cell phone and found the video he had recorded in advance to show them. This is the advertising I need for my product development. I don't need to explain this to everyone, right? Everyone knows how effective it is to have beautiful girls shoot promotional videos, right? The first video was shot of Chu Zihan. Xu Zihan was dressed in a white short-sleeved shirt, black pants, and a pair of white sneakers, looking decent and elegant. With a faint smile on his face, he rode a blue bicycle through the crowd. Modern bicycles, easy travel, happy life. The sweet voice and concise slogan make people feel particularly comfortable. The second video was shot of Luo Yue. On the lakeside park loop, Luo Yue wore a gray vest and black yoga pants. She stopped to wipe the sweat off her face and looked very tired. Suddenly I noticed a row of blue bicycles parked beside the roundabout. The camera turned and Luo Yue rode away on a blue bicycle with a satisfied smile on her face. At this time, the slogan came out, "It's easier to ride." After the two videos were played, the three leaders looked at each other in confusion. These materials and videos can indeed prove Chao Mo's efforts in the past month, and can also explain why he is so close to two girls in the school. What about her? How do you explain it? In fact, Su Muyao didn't need to explain, but Principal Qin still asked. This is my sister, and she's also the director of Su Ming Group. Chao Mo's words stunned everyone present. Principal Qin was about to ask again when Secretary Wang leaned over and told him everything that happened yesterday. After hearing this, Principal Qin couldn't help but look at Chao Mo twice more, but didn't say anything. Due to the importance of the competition, I have to keep it secret from everyone. This is also a helpless move. Chao Mo said again. The three leaders nodded, understandable. If it is really as Chao Mo said, then they really wronged Chao Mo in this matter. Principal Qin was originally worried that the School of Finance and Economics would not be able to come up with any impressive projects to participate in the competition. As a result, Chao Mo suddenly came up with a shared bicycle project plan, which is a good project. The college collected items for a month but still didn't find anything decent. Only the shared bicycle that Chao Mo brought out looked okay. Even if you just accompany them through the process, it is much better than not participating. As for winning the championship? It's good enough that a bizarre project like shared bicycles can successfully advance, how can it possibly win the championship? As the principal, he knew some inside information about this competition. The real winning project had been decided before the competition even started. Besides, for an ordinary second-tier college like theirs, it is an honor to be able to run a lap smoothly, and don't even think about winning any awards. In that case, the school will issue a notice on your behalf to clarify the matter. However, Principal Qin changed the subject. This matter has spread widely around the school. The school won't punish you, but we can't control what these students say. The relevant information on the forum will not appear again, so you can rest assured. After all, there are several thousand people in the School of Finance and Economics, and a notice from the school is not enough to deter everyone from speaking out. All they could do was not punish Chao Mo accordingly. Chao Mo nodded, I understand. He hadn't expected the school to clear up all the rumors at once. To completely put an end to this rumor, a single announcement from the school alone was not enough. We also need a force, the power of public opinion. Just as Chao Mo was about to turn around and leave the office, Director Lu stopped him. Student Chao Mo, please wait a moment. Chao Mo paused and turned to look at Director Lu. Is there anything else? Director Lu and Secretary Wang stood up together and walked in front of Chao Mo, but neither of them was too embarrassed to speak. Finally, after the principal coughed and urged Director Lu, he spoke. Those 20 or so students you called the police on yesterday have already admitted their mistakes, and we really didn't find the necklace on them. Secretary Wang also agreed, yes, they were all arrested and detained overnight, so they can be considered as receiving appropriate punishment. Mr. Chao, how about you see if you can drop this case? Chao Mo showed a playful smile on his face, so that's what it is. Yes, it's not a good idea to just lock them up like this, and many parents have come to the school to inquire about it. This really puts us in a difficult position. Secretary Wang also spoke. Chao Mo pretended to think, well, fine, for the sake of the leaders, I won't argue with them. But Chao Mo changed the subject. They'll be spared from jail, but they should also pay some compensation for mental damages, right? This request isn't too much, right? Also want compensation for mental damage? The three leaders were all stunned. They had never expected Chao Mo to dare to ask for compensation. We hadn't even exposed your necklace, and you still had the nerve to ask for compensation for emotional distress? This guy is just like a seasoned veteran. Principal Qin thought to himself. Well, after all, they were the ones who started the trouble, so they should make some compensation. Principal Qin spoke. But Chow Mo, is your gold necklace really lost, or did you just accidentally put it somewhere else? You should pay attention to this matter. Chow Mo smiled and nodded. It seems that these leaders have figured out the necklace matter, which is not surprising. After all, it is not a sophisticated trick, so it is normal that they can figure it out. How much compensation do you want for mental damage? Asked Principal Chin. 10,000 per person. Chow Mo replied. You. Principal Chin was so angry. Get out. 10,000 per person? Several people in the office shook their heads. Those guys were really unlucky to have messed with Chow Mo. But since they were the ones who took the initiative to cause trouble, no one else can be blamed. They are still too young. Just consider it as tuition fees paid before entering society. After walking out of the office building, Chow Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his roundabout way of saving the country worked, otherwise it would have been difficult to end it. He doesn't care about that. But the impact on Chu Zihan and Luo Yue was too great. As a person who had experienced big scenes in the future, he naturally knew the horror of rumors. Especially for girls, the impact may last a lifetime. The rooftop tragedy can't happen to me. I haven't lived enough in this life. If this really led to the rooftop tragedy, Chow Mo would really want to die. Reborn and without even showing off your skills, you're already wearing silver handcuffs? That's too much. Beep beep beep. The cell phone rang and Chow Mo pressed the answer button. Li Shirhan's voice came from inside. Boss, there's news from the private detective. Chapter 36, Poster, Lecture in front of police station. The school's issue has been resolved, but the poster hasn't been found yet. He is the one who spread this rumor. Moreover, Chow Mo could not provide much information to the private detective agency. The most important thing was the video interviewing the breakfast shop owner. Really? Chow Mo couldn't help but sigh when he saw the detective agency's investigation report sent by Li Shirhan. This result was really unexpected. The investigation shows that all these posts were published by a sophomore boy named Han Fong. Who is this Han Fong? He was a man of deep affection, or as later generations would say, a crazy bootlicker. Han Fong is a sophomore student in the computer science department. He fell in love with Chu Zihan at first sight since the beginning of his freshman year and began to pursue her madly. From buying water and delivering meals at the beginning to personally picking up and dropping off children from school later on, his care was truly meticulous. However, Chu Zihan rejected them all. She also told Han Fong in a very firm tone that she didn't like him, which made Han Fong feel extremely disappointed. Later, Han Fong really did not appear in front of Chu Zihan. Instead, he secretly followed her, observing her every move and recording it. Chow Mo had a lot of photos of Chu Zihan that he had secretly taken and sent to him by the detective agency on his mobile phone. Fortunately, Han Fong was not so psychopathic as to be so cruel. These photos are of Chu Zihan appearing on campus. He is dressed very appropriately. There are also photos of Chu Zihan practicing dancing. But since we are dancing classical dance, we wear quite a lot of clothes. This can't even be called a bootlicker, this is pure psychopathology. Chow Mo sighed. Suddenly he thought of an important question. This Han Fong loves Chu Zihan madly, so he must be observing everyone around her. He even filmed the video of Chu Zihan and I eating together. What about the love letter I wrote to Chu Zihan before? My thoughts suddenly became clear. In fact, he could have discovered the problem from the 1 or 2 months he had been in contact with Chu Zihan. Chu Zihan's mind and personality were completely unlike someone who could do that kind of thing. Maybe that love letter on the campus website really had nothing to do with her. It seems I have to explore this Han Fong. University Town Police Station. Student Chow Mo, I'm sorry. 20 college students stood in 2 rows, all with sad eyes, bowing to apologize to Chow Mo in front of them. They are really impressed. I thought I could go back home after giving my statement at the police station, but who would have thought that not only would I not be able to go back to school, but I would also be locked up for a whole day. These college students were all good boys in high school and law-abiding students. Who has ever seen such a scene? The muscle man in the vest is an example. Don't be fooled by the scary muscles he developed in college. He is actually a good kid who knows nothing. He was the most honest and quickest to confess things when he entered the police station. Yeah. Chow Mo nodded with satisfaction. The attitude is pretty good. This trip to the police station is for you to check. Are you too arrogant? The police officer should have told you about my conditions, right? As soon as Chow Mo said this, the 20 or so people below all had mournful expressions on their faces, as if their mother had died. Each person has to pay 10,000. 10,000 yuan was not a small sum for an average family in 2012, and they didn't dare ask their families for the money. It would be so embarrassing if their family knew that they were detained at the police station. Then, Mr. Chow, can you pay less? My family is poor, and I really can't afford that much money. A thin man with glasses pleaded in a crying voice. As soon as he opened his mouth, the others followed suit and begged. Yeah, can you give me less? I don't have that much at home. My family is the same. We really can't afford so much. My home. The scene suddenly became noisy and chaotic like a vegetable market. Shut up! Chow Mo roared loudly. Chow Mo walked angrily in front, saying as he walked, "Do you realize that your family is poor now? Do you understand the difficulties your parents have gone through now? What were you doing so early? What were you doing before you threatened me in groups? Why didn't you think about our family's poverty? Why didn't you know how to be considerate of your parents? We are all adults. If you did something like this, you must bear the consequences." After saying this, Chow Mo came to the thin boy standing in the first row who spoke first. Do you know why no rich second generation came to stop me? The thin boy shook his head. Chow Moyo looked at the man in the vest next to him. Do you know? The man in the vest was stunned and shook his head. Chow Mo snorted coldly and continued. I'll tell you why. It's because I change girls every day and now I don't know where to get comfortable. What about you guys? Are you risking your family fortune for a goddess who doesn't even speak? Some are even willing to risk their lives. He said this to the man in the vest. What era is this? Who are you? You're college students. But it's you idiots who are being used as pawns. Am I a scumbag and have I affected your life? What else do you do to me besides earning a sense of existence and satisfaction? You're so brazen you hit a scumbag? And then girls will look at you with admiration? What will be the result? The result is that all the hard-earned money your parents worked so hard to earn was used by you to pay others. Chow Mo's rebuke was so resounding that more than 20 college students lowered their heads in shame, not daring to look at Chow Mo. The boys couldn't help but tear up when they thought that their impulsive actions might waste their parents' hard-earned money. They feel guilty. They feel so sorry for their parents. They shouldn't act impulsively when their minds are hot. Unfortunately, it's too late. Why are you crying? Don't cry. Chow Mo shouted at them. Do you feel wronged? Do you think it's hard to be used as a tool by others? I'm telling you, there are even worse things to come. Now open your own phones and check the campus network. Their cell phones were confiscated by the police yesterday and were only returned to them today after being released. They haven't had a chance to look at them yet. Although everyone was confused when they heard the voice, they still took out their phones to check. This was a serious matter, and the principal personally issued a notice to clarify the matter for Chow Mo. Chow Mo signed up for an entrepreneurship competition a month ago and needs help from female classmates in filming a promotional video. After watching it, they were dumbfounded. Not only was he used as a tool, but he was also deceived by fake news. Who wouldn't be angry? Who the hell spread this fake news? Are you angry? I really want to know who posted it. Yes. Chow Mo raised his lips. The person who posted the message is a sophomore named Han Fong. If anyone can get the evidence in his hands, I won't ask him to pay compensation. As soon as these words were spoken, the 20 or so people below felt as if a new light had suddenly appeared in their dark tunnel, and they were immediately excited. They only have one goal in mind. Get the evidence of posting from the Korean side. This way you don't have to lose money. Chow Mo smiled and looked at the crowd below. Han Fong, huh? Dare to scheme against me? I'll make sure you don't get away with it. Chapter 37, Han Fong is arrested, Chu School Beauty is moved. Dormitory Building Number 2, School of Finance and Economics. Han Fong was frantically searching for photos on his computer at the moment, and the protagonists of the photos were Chow Mo and Chu Zihan. While photoshopping the picture, he looked at his goddess with deep sorrow. I love you so much, why don't you date me? How is that scumbag Chow Mo better than me? Why are you having dinner with him and not even looking at me? The Korean side feels very sad. Although he has never been in love, he knows that if you truly like someone, you need to impress the other person with your heart. He always silently gives behind Chu Zihan, and then waits until Chu Zihan discovers all this and finally falls in love with him without hesitation. What a beautiful and touching story. But Xiao Mo happened to appear at this time, and this guy suddenly broke into Chu Zihan's life. And he had more and more interactions with her, and his relationship became more and more ambiguous. Han Feng couldn't sit still anymore, he had to take action. He first stole Xiao Mo's love letter and posted it on the campus network, and this time he posted those fake chat records on the campus network, and it finally worked. Wait until I finish editing the rest of the photos and see how you can survive in school. Han Feng was about to continue editing the picture when he heard someone calling him downstairs. Han Feng went to the window and saw a muscular man in a vest shouting. It was Han Feng's electric car that blocked the road. He quickly stopped the mouse and went downstairs. As soon as Han Feng left, several people came to his dormitory. Damn, he's the one who posted anonymously. Photoshop software? He really photoshopped the photo. Take a photo and record it quickly. I'll give it to Xiao Mo later. Several people were busy taking photos and backing up data with USB drives, having a lot of fun. Soon, Han Feng returned to the dormitory again. This time, before he could even sit down, there was another knock on the door. Just as Han Feng was about to open the door, it was kicked open. 2 or 3 policemen rushed in with serious faces, suspected of fabricating and spreading false information. Han Feng, come with us. I didn't, what else are you talking about? Han Feng was so nervous that he wanted to delete the information on the computer, but the police still controlled his hands and pressed them firmly on the table. Han Feng was taken away openly by the police, and classmates were taking photos along the way. Everyone was curious about what was going on in the school recently. The police came to arrest 2 groups of people. Could something dirty have gotten in? At noon that day, the police and the school issued a joint statement, saying that the South Korean side maliciously fabricated false information and caused public panic, and has now been arrested by the police. This news caused another uproar on the campus internet. What a twist! Xiao Mo was actually wrongly accused. That's right. Even though Xiao Mo is quite handsome, it's impossible for him to be favored by 3 girls at the same time, right? This is definitely a rumor. Yeah, girls aren't stupid. How could it be possible that 3 of them all like Xiao Mo? I heard that this Han Feng is a pervert. I heard too that his computer is full of secretly taken photos of the most beautiful girl on Chu University's campus. It's terrible, the pervert is right next to me. Off campus. It was still the restaurant where Chu Zihan had asked Xiao Mo to meet last time, in a private room on the 2nd floor. Chu Zihan's pretty face turned pale as she watched the topics being discussed online on campus. Then, when she saw the photos on Han Feng's computer that Xiao Mo brought, her heart was about to jump out of her chest with nervousness. I have been followed by him for so long? Her voice trembled as she spoke. Xiao Mo nodded. From the photos, he's been following you for at least 2 months. 2 months. Chu Zihan never dreamed that Han Feng would become so extreme after being rejected by her. This was just a secret photo shoot, and he might attack her one day. The more Chu Zihan thought about it, the more scared he became. Although she didn't find any private photos of Chu Zihan in Han Feng's photos, she still felt uneasy. What if he had taken them and kept them somewhere else? She clutched the hem of her skirt with both hands, too nervous to relax. Xiao Mo also saw that Chu Zihan was very scared, so he finally tried to comfort her. Don't be afraid, the police will have the result this afternoon, and even if there are other photos, they won't be able to be circulated. Chu Zihan nodded, her eyes shifting from the dining table to Xiao Mo's face, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Finally, she took a deep breath and spoke bravely. Xiao Mo, can you go with me this afternoon? Xiao Mo glanced at her and wanted to refuse, but when he saw her big watery eyes full of pleading, his heart softened inexplicably. Okay. Xiao Mo pretended to be reluctant. Chu Zihan's face immediately showed a hint of joy when she heard this. She really didn't know what to do in this emergency situation. She didn't even dare to tell her family about this. Fortunately, Xiao Mo was still by her side. He was always so reliable, so reassuringly reliable. If Xiao Mo is her boyfriend, it seems that it is not impossible. Thinking of this, Chu Zihan secretly looked up at Xiao Mo's face. His facial features were regular and his bronze skin had no flaws. He looked a little fierce, but still handsome. As Chu Zihan looked at her, she felt a little shy and her face turned red. Just eat your meal and don't look around. Chow Mo knocked on the table and glared at her fiercely. What's wrong with this woman? She kept peeking at him today. Is it really true that we only know how to cherish something after we lose it? Chow Mo also looked up and stared at Chu Zihan's face openly. He had a good eye when he was in college, and Chu Zihan's appearance and figure were very attractive. She really does give off the vibe of a pure and innocent girl next door. Chu Zihan noticed that Chow Mo was staring at her face. She felt that Chow Mo's gaze was so hot that her face was almost burned. Chu Zihan. Chow Mo's sudden voice startled her. Let me ask you a question. You ask. Have you ever been in love before? No. Chu Zihan was silent for a moment and then told the truth. Chow Mo nodded in understanding, revealing an expression of I see. Chu Zihan really looked like someone who had never been in love. When talking about this, Chu Zihan suddenly asked Chow Mo, have you ever been in love before? Chow Mo shook his head calmly, I haven't talked about it either. This was the truth. He had never been in a relationship before going to college. In his previous life, he had slept with so many women who could only be called his, but they didn't count as relationships. As for Su Muya, we slept together, but Chow Mo didn't confess. If he didn't confess, how could it be called a relationship? I'm not lying. Oh, I see. Chu Zihan was secretly delighted when she heard this. Chow Mo had never been in love, and neither had she. So if they were together, they would be each other's first love. What a romantic relationship. Chu Zihan feels a little regretful now. If only she had not rejected Chow Mo's confession that time, the two of them could have been together naturally. She definitely wouldn't hate Chow Mo, Chu Zihan thought. Chapter 38 Chu Zihan regrets and establishes Matian technology. That afternoon, Chow Mo accompanied Chu Zihan to the police station, mainly because the police informed them of the interrogation results obtained from Han Fong. Han Fong assured that those were the only photos he had taken secretly. He had never taken any private photos of Chu Zihan, and he wanted to take photos of Chu Zihan at that time just to use these photos to record her life. It's not a malicious sneak shot. Mental patients always claim they are not sick when they are locked up in a mental hospital, and perverts never admit they are perverts until they are caught. This is a sentence Chow Mo gave to Han Fong. He and Chu Zihan will definitely investigate Han Fong's matter, and the school has also notified Han Fong's family. Han Fong has been expelled from the school and will be taken back by his family. Chu Zihan was in a bad mood after leaving the police station. Perhaps she was irritated by Han Fong's deformed and twisted love just now. To endure the love of such a person is like enduring an unexpected disaster. Chu Zihan sighed, Chow Mo, are you going back to school? No, I still have to go to the city. Chow Mo took out the car keys and prepared to leave. But before leaving, he looked back at Chu Zihan and said, take a taxi back to school by yourself. I still have things to do. Hey, wait a minute. Chu Zihan wanted to say something else, but unfortunately Chow Mo had already driven away in his sapphire blue Mercedes-Benz. Can't you just give me a ride? Chu Zihan stood there, muttering to himself in grievance. Why does Chow Mo still treat her like this? This sense of alienation is really uncomfortable. He obviously knows that it was Han Fong who sent the love letter. Why are you still treating me like this? Is it still because I rejected him? Chu Zihan bit her red lips in grievance. Chow Mo must still be angry because I rejected him. He must still like me in his heart. If I apologize to him next time, will we still have a chance? Chu Zihan didn't know why this thought appeared in her mind. It was as if her subconscious mind was telling herself that she couldn't lose Chow Mo. Houtai Building. Today, skyscraper capital has begun to take shape. Since it received 120 million yuan in funds last time, Chow Mo has directed the trading department to buy several favorable stocks. Today, the funds in skyscraper capital's account have exceeded 300 million yuan, and are now increasing rapidly at a rate of tens of millions of yuan every day. Assistant Li, please come with me to the office. Today Chow Mo asked Li Shirhan to come over to arrange the expansion of the company's departments. Take this plan first. Li Shirhan took the plan handed to her by Chow Mo and opened it to take a look. It was the project material about shared bicycles that Li Shirhan wrote that day according to Chow Mo's requirements. But this one has obviously been improved. Chow Mo took a sip of coffee and began to assign tasks to Li Shirhan in an orderly manner. This plan is something I wrote myself. It's about the development considerations for the shared bike project. You don't need to read it. It's for technicians. You need to do something else. Establishing a new department of the company, tentatively named the Sky Technology R&D Department. We'll register a company called Matian Technology, which will be wholly owned by Matian Capital. We'll initially set up on the 11th floor of the Houtai building. Also, how's the construction of the employee cafeteria and leisure and entertainment area on the 13th floor progressing? Li Shirhan quickly wrote down all the important details in her notebook. When she heard Chow Mo's question, she immediately looked up and said, "The cafeteria area on the 13th floor has been completed and officially put into use. I strictly followed your requirements and designed the restaurant to combine Eastern and Western styles. Although the Western chef is Chinese, he was a Michelin chef for 12 years and has a solid foundation in Western cuisine." Chow Mo nodded slightly and glanced at the time. It was just dinner time. "Then let's go to the cafeteria. Assistant Lee, come with us." Most employees have already left work at this time. Since the cafeteria has only just opened in the past 2 days, dinner is also limited. If the effect is good, the company will provide all 3 meals a day. Seeing Chow Mo and Li Shirhan coming to the cafeteria together, all the employees greeted them. "Hello, boss." "Hello, Mr. Chow." Chow Mo smiled and nodded in response. When I arrived at the Western-style restaurant, the chef was a middle-aged man who looked dark and thin. It was said that he was brought to the United States by his master to learn Western cuisine when he was a teenager. He just returned to China this year because his son got married. He didn't want to go abroad anymore, so he simply quit his job and returned to China. He came here to try because the salary offered by Sky Capital was high. "Give me a steak." Chow Mo ordered the most common Western steak. As one of the bigwigs in the financial industry in his previous life, he naturally ate a lot of Western food, and Michelin restaurants were commonplace. An ordinary steak is also a key step in testing the chef's ability. Chow Mo cut a piece and put it in his mouth. "It tastes good." The Western chef also smiled after receiving the boss's praise. Chow Mo then came to the Chinese food area, where there were many dishes and they were obviously more down to earth than the Western food area. The presentation is rather casual, but one can't help but salivate at the sight of it. Chow Mo tried a dish of braised hairtail fish, which was extremely delicious and went very well with rice. He was very satisfied with the performance of the Chinese food area. "Assistantly, you've arranged these 2 restaurants very well, and the leisure and entertainment facilities are also very good. Thank you for your hard work." Chow Mo was speaking from the heart. He had noticed from the beginning that Li Shirhan was smart and capable and a rare helper. Now it seemed that he was right. Nowadays, Li Shirhan is in charge of all the affairs of the company, big or small, and then reports to Chow Mo, who finally gives his own solutions. After going through this whole process, Chow Mo only needed to sign, and he wasn't tired at all. The one who was tired was Li Shirhan. "However, I may have to trouble Assistant Li to accompany me somewhere tonight." Looking at Chow Mo's smile, Li Shirhan sighed inwardly. I knew that the boss must have some plan in mind for arranging the technology department and technology company in a hurry today. "Boss, just tell me straight out. Don't keep me in suspense. I can handle it." Li Shirhan sighed helplessly. "Who made me earn 1.5 million a year? I'd be unworthy of my salary if I didn't help my boss solve his problems." Chow Mo also directly pointed out, "Go to Zhejiang University tonight and accompany me to meet someone." Zhejiang University? Yes, I remember Assistant Lee did his undergraduate work at Zhejiang University, right? Maybe I can even run into your teacher, Assistant Lee. Li Shirhan gave a bitter smile when he heard this. What if his teacher knew that his most proud student not only did not work in finance after graduation, but was working as an assistant to a college student? Her teacher would probably be furious and point at her and scold her. What a misfortune for her school. Chapter 39, Recruiting New Talent. There is a saying that goes, the more you fear something, the sooner it will come to you. Li Shirhan secretly prayed in her heart that she would not see her teacher when she arrived at Zhejiang University, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. Unexpectedly, Chow Mo's words made her feel so disappointed. Assistant Lee, could you use your connections to help me find someone later? Chow Mo spoke shamelessly. Perhaps Chow Mo felt a little embarrassed to bother Li Shirhan after get off work, so he added, just think of it as overtime. I'll give you double the overtime pay, no, 5 times. The hateful capitalists only use money to numb the souls of their employees. It's abominable, but effective. Well, alright then. Li Shirhan sighed heavily. Who let her get on this pirate ship? Dare to refuse the boss? I'm afraid I don't want to do this anymore. Chow Mo also smiled with satisfaction. This was purely a helpless move today. After all, it was a bit difficult to contact the person he was looking for through social connections because he was still a student. He should be studying for a master's degree at Zhejiang University and will graduate next year. Chow Mo from Zhejiang University had no network of connections, so finding him among nearly 10,000 college students was like looking for a needle in a haystack, so he asked Li Shirhan for help. School of Economics, Zhejiang University. Li Shirhan was holding the phone with a nervous look on her face. The person on the other end of the phone obviously made Li Shirhan respectful. She kept smiling foolishly, nodding, and then replied yes, right, okay. Repeating this process like a robot. Half an hour later, Li Shirhan came to Chow Mo with a stiff smile on her face. He said weakly, "It's done. I'll send the person's information to my phone later." Chow Mo patted her shoulder with a look of relief. He now wanted to give Li Shirhan a big hug in public. It was really awesome. Having Li Shirhan around saved him a lot of trouble. Thank you for your hard work. I'll give you one more day off this month. The capitalists' methods of winning people's hearts are so simple and unpretentious. Giving more money and giving people holidays may sound cliché, but it works. At this moment, Chow Mo looked extremely glorious and great in Li Shirhan's eyes. In terms of salary and holidays, Chow Mo was better than 99% of the bosses in China. Boss, why did you go through so much trouble just to find him? Li Shirhan pointed to the personal information sent by her teacher on her mobile phone. He is a computer science graduate student named Chen Wei. This person seems unremarkable based on the information provided. If our company were to recruit, we could find a ton of people like him. Li Shirhan came to this conclusion from the information on the resume. This is also the conclusion that any qualified interviewer can come to. After all, isn't the interview still based on the resume? Chow Mo smiled and shook his head. He's different. You'll know when you see him. He didn't explain in detail who this Chen Wei was. Now they needed to find this person in the school as soon as possible. It is already 9:30 in the evening. Normally, all the college students should be preparing to rest in the dormitory, but Chow Mo knows that Chen Wei definitely has not rested yet. He should be in the study room and the library. Li Shirhan brought Chow Mo to the Zhejiang University Library. The double first-class university is worthy of its name. At this hour, there are only a few dozen people sitting sparsely in the library of the School of Finance and Economics. It's nothing like Zhejiang University, where at 9:30 in the evening there are so many people that it's like a cafeteria. The two beautiful figures walking into the university library also attracted a lot of people's attention, especially Li Shirhan's outstanding appearance and dressing style attracted the attention of many male college students. Who doesn't like to look at beautiful women? At the same time, Chow Mo also realized the problem. If he continued to look for Chen Wei like this, he might not be able to find him until midnight. It seems that this is the only trick I can use. Chow Mo took out his cell phone. 1.5 minutes later. A loud cell phone ringtone echoed throughout the library. Following the sound, I saw a boy wearing black square-framed glasses who kept apologizing to the students around him. He didn't expect that someone would call him at this time, and he even forgot to turn on the silent mode on his phone. I found you. Chow Mo curled the corners of his lips and walked towards Chen Wei with Li Shirhan. Chen Wei was just about to turn off his phone to continue studying the programming questions on his computer when he saw two figures sitting next to him. The man is tall and handsome and the woman is beautiful and charming. Hello, are you Chen Wei from the School of Computer Science? Chow Mo asked proactively. Chen Wei was stunned at first, then nodded honestly, I am. Chow Mo pulled out a business card from his pocket and got straight to the point. I'm the founder of Matian Technology Company, Limited. This is my business card. SkyTech? Chen Wei was stunned again. However, after hearing the name of the company, he roughly guessed the other party's intention this time. It was very likely that they learned from the school that he was about to graduate and wanted him to join this company. We'd like to invite you to join Sky Technology. The salary and benefits are among the highest in the industry. I'll do my best to meet any of your requirements. Chow Mo started with a powerful attack. They used the usual tricks of capitalists, raising wages first and then giving status. But Chen Wei shook his head and said, I've already negotiated with a company in Shenzhen and plan to start working right after graduation. Besides, I'm from Guangdong province and don't want to work too far from home. After being rejected, Xiao Mo was not disappointed but continued to increase his chips. Have you negotiated with Huawei? I know they invited you to join Huawei's 2012 lab. Although this lab isn't well known, I know it's a place where pure scientific research gathers. I think that's one of the reasons that attracted you to join. Upon hearing this, Chen Wei's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect that Xiao Mo even knew about this. You have to know that the 2012 laboratory is a new research institute established by Huawei not long ago. It is not well known in the industry and not many people know about it. Just as Xiao Mo said, he was indeed attracted by their pure scientific research philosophy. Li Shihan looked at Xiao Mo with a dazed look. She remembered that her resume didn't mention Chen Wei joining another company. How did her boss know? And what was Huawei's 2012 lab? She knew Huawei, but she had never heard of this department. Xiao Mo knew that neither of them understood the value of Huawei's 2012 laboratory. After all, it had only been established for a year and was well protected by Huawei. In its previous life, this mysterious laboratory was only exposed to the public in 2017, and was recognized by the industry as soon as it was exposed. Until 2025, this laboratory is recognized by the industry as a world-class first-class laboratory. Its level is comparable to Bell Labs, and some even believe that the 2012 laboratory is stronger than the former. The Hongmeng system and high-silicon semiconductor, which are well known to later generations, are both important departments of this laboratory. Chen Wei is one of the big names in software design in the laboratory. This is also one of the reasons why Xiao Mo tried so hard to win him over. As long as you agree to join our company, you will be the director of the research department. You will select the core staff yourself, and I won't interfere too much. Student Chen, I hope you will seriously consider the conditions we offer. Instead of working for Huawei, why not come here and lead your own research and development team? And as far as I know, you graduate students don't have any classes scheduled for the next 8 months. Instead of waiting until graduation to join Huawei, why not come to work at our company tomorrow? If you're not satisfied, you can quit at any time. Xiao Mo's conditions can be said to be as lenient as they can be. It is almost equivalent to providing Chen Wei with the greatest convenience, which is hard not to be tempted. Let's wait and see tomorrow morning. This is our company's address. Feel free to call me when you've made up your mind, or you can go to the company yourself. After saying that, Xiao Mo took Li Shihan out of the library. Chen Wei stared at the business card in a daze. Chapter 40 Invitation. The next morning, Xiao Mo and Li Shihan met in the parking lot of Haotai Building. Hello, boss. Li Shihan took the initiative to say hello. Xiao Mo nodded in response, good morning. The two of them walked to the elevator together and pressed the 12th floor. Boss, do you think Chen Wei will come to our company? Wouldn't he be tempted by such a high salary? Li Shihan was shocked when she heard the conditions Xiao Mo offered yesterday. Such high conditions were offered to a graduate student who had not yet graduated, and he was also asked to be the technical director. She almost started to suspect whether Chen Wei was a relative of Mr. Chao. That's hard to say. They have their own ideals, and our company can't be compared with Huawei. Xiao Mo felt a little helpless when this was mentioned. When a small startup competes for talent with a communications giant like Huawei, most people will definitely choose the latter. After all, Huawei has a good reputation. However, even if Chen Wei did not come, it would not have much impact on Xiao Mo's plan. Letting Chen Wei in was just to prepare for subsequent development. At this stage, recruiting a team of mid-level engineers can also cope with the situation. Bite. The elevator reaches the 12th floor. As soon as they opened the door, Xiao Mo and his friend saw Chen Wei, whom they had just met last night. As expected, Li Shihan was right. The treatment was really too generous. For a newly graduated graduate, the temptation was no less than that of a newly unemployed young man being kept by a rich woman. Hello, Mr. Chao. Chen Wei stood in front of Xiao Mo wearing cheap and decent work clothes. Have you figured it out? Well, I decided to join your Ferris technology. Chen Wei nodded firmly. Xiao Mo smiled. Then welcome to join us. Assistant Li will show you around the company later. Afterwards, Xiao Mo personally explained some things and handed the person over to Li Shihan. Let Chen Wei meet everyone in the company and get to know them. In addition, the software development department recruited a group of new people, about 20 people. Handing this project over to Chen Wei was undoubtedly a huge challenge for him. 30 minutes later, Chao Mo came to the software development department with a document. From today on, Chen Wei will be your technical director. All future development work will be centered around Director Chen. Everyone is welcome. Pa pa pa. Dense applause like raindrops resounded throughout the development department. At the same time, everyone was looking at the young man Chen Wei. Although he was dressed maturely and steadily, the immaturity of a college student still existed. The difference between him and the already somewhat balding programmer in the room can be seen at a glance. Now, please return to your respective workstations. Director Chen will tell you your next tasks shortly. Chao Mo looked at Chen Wei again. Director Chen, come with me to the office. Chao Mo was in front, Li Shihan was behind, and Chen Wei was at the end. The three of them entered the office one after another. As soon as Chao Mo sat down, he put the documents on the table. He gestured to Chen Wei, open it and take a look. Chen Wei nodded, took the document and began to read it. He looked at Chao Mo and said, your first task now is to develop a remote control program for bicycles. To ensure the security of mobile phone unlocking, I need you to use QR codes as a medium. Users scan the QR code to complete the vehicle matching and unlock the door. The adaptability of remote electronic locks must be the best. There must be no situation where users pay and then cannot unlock the door. Chen Wei nodded. This project doesn't sound difficult, but the QR code scanning and pairing method used in it is quite novel. So far, he has only seen this type of QR code on QQ and WeChat, and he heard that the Ali group is also studying the use of this type of QR code. Assistantly, Chao Mo looked at Li Shihan again. Contact a few domestic bicycle brands, preferably ones that have branches and manufacturing plants in Hangzhou. Tell them we need to purchase at least 10,000 vehicles, and we'll order another 50,000 if anyone comes up with a good proposal. The last time he shot a promotional video, he used a regular Fei Gu bicycle. Chao Mo was very dissatisfied with the bike because it was not light enough to ride and the quality was not very good. He decided to let Li Shihan contact a few more companies and make sure that both comfort and quality were up to standard. 10,000? Li Shihan's beautiful eyes widened. She knew that Chao Mo was doing this project for the college student entrepreneurship competition, but was it really necessary to go through so much trouble to participate in a competition? And this shared bicycle project sounds really unreliable. Is it really necessary to invest such a large amount of money? Just do as I ask, you don't need to think too much. Okay, Mr. Chao, I'll arrange it right away. This is the quality of a professional secretary. Strictly follow the boss's requirements. Underground parking lot. Chao Mo looked at the message on his phone and didn't know how to reply. Chu Zihan, Chao Mo, do you have time? I want to treat you to dinner tonight. After hesitating for a long time, he typed a reply on his phone. Good. The other party replied immediately, then let's go to Yijing International. See you tonight. Chao Mo replied, I'll pick you up at the school gate. Take my car. Good. The chat interface ends here. To be honest, Chao Mo felt mixed emotions. Chu Zihan was his regret from his previous life. He lost all face because of the failure of his confession, and he could only bury that feeling deep in his heart. Was Chao Mo a bootlicker in his previous life? I don't think so. It's just that he met the most stunning girl in his best years, and that touch of stunningness was deeply engraved in his mind. Whenever I think back to those memorable days in college, that stunning moment always comes to mind. This is the white moonlight. In his previous life, Chao Mo met the perfect girl when he was at the age with the lowest self-esteem, but they ended up without any result. In this life, everything has changed. With a step on the accelerator, the sapphire blue Mercedes-Benz sped out of the parking lot. School of Finance and Economics. In the girls' dormitory of the School of Economics and Management. Chu Zihan took out pieces of clothing from the closet one by one and compared them one by one in front of the floor-length mirror. This won't do. It doesn't look elegant. It's too ordinary. This is too sexy. Will Chao Mo think I'm pretentious? No, I can't wear this. This is too conservative. Will Chao Mo think I'm unfashionable if I wear this? No. Chu Zihan tried on clothes one by one and kept muttering no, which attracted the attention of several roommates. Zhang Yu picked up a set of clothes that Chu Zihan had thrown aside and looked at it. Isn't this your favorite? Why don't you choose this one when you go out? Chu Zihan looked at the clothes in Zhang Yu's hand. It was a dress with a little rabbit pattern printed on it, which she usually liked to wear. She looked at Zhang Yu and shook her head. This outfit is too cute. If I wear it outside, I'll look immature. I can't wear it. But this is what you usually wear when we go shopping together. You look really good in it. No, that's different from what you wore when you went shopping. This is mine and. Chu Zihan quickly shut up halfway through his words and refused to say any more. Chapter 41 Chu Zihan's Changes. Zhang Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Who are you going shopping with? Chu Zihan avoided Zhang Yu's gaze and quickly picked up a piece of clothing to try on herself. She was avoiding Zhang Yu's question. Chu Zihan, tell me the truth, do you have a boyfriend? Zhang Yu's fiery gaze made Chu Zihan feel uncomfortable all over. Oh no, I was just out to dinner with a friend. There's no boyfriend. If she hadn't said this, others wouldn't have noticed the situation. When Chu Zihan said this, it felt like he was trying to cover up something. The other roommates also turned around and looked sideways at Chu Zihan. They were also very curious about what kind of boyfriend Chu Zihan had. Zihan, is your boyfriend also from the Finance Institute? What's his major? He can't be from our Department of Economics and Management, right? Another roommate, Wang Nannan, asked curiously with a gossipy look on her face. There was another roommate who didn't speak. Her name is Chen Li. She is also a beautiful girl. She is also one of the school beauties of the School of Finance and Economics. Some people think she is prettier than Chu Zihan. Although Chen Li didn't say anything about her looks, she was secretly competing with Chu Zihan. She also wanted to know what kind of man this campus beauty fell in love with. Oh, he's not my boyfriend. Just classmates, ordinary classmates. Chu Zihan felt that the more he explained, the worse it got. Her face turned a little red when she was stared at by several roommates. Zhang Yu hit the nail on the head. Oh, so it's still in the ambiguous stage, just short of confessing, right? Zhang Yu looked excited. The relationship at this stage is the best, as they are more like friends than lovers. The best stage of ambiguous flirting. Unlike Zhang Yu's excitement, Chu Zihan bit her lip unconsciously when she heard this. But he has already confessed his feelings. Is this still considered the ambiguous stage? Chu Zihan felt inexplicably lonely when thinking about this. Just at this moment, a horn sounded from downstairs in the dormitory building. Chu Zihan quickly walked to the window and took a look. Sure enough, it was the sapphire blue Mercedes-Benz parked downstairs of their dormitory. Oh, I haven't finished my eye makeup yet. She anxiously sat in front of the mirror and put on makeup. The phone rang twice. It must be Chow Mo sending her a message. A minute and a half later, Chu Zihan finally went out as he wished. Several roommates also followed to the windowsill and saw Chu Zihan open the passenger door of the Mercedes-Benz coupe and sit in. Is that car Chu Zihan's boyfriend's? Zhang Yu was shocked. Wang Nannan exclaimed, I saw this car at the school gate before, and I heard the boys in my class say it cost at least 1.5 million. It turned out to be Chu Zihan's boyfriend's car? 1.5 million. Zhang Yu felt like she was listening to a foreign language. She had only seen cars worth 1.5 million yuan in novels. Chen Li also frowned. When she saw Chu Zihan getting into the luxury car and leaving, she felt a fire inexplicably burning in her heart. Her desire to win was aroused and she felt very uncomfortable. Downstairs. I'm sorry, Chow Mo. I was looking for something and made you wait a few minutes longer. As soon as Chu Zihan got in the car, he apologized to Chow Mo in a low voice. Chow Mo glanced at her and said, be more careful next time. I don't like girls who are not punctual. Chu Zihan nodded cautiously, I won't do it again next time. In fact, she felt a little lonely. The novels clearly said that men would deliberately wait for women for half an hour longer, and would not rush women. This is obviously different from what is written in the book. Chu Zihan fastened his seatbelt obediently, put his legs together, straightened his back, and sat elegantly in the passenger seat. She wanted to talk to Chow Mo but was afraid to disturb him while he was driving. In fact, she was afraid that Chow Mo would find her annoying, so she just shut up. Chow Mo still looked at Chu Zihan for a few more times. She was wearing a white off-shoulder t-shirt, which exposed her left shoulder and chest, and a black belt was hanging on her shoulder. pure yet sexy. She wore a black pleated skirt on her lower body, and her white thighs were very eye-catching. It can also be seen that Chu Zihan wore light makeup today, and she looks a little more beautiful than usual. I was a few minutes late, probably because I was putting on makeup. Chow Mo thought to himself. It can be seen that Chu Zihan still attaches great importance to this meal. The car started and drove along the main road below the girls' dormitory. Are you going back to the dorm? Chu Zihan asked curiously. The route Chow Mo took was obviously much longer and passed right by Chow Mo's boys' dormitory. Go pick up my roommate. Your roommate? Is he going to eat with us too? No, I'm sending him to the city on the way. His parents are here today and they want to stay in the city for 2 days. My roommate went to go find his parents. Oh. Chu Zihan nodded and said nothing. Downstairs of the male dormitory of the finance department. A Mercedes-Benz coupe parked there is naturally very eye-catching. BBA is synonymous with luxury in this era, and it is in a school. It's a great honor to have a bicycle in school, let alone a sports car. Zhu Yuzhu rushed out of the boys' dormitory. Get in the car. Chow Mo waved to him. Zhu Yuzhu opened the car door and happily sat in the back seat. Oh my god, Lao Chow, you really have a car? It's still a big Mercedes. So cool. As soon as Zhu Yuzhu got into the car, he started to make loud noises of shock. That's right, don't you see when I've lied to you before? Chow Mo looked very proud. The usefulness of buying a car is reflected at this time. Not only can you show off with your brothers, but you can also look at the thighs of girls in the passenger seat. This car, which cost 1.8 million, is now worth 1.5 million. That's amazing, Lao Chow. You drive better than our principal. The principal's Audi is only over 800,000 yuan, while yours is over 1 million. Zhu Yuzhu's eyes were full of admiration and envy. It took him a long time to realize that there was a woman sitting in the passenger seat after he got in the car. Campus beauty Chu? Zhu Yuzhu exclaimed. Hello, classmate. Chu Zihan also politely greeted him. Hello? Zhu Yuzhu nodded. In fact, he had already started screaming in his heart. Not only did Lao Chow drive a big Mercedes now, but the school beauty also sat in the passenger seat? Is this a comeback for the dog? Campus beauty Chu, are you and Chow Mo together? Zhu Yuzhu spoke tentatively. Chu Zihan's mind suddenly went blank after hearing this. But before she could open her mouth, Chow Mo spoke first. No, she's just a hitchhiker like you. His tone was flat and no emotion could be heard. Zhu Yuzhu nodded. Oh, I see. But Chu Zihan was not happy. She looked sideways at Chow Mo with her eyes wide open. What do you mean she is just here to get a ride? We clearly had an appointment to have dinner together. Is Chow Mo so unwilling to have anything to do with her? Chu Zihan felt extremely aggrieved. Was Chow Mo so annoyed with her now? So, was he also reluctant to go out to dinner with me this time? For some reason, Chu Zihan's eyes felt a little sore. Chapter 42, A scumbag is always better than a dog. Zhu Yuzhu was talking to Chow Mo heartlessly, so he naturally didn't notice Chu Zihan's emotions. But Chow Mo noticed it. Chu Zihan always tilted her head towards the car window and pretended to lift her hair from time to time, but in fact she was doing so to hide the moisture in her eyes and not want Chow Mo to notice. Chow Mo probably guessed that something he said made Chu Zihan unhappy. But he didn't want to coax her. Little girls are troublesome and they cry all the time. At this moment, Zhu Yuzhu suddenly patted Chow Mo's chair with excitement. Old Chow, you will be blessed in a few days. What's the meaning? You don't know yet? Hurry up and tell me, don't waste time here. Zhu Yuzhu took out his phone and checked it again to make sure he had said something wrong. Those of you participating in the University Student Entrepreneurship Competition this time are arranged by province, and accommodation will be arranged uniformly by each province. All participants from Zhejiang Province will live in Zhejiang University. I heard that the school has allocated 2 new buildings for you to use as dormitories. Chow Mo couldn't help but be distracted after hearing this. And the schedule? In his previous life, he had never heard of being forced to arrange accommodation for participating in a competition. But this is understandable. The school may want to protect students from other places to prevent them from being cheated when living away from home. Just live here, what kind of welfare is this? Only then did Zhu Yuzhu smile mysteriously. Old Chow, you don't understand this, the real high-quality beauties are all in famous schools. Chow Mo couldn't help but smile when he heard this. He still agreed with what Zhu Yuzhu said. The real high-quality beauties are all in famous schools. They can enter famous schools through the college entrance examination. Their character may be poor, but their ability is not bad. You're quite understanding, kid. That's right, Lao Chao, what are you going to do on your first day there? Chow Mo thought for a moment and said, maybe I'll find a flower bed near the main road to sit on. Why? Chow Mo looked very knowledgeable. There must be a lot of people on the main road. I'll take a few pretty girls home to marry. Zhu Yuzhu was shocked and kept saying oh shit in his heart. Can we still play like this? Xu Zihan suddenly turned his head and looked at Chow Mo, asshole, scumbag. A scumbag is always better than a bootlicker. These days girls all love scumbags. Being a bootlicker has no future. Chow Mo also suddenly turned his head and stared at the school beauty Chu with a meaningful look. Chu Zihan's heart trembled. She seemed to understand what Chow Mo meant. Chow Mo was her loyal licker throughout her freshman year. But Chu Zihan never looked at him straight in the eye. Now that he really doesn't care about her anymore, she feels sad again. That's not right, Lao Chao. Didn't you say you wanted to start a business and make money? If you get married so early, you'll be distracted by household matters, and your business venture will be delayed. Zhu Yuzhu analyzed seriously. Stupid. Chow Mo scolded him. What is the purpose of my starting a business? Zhu Yuzhu didn't even think twice, to make money. Then what is the purpose of making money? Zhu Yuzhu thought about it for a moment. For a better life? For a higher status? So that I can be respected? Wrong. The purpose of making money is to marry more concubines. If they have money, they will not cause internal strife. Good job. After hearing this, Zhu Yuzhu exclaimed in his heart, wow. What Chow Mo said seemed wrong at first glance, but if you think about it carefully, it is simply the truth of the world. Chu Zihan wanted to cover his ears. Why was Chow Mo so frivolous? Bastard, she cursed again. Chow Mo hissed, I've already said that being a bootlicker has no future. If I'm not a scumbag, what else can I be? Be careful that you won't be able to do it in the future and still want to marry a concubine. Chow Mo suddenly laughed, questioning me? Why don't you come and inspect the goods yourself? Xu Zihan blushed. She didn't know how Chow Mo had the nerve to say such things, and there were other people in the car. Xu Zihan, seriously, if you call me good brother now, I will consider letting you be my little wife. Go to hell. Xu Zihan showed his two little fangs and glared at Chow Mo fiercely. But the lethality is zero. He looks fierce and aggressive, but also quite cute. The mornings in this season are relatively cool, and it is convenient to move around in thin clothes and not too hot, but the temperature rises at noon. Chow Mo never closed the driver's seat window. Driving in the morning and feeling the breeze is also a rare and fun thing, at least it can make you feel better. But now it's a bit hot. A little sweat appeared on Chow Mo's forehead, and it felt a little itchy, but he couldn't care less now. Suddenly, a piece of white paper was stuck on his forehead, and Xu Zihan carefully wiped the sweat from his forehead. The movements are very gentle and the wiping is very careful. And it didn't block Chow Mo's view of driving. Okay, stop wiping it and turn on the air conditioner. Chow Mo interrupted her. Oh. Xu Zihan nodded obediently, then turned on the air conditioner for Chow Mo. Chow Mo also closed all the windows in the car. The more Zhu Yuzhu looked at her, the more he felt something was wrong. Why did the school beauty suddenly become so well behaved in front of Chow Mo? She was not like this before. Is this really the arrogant and spoiled school beauty Chu? Xu Yuzhu asked again, unwilling to give up, Lao Chao, are you really not in a relationship with the school beauty? Xu Zihan's face suddenly turned red. For some reason, every time Zhu Yuzhu asked her whether she and Chow Mo were in a relationship, she didn't want to reply, nor did she want Chow Mo to reply. I just want others to misunderstand me. She just wanted to make her relationship with Chow Mo unclear, and wanted others to misunderstand that there was something ambiguous between them. But Chow Mo ruthlessly refused. Don't make random guesses. I'm not interested in meaningless things. Chow Mo, you bastard. Xu Zihan is like a ferocious little tiger. If Chow Mo hadn't been driving, she would have gone up and taken a bite to vent her anger. Every time Chow Mo would talk about her malnutrition. But her size is obviously normal, and she is still so young, so she must be growing. She just doesn't believe that there are such exaggerated things among people of the same age. What Chu Zihan didn't know was that her competitors were not of the same age as her, and the scale of Aunt Su and Luo Yue was simply beyond her reach. Half an hour later, the car stopped steadily in front of the train station. Have your parents arrived yet? Chow Emo looked at the scorching sun outside and thought that he could become the cabinet minister if he stayed in the sun for a whole day. Not yet. Their train is late. We should have to wait about half an hour. Zhu Yuzhu looked at the messages from his parents on his phone. Half an hour. There was no shopping mall or anything like that nearby to provide shade for Lu Yuan, so he could only sunbathe in the small flower bed in front. Chow Emo shook his head and sighed. Oh, forget it. You're my eldest son after all. Just wait in the car. It's still a while before lunch anyway. Really, Dad? Zhu Yuzhu was overjoyed. He also knew that it would be extremely uncomfortable to wait in such a scorching sun, but he was embarrassed to disturb Chow Emo. Now that Chow Emo took the initiative to speak, he felt at ease and sat in the car enjoying the air conditioning. Chapter 43, Chow Emo. Chu Zihan got out of the car to go to the toilet. The public toilet was very close to where Chow Emo parked. Not long after, he saw Chu Zihan coming back in a panic. The time was too short, even a man couldn't solve it. Chu Zihan came to the driver's door. Chow Emo knew she had something to say, so he opened the car door and got out, not forgetting to tell Zhu Yuzhu, "You rest well here, I'll go out and take a look." After closing the car door, he looked at the school beauty curiously. What's wrong? Chow Emo, can you accompany me to the bathroom? I just saw a man coming out of the women's bathroom. Chu Zihan said nervously. As soon as she entered the women's restroom, she saw a man coming out and she was terrified. Chu Zihan has felt very insecure ever since Han Fang was caught taking secret photos of her last time. She didn't dare walk alone at night, not even in school. She also deliberately avoided boys when walking. Apart from Chow Emo was the only boy she dared to approach in recent days. However, Chow Emo was now impatient. Why is going to the toilet so troublesome? It's really troublesome. Chu Zihan lowered his head helplessly. My heart was filled with an indescribable feeling of grievance and loneliness. Chow Emo turned around, opened the car door, and took out a pack of cigarettes from the center console. Let's go, I'm going to smoke at the toilet door. Chu Zihan looked up and saw Chow Emo walking forward in a cool manner with a cigarette in his mouth. What are you standing there for? Don't you want to go on? He turned around and glared at Chu Zihan. Chu Zihan quickly shook his head. Oh. She followed Chow Emo obediently, feeling warm in her heart. Chow Emo was not as cold as he appeared to be. He was still very considerate. Go ahead. I'll be guarding the door. I'll break the legs of anyone who dares to come in. Thank you, Chow Emo. Chu Zihan smiled with joy. Chow Emo lit a cigarette and stood at the toilet door. The pitiful woman was so lethal that he almost couldn't help but go in with Chu Zihan. Even though he knew the ending of his previous life, he still couldn't help but be moved. Maybe this time the misunderstanding was resolved? Or maybe Chow Emo still can't forget his white moonlight? Maybe I'm a pervert. He summed up himself. A few minutes later, Chu Zihan came out of the bathroom, and Chow Emo had just finished smoking his cigarette. Thank you, Chow Emo. Chu Zihan came out and thanked him again. Chow Emo waved his hand. I was just smoking a cigarette, it has nothing to do with you. Chu Zihan pouted. Can't you just stop saying things like that? It's okay to just lie to me. You don't understand. I'm afraid you'll fall in love with me regardless of everything. I'm doing this for your own good. Chu Zihan's eyes reddened. Chow Emo, what about your previous confession? Wasn't there even a single true word in it? Yes, I have. What is it? My real name is Chow Emo. You bastard. Chu Zihan's nose felt sore and something wanted to fall out of her eyes. She sniffed and held it back. Don't stay out in the sun here, let's go. Chow Emo looked at her helplessly. Half an hour later, Zhu Yuzhu met his parents. Chow Emo didn't want to talk much with his parents, so he took Chu Zihan to the restaurant. Chu Zihan was stunned standing in front of the barbecue restaurant. Are we eating here? Chow Emo nodded. Let's go, I've already reserved a seat. After saying that, Chow Emo walked into the store. Chu Zihan followed him with mixed feelings. This barbecue restaurant is the one she mentioned to Chow Emo in the restaurant last time. Xu Zihan likes to eat here very much. I didn't expect you still remembered. She murmured to herself as she looked at Chow Mo's back. Chow Mo clearly said that he was annoyed with her, but the details of what happened today showed that he was not that kind of person. The more stubborn you are, the more I'll cling to you. I don't believe you can be stubborn forever. She also followed Chow Mo and came to the dining table. This barbecue restaurant serves Korean barbecue introduced from abroad, which is still rare in China. The reason why Chu Zihan likes it may be that this restaurant is more novel than ordinary barbecue restaurants. Chu Zihan took out 2 bottles of water from the drinks cabinet and handed them to Chow Mo. Here, drink some water. Chow Mo glanced at the sour plum juice in front of him and shook his head. Leave it alone. I don't like it. He knew that the drinks in this store were free, so he didn't ask Chu Zihan to send them back, as that would be too troublesome. So what do you like to drink? Chow Mo thought for a moment and said, maybe it's orange juice. Hearing this, Chu Zihan picked up the glass of sour plum juice and went back to the beverage area, where he found a bottle of orange juice that had been chilled for a long time. Chow Mo looked at the orange juice in his hand with a strange expression. There's no need to get it for him personally, he can get it himself. At the dinner table, Chow Mo felt a little confused while eating this meal. Because Chu Zihan always asked him what he liked to eat, she grilled the meat and personally put it on Chow Mo's plate. Even the dipping sauce was prepared for Chow Mo. Why does this feel a bit weird? Chow Mo suddenly felt that Chu Zihan was a bit like those men in later generations who accompanied their girlfriends for dinner. Like a dog licker? Chow Mo laughed at himself. He must be crazy. He actually thought that the campus beauty Chu Zihan would be like a bootlicker? In fact, what Chu Zihan was thinking in her heart was that since Chow Mo didn't tea like her before, then she would change herself. She used to be a proud and cold school beauty. So now, isn't it enough for her to just be a considerate and well-behaved girl? Chow Mo was very satisfied with the meal. After all, there is a beautiful schoolgirl who will grill meat for you personally. When you are hungry, someone will take care of you. When you are tired, looking at the beautiful schoolgirl is very pleasing to the eyes and is especially effective in relieving fatigue. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon when he sent Chu Zihan back to school. Goodbye Chow Mo, I'm really happy today. Chu Zihan stood at the stairs and waved goodbye to Chow Mo with a smile. Chow Mo waved his hand without saying anything, started the car and left the girls' dormitory. You still have to maintain your cool personality. I can't let Chu Zihan find out that he has fallen in love with me. I admit it, I am a pervert and I just want her body. Chow Mo drove away from the school. Although it was already past 3 in the afternoon, he still wanted to go back to the company to see how Chun Wei had solved the software system problem. How Tai Building. Now the entire middle part of the How Tai Building has been rented by Skyscraper Capital, from the 7th floor to the 13th floor. The 9th floor was even specially allocated to the Software Technology Department, and it will later become the headquarters of Motyen Technology. As soon as Chow Mo arrived at the company, he found a new face in the Software Technology Department. He was now sitting next to Chen Wei and the two seemed to be discussing something. Who is that? Chow Mo pointed at the man and asked Li Shirhan. Li Shirhan found some information and said, Boss Chow, I was just about to report to you that this guy is Chen Wei's senior. The technical department seems to have run into difficulties, and Chen Wei is looking for him for help. Help? Chow Mo frowned. Currently, this software is still in the development stage. If the core of the plan is leaked because of this small help, Chen Wei will be guilty of a serious crime. Chow Mo took the materials handed to him by Li Shirhan and glanced at them. Oh. Meituan. Zhang Fan? If Chow Mo remembered correctly, this seemed to be the technical director of Meituan Takeout in his previous life. It was he who promoted the Meituan software reform. This was also one of the key factors that led to Meituan's victory in the first food delivery war in 2015. If I remember correctly, Zhang Fan didn't seem to be well received in Meituan at first. Chapter 44, Recruiting Zhang Fan, Test Drive. Chow Mo pushed the door open and walked into the technical department, but the two people who were engrossed in software programming obviously didn't notice him. Just as Chow Mo took 2 steps closer, he heard Zhang Fan muttering to himself in excitement and disbelief at the computer screen, genius. The person who came up with this idea is truly a genius. At this moment, even Zhang Fan's breathing became rapid. This plan states that the real-time positioning and location monitoring of the bicycle can be achieved through the built-in GPS module and Bluetooth chip. You can clearly see from the background whether the bicycle is being ridden, whether it is faulty and turned on or off. If that were all, Chen Wei could easily create a set of operating software that is compatible with this type of bicycle, and the same would be true for real-time operation. Chen Wei invited him here to ask about the most important point in this plan. Demarcate virtual operating zones and no parking zones, and use GPS positioning to send real-time parking violation reminders to users. This is the famous electronic fence technology. However, it is not easy to perfectly integrate this technology into the bicycle operation system. As far as he knows, this is the first case in China. Zhang Fan is a pure believer in computer technology. Whenever he sees those strings of rapidly running codes, his heart beats faster and his blood boils. Just like now. Brother, do you have any idea? Although Chen Wei knew that he was thinking, he still couldn't help asking. This is his first mission since arriving at Ferris Technology, and he must complete it perfectly. Zhang Fan shook his head. It's indeed difficult. Let me think about it first. Chen Wei felt a little nervous and depressed when he heard this. Suddenly, Xiao Mo's voice came from behind him. Director Chen, showing this kind of document to outsiders is considered a leak, right? The voice was very plain, but it made people tremble. Awe-inspiring without anger. Mr. Chow. Chen Wei stood up from his seat reflexively. Aye. After all, he was a student who had not yet graduated, and he was so nervous that he could not speak when faced with Xiao Mo's questioning. Zhang Fan's reaction was better than his. Although he was also nervous, he was not to the point of being speechless. He also stood up and stood with Chen Wei. I can sign a confidentiality agreement with your company. Chen Wei is my junior. He's new to the workplace and doesn't understand these things yet. If your company's plan is leaked, I'm willing to take full responsibility. Zhang Fan is still making excuses for Chen Wei. In fact, he knew that doing so was risky from the moment Chen Wei invited him, but Chen Wei said that this plan was very important to him and hoped that Zhang Fan could help him. Zhang Fan Kai took the risk to find Chen Wei. Non-disclosure agreement? Chao Mo snorted coldly. Do you think resolving this confidentiality agreement can restrict a large company like Meituan? I'm afraid Meituan will find a way to acquire us before I even have a chance to file a lawsuit. Are you going to tell me you can take full responsibility in front of such a large company? Chao Mo snorted coldly again. If the situation really comes to that, even if Chao Mo files a lawsuit in court, the other party will have 10,000 ways to excuse themselves. After all, these technologies are ready-made, and Xiao Mo's document only provides a way of thinking. Others may say that they just happen to think of this idea. What can you do about it? What's more, Xiao Mo still has memories of his previous life. The dictionary developed by a small team was basically copied by Weibo, and the court ruled against the small team in both the first and second trials. Although the small team won the third trial, the result was that all client services of the dictionary app, website, and mini program stopped. Everyone knows why this happened. No matter what era, fairness is always synonymous with the strong. Zhang Fan was speechless for a moment. He faced Xiao Mo at this moment as if he was facing the boss in the company, but that shouldn't be the case, as he was clearly a college student. Why would a sophomore student have such an oppressive feeling? Even he didn't dare to look the other person in the eye. Chen Wei kept apologizing, hoping Xiao Mo would forgive him. Then Mr. Chow, what do you think I should do? Zhang Fan finally sighed helplessly. He knew the matter was serious and he wanted to do his best to make amends. At this time, Xiao Mo's mouth curled up. It's very simple, you just need to join our company and become Chen Wei's assistant. Chen Wei, who was still devastated and blaming himself, suddenly had a light in his eyes. He is a rookie in the workplace and has no idea about these twists and turns. He only knows how to write programs. But after hearing Xiao Mo's method, he felt that it was feasible. Since Xiao Mo did not believe in the confidentiality agreement, he might as well let Zhang Fan join Matian Technology. Zhang Fan is just a good guy. Although it is feasible to recruit him to join the company on the spot, I always feel like a commodity that is bought and sold by others. Xiao Mo once again resorted to his capitalist tactics. The salary will be the same as your previous salary at Meituan. Zhang Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. The salary is the same as before, so I really need to think about it carefully. The evil capitalist whispered again, if you can cooperate with Chen Wei to successfully develop the software this time, I will give you a 25% salary increase from next time. Zhang Fan's eyes immediately lit up with golden light. What a great guy. He was immediately shocked. Why are you still hesitating? I agree. I'll submit my resignation report tonight, and if nothing goes wrong, I'll be able to leave tomorrow. Is it okay for me to come to work the day after tomorrow morning? Looking at Zhang Fan, who was eager to try, Xiao Mo couldn't help but smile. He didn't waste any time and directly assigned Li Shirhan, assistantly, take a contract to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan quickly signed his name. Zhang Fan was actually very happy. He was originally a small programmer in Meituan and was marginalized by the team. If he had not been reluctant to give up such a high salary, he would have left long ago. Xiao Mo was also very happy. This is Meituan's future core general, and he was deceived by him. It's like Qin Shi Huan touching the electric switch, he wins. Just when Xiao Mo was happy, a message alert sound came from his mobile phone. It was sent by Counselor Jiang Mingxiu. Jiang Mingxiu, Xiao Mo, how are your preparations for the competition going? The school will soon be reporting it to the higher authorities. When will you have time to come see me? After seeing this news, Xiao Mo turned his head and looked at Li Shirhan again. Assistant Li, have the samples from the bicycle factories arrived? Li Shirhan nodded. It just arrived this morning and I haven't unpacked it yet to inspect it. Mr. Chow, would you like to take a look in person? Xiao Mo nodded and said, take the samples to the lakeside park next to the School of Finance and Economics. I'll inspect the goods first. Upon hearing this, Li Shirhan immediately arranged for someone to transport several cars to the place Xiao Mo mentioned. Xiao Mo sent a message to Jiang Mingxiu on his mobile phone. I have time today. In an hour, please bring the materials to Lakeside Park. I'll be testing the product there. The other party replied immediately, okay. Chapter 45, Exquisite Counselor. It is still quite hot in Hangzhou at noon as October approaches. Although the lakeside avenue surrounds the lake and the temperature drops a lot due to its proximity to the lake, the ultraviolet rays are still very strong. You will still get a tan if you are exposed for a long time. Xiao Mo directed several staff members to move the bicycles one by one to the ring road around the lake, and then rented a bicycle from the park entrance. This type of car is very common in scenic areas. Even as early as 2012, scenic spots had already started using bicycle rental as a means of transportation. However, the rental method is still very unconventional. You can just pay and ride away. There are also electric bikes for rent, but they are only limited to within the scenic area. This time, Xiao Mo only cooperated with 3 brands. Forever, Flying Pigeon, Phoenix. They are also 3 old-fashioned bicycle factories in China, and they all have departments and factories in Hangzhou. Less than 2 minutes later, Xiao Mo saw Jiang Mingxiu walking towards him with a parasol. Jiang Mingxiu is packaged very exquisitely from top to bottom. Teacher Jiang. Xiao Mo stood under a big tree and greeted from a distance. Jiang Mingxiu came under the tree, closed the parasol, and stood side by side with Xiao Mo. Is this your competition? She asked, pointing to the 3 bicycles in front of her. Xiao Mo nodded. It's just a test product. Only one of these 3 will be enough. Glancing sideways, Xiao Mo couldn't help but admire Jiang Mingxiu's perfect figure. She has a standard pear-shaped figure with wide hips and the dress is stretched into a perfect curve, making her look particularly attractive. And teacher Jiang's outfit is also full of care. She wore a black knee-length dress today and a gold LV brooch on her chest. This outfit is very cost-effective. Why do I say that? If you want to buy an LV dress, the price can be imagined to be expensive, but if you wear an ordinary dress and match it with an LV brooch, the price will be in a different level. Xiao Mo had the most exposure to these luxury goods in his previous life. He would use different brands to give to different women and would never buy the same item. He sighed slightly in his heart. It seemed that teacher Jiang was that kind of exquisite poor urban woman. Not only her outfit, but even her circle of friends is exquisite and impeccable. Every photo reveals that I am out of place among ordinary people. Teacher Jiang, would you like to pick one to try? Xiao Mo pointed at the 3 bicycles and said. Jiang Mingxiu shook her head and politely declined Xiao Mo's request. The skirt I'm wearing today is not convenient for riding a bike, so I won't try it on with you. Unexpectedly, Xiao Mo suddenly said, how about I take you for a ride on my bike? These 3 models are just experimental models, so they still retain the rear seats of traditional bicycles. The shared bicycles that Xiao Mo requested are not equipped with rear seats. After the invitation, Xiao Mo explained, today I'm mainly testing the lightness and comfort of these bicycles. I need to test their ability to ride alone or with a passenger. Xiao Mo explained seriously. What he said was a lie. The original design was for a single-person bicycle, which didn't even need a seat. Why would there be a need to test a two-person bicycle? Jiang Mengshu hesitated for a while and finally agreed to Chao Mo. Okay, I'll accompany you to test it. As Chao Mo's instructor for this project, Jiang Mengshu also had the obligation to help him complete the project test. That's what she thought. She actually asked Chao Mo why he wanted her to be his instructor, but Chao Mo didn't tell her. In fact, what Chao Mo was thinking was that this instructor was dispensable, and it would be better to let the beautiful Jiang Mengshu take the position. At least it's pleasing to the eyes. To put it bluntly, whoever serves as the instructor for this project should just sit back and relax. Chao Mo will take him to the next level. Chao Mo first picked a Fei Gu bus. Chao Mo adjusted the car and said, "Teacher Jiang, please get in." Jiang Mengshu nodded and sat sideways in the back seat, with her legs together on the left side of the seat, reflecting white light. She also opened the parasol to cover her and Chao Mo. The bicycle started slowly. Jiang Mengshu felt complicated as she sat in the back seat. She always felt that it was strange for her as a teacher to sit like this with a student. Is there even a little bit of ambiguity between lovers? Jiang Mengshu shook his head and decided to take the initiative. Chao Mo, when did you start your own business? She remembered that Chao Mo's family background was very ordinary, and the terrifying bank card balance from last time was still fresh in her memory. Chao Mo sniffed the fragrance at the tip of his nose. Not long ago, it happened this summer vacation. This is the fragrance on Jiang Mengshu's body. It smells like a certain brand of perfume, and also like the smell of shampoo. Anyway, it smells good. To be honest, girls like Jiang Mengshu are quite attractive to him. She is a typical young urban woman. Her pear-shaped figure that makes people want to break the rules, coupled with her unique serious temperament, gives people a sense of abstinence. Minimal style? This word suddenly popped up in Chao Mo's mind. He felt that this was a more appropriate description of Jiang Mengshu. Chao Mo had not had much contact with this type of woman in his previous life, so he thought Jiang Mengshu was quite attractive. Did you earn all the money in your bank account back then? Perhaps feeling a little offended, she added, "It's okay if you don't want to say it." Chao Mo admitted frankly, yes. Seeing Chao Mo's calm face, Jiang Mengshu couldn't help but be secretly shocked. She was a graduate student and her monthly salary was less than 8,000 yuan. Chao Mo made so much money by starting his own business when he was only in his sophomore year. It's simply incomparable. What's more, she has to maintain such an exquisite life, and she doesn't even have any money left at the end of the month. She is a typical moonlighter. After a test drive, Chao Mo didn't feel tired. First, his physical strength is much higher than before, and most people can't compare to him. Secondly, there is a beautiful woman as your companion. How can this not be considered an equipment blessing? However, after riding around, Chao Mo also discovered some problems with these bikes. It is obvious that these manufacturers sent their own ordinary or even low-end models as samples, and the prices of these cars are definitely below 800 yuan. What Chao Mo wants is not to save money, but to be comfortable and relaxed. The first batch of shared bicycles must be of excellent quality. Low-end models costing a few hundred yuan will not be effective at all. You must purchase models costing more than 1,000 yuan to be effective. At this time, Li Shirhan also came from a distance. She took the opinion report form with her to cooperate with Chao Mo so that she could communicate with the bicycle factory in a timely manner if there was any need for improvement. Jiang Mengshu also looked at Li Shirhan. Her first impression was that this person was also very beautiful. Boss. Li Shirhan greeted Chao Mo from a distance. Unexpectedly, Jiang Mengshu's face changed drastically at this moment, but she hid it very well and quickly said to Chao Mo, "Since you have signed the application, I will not disturb you anymore. I will go back first." After saying that, Jiang Mengshu was about to leave but was stopped by Chao Mo. "Teacher Jiang, why don't you have a meal later? Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" "No, let's eat it next time we have a chance." Coincidentally, Li Shirhan also walked in front of Chao Mo. Jiang Mengshu smiled and nodded to her, then opened the parasol and left the lakeside park.